Why are these cutscenes so doggone loud compared to, like, everything else? Yeah, I'm late tonight. Life has been doing, you know, life things, unfortunately. Life has been doing life... Oh, no, no, no. Life has been doing life things. Good, bad. Happy, sad. Life's just been doing life stuff. I didn't get to bed today. I usually get to bed around like 12:30, 1. 1's pretty late. Like I wake up at like 6:30, 7. I didn't get to bed till 5, so I actually slept. I didn't sleep well. I didn't get, you know, enough sleep. Yeah, I've been up for maybe an hour now. I got a couple things done. I haven't eaten food, but we're streaming. We're streaming. We're streaming. I'm sorry. One of the things I like try to like pride myself on is consistency. Is like I am on, but like I'm not getting on when I want to. But I mean, I can't do anything about it. You know, life just happens. So I'm sorry, but it's gonna be rocky going forward. I'll be on. It's just I'm not gonna be consistent when I'm starting, which is unfortunate. I think that's like one of the things that you want out of people, like, you know, at this set time this person's gonna be on, and I just can't do that right now. Life is doing life things, unfortunately. You gotta do what you gotta do, you know. I'm not trying to complain, I'm just saying, like, it's just rough. This is just rough. So sorry, we're like pretty late tonight. But alright, BioWare, Jade Empire. We did more of Chapter 3. Honestly, we did the Necropolis and the arena mainly, and that was it. Like, we hung out in the Necropolis and arena. We got the permission from both of the Lotus Assassin factions, the Executioners and the Inquisitors, I believe. We did both of those sides of the quests. So we got permission from both of them. And so I guess we have to go into the Necropolis again. We finished everything that we could there. I don't think that there's anything else around. I ran around. We advanced. Oh, there's one more thing. We got a quest. We finished up the bounty hunts. We finished up the bounty hunts, and there's one more in the Black Leopard School. I had almost forgot. Right at the end of the stream, I was like, oh, right, we had to turn this in to the army dude. It looks like a bunch of our characters have stuff to say, too. Zoo rolled out, which I guess isn't that surprising. He knows that, like, the White Lotus are, you know, no good, so he kind of, like, dipped on us. That booger. Let's talk to our crew here first. We did some stuff for, Kang. Oh, and we did this, too. This guy had a bunch of, like, flying missions. Mechanic Hingu. We did some stuff for him as well. He's got some neat abilities and stuff. You know what's interesting? We have this, like, world map. But there's only, like, 2 places here. There's gotta be more going on, right? They wouldn't give you a world map for just 2 areas, right? When I originally played through this, I think one of my reactions was there weren't a lot of places that we could go to. But I don't know. Like, I guess I was confused. I thought this game was short. It's not. We've put some big time into this one. I mean, we talk to everybody. We listen to everything that the characters have to say, or at least I try to. You know, when big pivotal pieces go by, you know, characters have, like, new things to say, like your companions and stuff, so I try to talk to them. But, yeah, I initially had thought that this was, like, a short game. It's not, and I think my recollection now is that it's not that it was a short game, it's just there weren't a lot of areas that you went to. I don't know, though. It's weird to have a world map with just, like, 2 places.
There you age.
Dare I age? Very true. Right before your eyes, man. Right before your eyes. Just old and decrepit. Teak, thanks so much for a tier 1 subscription. Thanks so much, man. I really appreciate that. 17 months is a long time, man. It's a long time. I really appreciate you hanging around for as long as you have, man. There I am. Yeah, today was a long day. Today was a long day. I didn't get to bed till like 5, and I didn't turn an alarm clock on, so I just slept. I didn't wake up all that long ago. Life has been rough recently, so it is what it is. I'm here. I'm tired as hell, but I'm here. How was Sonic? I had you on today for a little bit. I lurked for a little bit while I was doing some stuff around the house after I woke up. It's unfortunate. Yeah, you can't really do stuff. I mean, you can't really control stuff. Well, I can't control this. Put some more of the world back together. Nice. Yeah, I mean, you gotta do what you gotta do, right? That's how life goes. Sometimes you just gotta take care of shit. How are you still enjoying Sonic Unleashed? I think I saw you fight some sort of boss, and then you were like going through some ice levels. That was about all I saw. So the Sonic levels are generally okay, but there's a lot of jankiness in the werehog areas. There's a lot of jankiness. Like, some things just are like inconsistently weird. The controls don't always make sense. The camera kind of like jumps around from time to time. It's so buggy and janky, but it's playable for the most part. Yeah. I think the Sonic levels were fine. It was mainly my issues were the werehog. You found the other way around? You found more bugs, in the Sonic levels? Maybe there are. There's definitely some bullshit in the Sonic levels. There's definitely some stupid shit in the Sonic levels. Oh, it's fucking serial killer. What's up, KO Gortrout? Definitely some bullshit. Yeah. Some of the Sonic levels suffer from the fact that, like, when you're going forward, things tend to be okay, but sometimes when it flips sideways, it's got, like, your standard Sonic stuff where, like, there's no way you can react to this thing and you're moving super fast, and then you just, like, run into garbage and you're just like, yeah, cool. That was on water, and I instantly died because they decided to put spikes there, so now I have to do that again. Great. You clip through the stage and rooftop run on 2 different places going through it. Cool. Without a care in the world, with your hair in the world. With your hair in the world. Not everyone has hair to put in the world. But your hair should be in the world. And you should let it glow. Let it glow. The level design definitely has more than a little, now you know you need to jump there. Yep. There's a lot of that. There's a lot of that. The bosses tend to be okay. At least the Sonic bosses. They're all kind of really similar. Like, you're in, like, a round arena and you're just, like, running in a circle, and they're in some, like, sort of, like, flying object thing that you gotta take down. And then the werehog. There we go. I'm still half asleep. My eyes still haven't, like, fully woken up. The werehogs are, like, arena fights. Teak has hair? Probably. More than I do. That's for sure.
I suppose it is good that the Lotus Assassin Executioner accepted you. I wish I felt better about that. Will you be heading to the Lotus Assassin Fortress soon? When you are through there, the princess will take us to the palace.
Yes, he does seem like someone
the
that
Lotus
has
Assassin recruiters. What else could we possibly need to do?
You get that vibe from him. There's an easy way to find out. Yeah, you should totally like follow and subscribe to his channel. You totally should do that. And that way you'll know. And then you can hit the bell notification to get notifications from Twitch. Twitch and YouTube are the same thing, don't worry. Smash that motherfucking like button. Yeah, so you can get notifications, but you should follow Teak. Questions about the Imperial City? That I don't recall seeing that with her. I want to talk about your feelings.
We are much closer to finding our master, but the path you are forced to take worries me, and I don't think the princess shares my concern. We have faced these Lotus Assassins in small numbers before, but this is something different.
I understand. It is gaining their favor that concerns you. Have some confidence. I don't like having to constantly reassure you. I'm strong enough. Numbers do not concern me.
I see the necessity of walking in their steps to fool them, but I am growing accustomed to you, and I don't want to see this change you.
What's that supposed to mean, miss? I will do what I must to rescue Master Li and defeat those who took him. Really? What do you like about me now?
You embarrass me with such forward questions, but
in front of
I
everyone.
like that as well. It bothers me that you risk so much to walk in the shadow of the enemy. You fought through the arena with your honor intact, but the Lotus Assassins will press you to commit far more vicious acts.
Why do you think I'm gonna do that?
I don't want to win if it claims the good in you. What right do we have to harmony if we sacrifice what we believe to get it?
We have every right. If I must act like the enemy to beat them, so be it. Are you so sure you know what I believe? I'm concerned as well. I promise I will not become as they are. Annihilate that follow button and atomize the bell. Disintegrate the send button. Disintegrate the send button. I don't think you want to disintegrate the send button. I don't think you want to do that. Bam! You should follow Teak. You should follow Teak. There it is. There's the good stuff. There we go. Follow Teak. If you don't follow him... A recent preprint suggests that researchers have found possible signs of life on an exoplanet. I saw that. They found some sort of sign of, like, emissions of, like, photosynthesis or something like that. It only happens when, like, certain plants are around. But apparently the planet is, like, 9 times the size of Earth or something like that. And it has, like, 4 times the gravity. Or I was like, yeah, okay. So we can't live there. But cool. But cool. Signs of life are always awesome. That's pretty cool. Or at least plant life. They said it was 120 light years away or something like that. I could live there, probably. Probably. Sure we can. We just need to increase our power level. Right, to the hyperbolic chamber. Hyperbaric chamber? Hyperbolic. What did they call it? Hyperbole chamber. To the hyperbole chamber. Let's go exaggerate. Hyperbolic, yeah. Hypertrophy? No. Hyperbole.
I know you won't, but it still does my heart good to hear it. the more I know about you, the more I want you to stay as you are. It would be a shame for something to happen when we are becoming close. We will talk again. I know everything will work out just fine.
Hey, goodbye.
Don't go too far. I'd get lost in this city. I know it.
I don't think you've even, like, explored the city at all. You've been standing here in the dock the whole time, waiting for me. Your friend, me.
Yes? How can this humble bunmaster assist you today?
Do you have any family, ho? Any children? Welcome to Night City, Samurai. I saw some of the stuff that they're adding for the update in 2.0. It seems pretty cool. It seems like they're really changing things up. It's gonna be, I mean, I think the playthroughs, at least, like, what you do are still gonna be really similar, but they're, like, changing a bunch of things. Like, they're actually adding car combat in there. Like, that's a big change. I don't know how I feel about, like, these, like, changes. I don't know. You're, like, really changing what the game is. They're, like, changing the skill trees. They're changing abilities and stuff like that. They're making, like, big changes. It's, I don't know that it's gonna be, like, a different game, but they're making some stuff out there. I don't know. I'll have to check it out. We'll have to give it a peeky poo. I'm excited for the DLC or the expansion or whatever. But the developers wanted to do that but couldn't do it due to fucking corporate. Yeah, I mean, the game definitely wasn't in its finalized state when it was released. I think we know that. I think we know it. It took them a good, 9 months to get it into an appropriate state. And yeah. So I'm not surprised that they're, like, continuing to build onto it and adjust and fix things. I wish, honestly, man, I would have been perfectly fine if they waited another 2 years to get the thing out the door. I don't care. It's, what, like, I'm gonna be a fucking impatient brant and be like, why isn't the game out yet? They've been developing it for 10 years now. Oh my god. Like, I don't fucking care. Get the game out when it's done. I don't want you to give me an unfinished product. Just finish the game. But, yeah, the game was... They kept pushing, like, release dates back, and so eventually they were just forced to release a product. You just hope the focus on combat and the marketing is just to attract the slack-jawed shooter bros, and that they haven't all but abandoned the role-playing side of it. Who knows? I mean, the slack-jawed shooter bros, that's me, man. That's me. I like the story stuff. But the content that I really enjoy is, the doing of things. The doing of things. Like shooting shit. Blowing stuff up. Stabbing things. Smacking stuff with my rubber mallet. That's the kind of stuff I enjoy. Yeah, you'll have to see. I mean, it's definitely a combat-oriented game, for sure. And, like, one of the first things that they said that they were changing was, like, adding in car combat. You like how Johnny nuked the tower? Arasaka? Is that what it's called? Arasaka? Played the entire game without firing a gun at anything but drones. I said it was a combat-oriented game, right? I didn't say it was a shooting-oriented game. I said it was a combat-oriented game. You do have to combat. You do have to combat. I like shooting stuff. I shot a lot of stuff in that game. I also smacked a lot of things. You stealth and hacked your way through, and that's cool that you have the ability to approach the game in that way. It's cool that you can. I tried to like mix it up between stealth and like combat, but like I always got caught. Like I would do stealthy things and I'd get caught, and it's just like, all right, shooting time, baby. I tried to do as many stealthy things. I tried to do more melee than anything else. I just wanted to beat things with my giant dildo. so I mainly did that. Everything in the marketing has been about lame, boring combat. But I like the lame, boring combat. I like the lame, boring combat. That to me was the fun part. That to me was the fun part. But it's cool that they had that. I mean, you're right. They're probably appealing to a certain crowd. I mean, if you have trailers of people like sitting at computers going beep 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 beep, yeah, I think you're definitely like more limiting your crowd by doing that. You want to talk a gang leader into attacking another gang leader, rob them both, and steal his girlfriend? That'd be cool. That'd be cool. Like, pitting factions against one another would be cool. Yeah, they really didn't do much with the factions. I don't think that that's going to change. Maybe. I don't think they're going that far. But that would be cool. I mean, they already like changed how you approach missions. Maybe somewhere in development they wanted to do more with them, but because of the way things played out, they just never had the chance to do it. Maybe there were plans to do more with it, you know? Maybe there were. They just never had the opportunity. But they did change how like you approach missions and stuff. Like, they're more like rep-based now. It's not like, here's 40,000 missions that when you get into a district, they just dump everything on top of you, and then you go to the wrong place and you're like, wow, yeah, that's way too high level. They don't let you do that anymore, I don't think. The world is centered around all these different factions and they do nothing with them. Yep, I'm sure they had a plan at some point or another to do it. Maybe not like Saints Row style thing, or maybe Saints Row style where honestly, I found Saints Row shit really tedious after a while. It's cool that like different areas would war with different areas, but after a while you get tired of picking up your phone going like, you gotta get over to District 13 and come help us stop the attack or we're gonna lose it. Like, that shit got really fucking annoying quickly. And if they were planning on doing something like that, I'll be perfectly honest, I'm glad that's not in the game, because that shit's not fun. Constantly having to, like, interrupt what you're doing to go and, like, help people out, or you lose control of the district, that gets old fast. Fast. It's interesting, but like having to maintain that control is really, really, really tedious, and it happens often. It's not like you'll be like driving to like, you'll do a mission, you'll go help out, and you'll like stop, you know, a gang war, and then you'll go do a mission, and then immediately after that you have like another like 3 districts that are asking you for help again. If they were planning on doing something like that in Cyberpunk, I'm glad they didn't implement that, because that would not be fun. So I don't know what I would prefer like they would end up doing, but more as an interaction. Like, if you're not going to control the district yourself, those gangs are always going to be present there, but more of an interaction between the gangs could have been interesting. I don't know. Oh, you shot up a building full of Triad. They fucking hate you now and will shoot you on sight. Yeah. I got you. I got you. Still like a rep meter or something like that in the different districts. I mean, you do help out a lot of the different, you know, gangs and stuff around there. So getting in their good graces would, you know, benefit you. lock you out of those quests and storylines until you do something to get back. Yeah. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. And then it would be, like, really difficult to, like, have everyone at one time like you. Yeah, I can see that. But, like, you know, gang and turf wars are one thing, as long as it didn't, like, constantly, like, require your attention. And stuff's annoying. Brother Nico, come hang out with me. Why aren't you paying attention to me? Oh, I hate you now. Your rep with your cousin has gone down. Oh. That kind of stuff, like, GTA 4 is a lot of fun, but having your friends constantly call you and then get pissed at you when you're like, dude, I just want to play the fucking game. I don't want to go hang out and get drunk. I just want to do the next story mission. Come on, man. That kind of stuff grates on you. I would not want that, like, implemented into Cyberpunk. But, like, people calling you and saying, like, hey, I got another mission for you, that's okay. They made the main campaign shorter so they could fill the game with side quests, but they killed the replay value by making every playthrough basically the same. Yeah. There aren't really any significant choices you can make that alter how the game goes. Well, you get to, like, change how the ending plays out, and, like, you get to choose your, like, companion if you want one or not. There's a bunch of different, like, romance options. Like, you don't have to destroy Arasaka, right? You don't have to. I think you get, like, pulled into that in some way, but I don't... You can side with them, right? I don't know how that would go. I don't know how much there is, like, a variance in some of, like, the other endings, but yeah. Yeah, it's the illusion of choice. A lot of games are like that. A lot of games are like that. Mass Effect is like that, where they give you, like, this illusion of choice that you're, like, making, like, these big decisions and then everything ends up getting, like, railroaded in the end. I don't mind that. I don't mind that. The game itself, there's really nothing you can do in one playthrough that you can't do if you play it another way. Yeah, you could do just about everything, right? You're not ever, like, blocked from doing certain things. Good or bad side. There are quests in this game that you can and can't do depending on, like, if you're good or bad. I think. Yeah. You know, there aren't many games that should have made it impossible to do more than, like, a third of the quests in a single playthrough. Do one quest line, lock yourself out of 2 others. I got you. I don't like that, but I got you. I want to be able to do everything that I can in one playthrough. But I get it. It adds to replay value, so... Like at the beginning of the game, you kind of, like, choose your backstory, right? And, like, these are the things that you're going to be able to do. If that, like, delegated, like, some of the quest lines and stuff you could go down, and it, like, slightly altered, again, then that's a lot to ask from a game developer, but yeah, they could do that. They could totally do that. That definitely is... It's a big thing to do. I think the reason why they didn't do that is because that's a shit ton more work. But yeah, they could totally go down that. And what a non-factor it ends up being. Yeah, they basically just give you, like, dialogue choices that you can get, like, slightly different dialogue in conversations. That's really what it all boils down to, is just, like, slightly different dialogue options, which still lead down the same plotline path. You just get, like, some minor differences as far as dialogue goes. There aren't really any sort of, like, I wanted to say repercussions, but yeah, there really isn't any like large factors that factor into it. I like it better that I can do more things, but I get it. Yeah, replay value. Something like that was supposed to be in the cards, but look at how much of the game actually managed to finish to begin with. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I'm sure there were a lot of things that they wanted to put into the game that just never, you know, made it in. I mean, that happens with a lot of game development. Where, you know, like, we want to add these things. How much will that add to the schedule of, like, implementing them? Well, it'll probably be, like, another, like, 6 or 7 months. So, you know, like, another year, basically, for us to get this out the door. Yeah, we can't do that. We're gonna have to cut shit out. That happens a lot, man. That happens a lot. That happens a lot. Sometimes things need to be sacrificed to, like, meet deadlines. It's unfortunate. But sometimes lofty things aren't good either. You know, you don't want people to, like, run wild with ideas or stuff never comes out, right? I mean, look at the way Tetsuya Nomura handled the development of Kingdom Hearts 3. Like, the development for Kingdom Hearts 3 was such a hot mess. Like, he kept coming into the studio, seeing other games and going, no, we have to change everything. No, we have to change everything. So, like, yeah, some of that stuff does need to be, like, reeled in. And sometimes you do need to, like, cut cool ideas from the game to make things feasible and doable and manageable. It breaks immersion, makes V everything to everybody. V's a stealthy thief, crazy Rambo soldier, ninja assassin, expert hacker, smooth talker. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. Why can't he be all those things? Why can't he be all those things? Why can't you be stealthy at times, and Rambo at other times, and ninja at other times, an expert hacker at other times, and a smooth talker? The whole point of an RPG is to play a role, not all roles. I like having options. You don't have to do all those things. They give you the option to do those things, but you don't have to do all of them. You can make your own role playing. You know, if you want to be a ninja assassin smooth talker, you can be that. If you want to be a Rambo soldier, you can be that. If you want to be a thief hacker, you can be that. It's also, I think it's hard to find a balance too, to build a game around. Look at Deus Ex, the new ones, the Human Revolution, where you can go through the entire game and you can play stealthy, but then you get to the boss fights, and the boss fights are the boss fights, right? I think it's really hard to... I don't know how many games have done a good job of building their way around very specific set builds just for those set builds, and then adjust everything to those things. The game keeps having people phone you up with missions outside of those parameters, but you don't have to do those missions. If you feel like that's something you can't accomplish, shouldn't that, like, play into the role-playing? Dude, you can't take every mission, right? Doesn't that play into that? That's at your discretion. If you're role-playing and you're taking missions, you're like a mercenary of sort, right? So if someone calls you up and goes, hey, man, I need you to go, like, blow this shit up, and you're like, yeah, I don't do that kind of work. You can always not do those missions. Unless it's like a main story mission, then you don't have a choice but to do those things. Don't they call you up with side mission shit? I thought you got that. They just sit there in the mission log? Right, but you don't have to do them. You go, yeah, I'm not going to do that. That's not part of my thing. So yeah, they sit in the mission log. Who cares? You don't do them. If that doesn't fit with like the style of game that you're playing, you don't have to do them. Ignore them. That's what role-playing is about, right? Role-playing. I'm not going to do this mission that they asked me to do, this thing that my character won't do. I don't feel that my character does these things, so you don't do them. They shouldn't be offering them. Yes, they should. They absolutely should. If someone calls you up and goes like, yo, I got some work for you. Do you want to do this? And you go, nah, I'm good. You don't have to do it. You literally don't have to do it. That's what role-playing is, right? Like, if someone called you up and you were like, I don't know, hey, man, build a deck in my backyard. And you're like, yeah, I don't do that. Okay, cool. I'm not going to do it. Bye. Do you call an assassin to be a getaway driver? Well, you're like a freelance worker, right? You're freelance. So they're calling you up with freelance work. They're giving you every option possible to do stuff. And if you don't want to do them, that's up to your discretion. You don't have to do them. Well, you don't have to do those missions, though. They are still optional. Like, you take the mission from them, right? Yeah, like, oh yeah, I got it. No, I read what you said. But you don't have to do those missions, though. They're not story-based missions. You only have to do story-based missions. Everything else is completely optional. So, sure, you take the mission, but you don't have to do them. I get what you're saying. You're saying you can't tell the caller, whoever's calling you, whatever, I forget what the name of, like, those mission givers are. So you take the mission. You can't outright tell them, no, I'm not going to do that. V just takes the mission. I got you. And it sits in your mission log. But it's role-playing. It's fucking pretend. You can go, I'm not going to do that. They're not mandatory missions, though. So, okay, your character in-game says, I'm gonna do it. And then you, as the role player, go, I'm not gonna do it. Yeah, I got you. You would want the ability whether to, like, take the mission or refuse the mission. I got you. You literally can say, I'm not going to do it. Look, I'm going to say I'm not going to do it. I got you. You're talking in-game. But role-playing is more than just right in-game. Role-playing is the whole experience. Well, I guess I was thinking more of, like, the audience role-playing, like on Twitch. Not necessarily if you're in your home by yourself. Yeah, I got you. No, I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying. But role-playing is pretending. So if you're going to go and pretend that you're doing something, you can pretend that you hung up on them and refuse the call. What's up, Fariel? Happy Friday. How you doing? But yeah, I agree that it would be nice to be able to, like, turn down missions. I don't think it's that much. You could definitely be able to be like, yeah, I'm not going to do that. That doesn't fit within my thing. That's the game's job. Sure. Sure. Sometimes you could play within the game's parameters. Sometimes you got to make up your own shit along the way. But, I mean, like I said, at the end of the day, you don't have to do the missions. You can't refuse them in-game, but you don't have to do them, at least. So, if you feel like that's outside of what your character is supposed to be doing and what your character is built for, you don't have to do it. But I get it. You want the option to, like, turn the mission down. And, yeah, I don't think that that would be too much of an ask to be able to be like, yeah, I don't want to do this. I think it would go a long way. It's not your job to balance their game. You're not really good at role-playing, are you? Yeah, I mean, I don't think your criticisms are wrong. I mean, but at the same time, you know, the game doesn't give you that option, so you just have to work with what you have, right? You want more role-playing options. I got you. I'm the role player. Right, so you have to work within the parameters of what the game gives you, right? You have to work with them. Right? You're not the DM. So you have to work within the confines. I don't know. The DM's the one that makes up the role-playing experience. Right, and so the DM is the game developer, and you have to work within those confines of what the parameters that they set out and what you can do. So, I got you. You want to do this one thing, and the game doesn't let you do that, and they're not a good DM. So you want every option ever available. Ever. I mean, that's just not how game development works. But yeah, I don't think it would be asking too much to be able to refuse missions. I don't think that that would be asking too much. But at the same time, again, it's... Alright, you accept the mission, but you don't have to do it. I don't know. Are we talking about Dungeons & Dragons? No, well, sort of. Cyberpunk, it is a role-playing game. Teek's upset that there aren't, like, more role-playing options in Cyberpunk. And, I mean, it is a game based on, what do you call it? You know, a tabletop game. So he's just complaining about the options that you know, they didn't add into it. In saying that, like, those lack of... more role-playing mechanics should be part of it. WoW has been using faction and rep-based quest lines for like 20 years. It's not a crazy and wild concept. Yeah, and it's something that they didn't do. You went Dungeon Master? Yeah, well, I mean, that's what it is. That's what it is. DM is Dungeon Master, at least in this experience, or this conversation. It could have been something else. Chilling, doing a sexual harassment module. That sounds fun. But, yeah. Hey. I've never really delved into like that side of gaming. I'll call it that. I've never really delved into that. I've never really thought to myself, they're not giving me enough options too often. Too often. You know? I never really thought about it in that regard. How about that? Maybe that's a better way to say I've never really thought about it in that regard. More options are always nice. I'm always about it. Like, I always talk about how accessibility is great in video games, and more options on how to approach and play the game is always a good thing. It's always a good thing. It's always a good thing. To add to your immersion and your ability to role play, especially when it's a game based on a tabletop game that affords you those options. And I think it's much easier to do that stuff in a tabletop game than an actual game. But yeah, I think that's a small thing, that being able to accept and refuse missions. Just about every open world RPG, usually, like this game, you can turn down anybody in this game. You can turn down anybody. I feel like you should probably be able to turn down missions in Cyberpunk. I don't think that's asking for too much. I don't think that is. And it would definitely work. For in your instance, you can say, like, it just adds to my immersion and my role playing. Just the ability to say, no, I'm not going to do that, you know? You looked at Debbie's new boobs one time and you're doing modules? New boobs? The option should be presented in subsequent playthroughs, not all at once. I like having all that like dumped on me because I want to do everything. Like I don't want to miss out on it, and I don't want to play the game like 5 different times to see like the variety of different things. I personally want to get all the content that I can out of one playthrough. That's what I want to do. I'm not someone that likes to go through and like replay games. So for someone like me, it fits perfectly. I get to see like as much content as I want. And I like that more openness of choice. And I feel like that should still be there. But I think that they should give you options. You want to be a crazy Mad Max's loose cannon, you should be able to make that character and go through a storyline appropriate for that character. I got you. I like the openness. I like the fact that, like, things are open to you, and you can do those things. Did I see your comment? If developers can integrate some kind of gameplay adaptation to the player, if the player is more stealthy, make the enemies more susceptible to headshots or fatal wounds, make the enemies more aware, if the player is more aggressive, make the enemies a bit more resilient to, like, chems or something? I don't think that's necessary. Enemies just need to be enemies. The developers just need to do a good job of building the builds in ways that can handle enemies. Some builds might make certain enemies harder. Some builds might make certain enemies easier. Like you might have, like if you're a hacker and you're fighting giant mechs and humans, it might be easier to take down the giant mechs than it would be the humans because you specialize in hacking and maybe like stealthy approach. It might be harder to deal with them. And as like a more Rambo person, it might be much harder to bring down mechs than it is the humans. I think you can find like a happy balance in there without like catering to each side and having like enemies like change in that way. I don't think something like that is completely necessary. I don't think that is at all. I mean, all enemies, all human enemies are susceptible to headshots anyways. That storyline should have very little crossover for a bleeding heart hacker trying to make the world a better place. I got you, and you want, like, more options as far as, like, how that stuff goes, too. That's a big ask. I mean, you could do it. There are games that have had, like, wildly varying, like, endings depending on, like, your approach to the game, but those are few and far between. A lot of the times, someone wants to tell a story. And they give you the illusion of choice. And people don't like that. People don't like that because then they find out that their choices really didn't make a difference. So you have one of two choices. You accept what happened there or you complain. Someone wanted to tell a story and give you the illusion of choice. I don't mind the illusion of choice. A lot of games do that. Like the Walking Dead games do that. Mass Effect does that. I didn't mind that. Like, I like the fact that at least I have the illusion of it. It still gives me the immersion that I want and the storytelling that I want. And sure, when things come down to the end and you're like shoehorned into this thing, that stuff rarely ever bothers me, but I get it. It's what CG Project Red sold the game as. Giving you the ability to like make those choices. They did say the game was about choice and like how you approach missions and stuff like that. I remember they were like first, I guess it was like gameplay trailer, and they like showed you approaching a mission in a very specific way, but then they were like, well, you could go in like different ways and deal with this character in a different way, and things can have different outcomes. But it's not as in... You can still sort of do that. But, your character will be unique. You can tackle challenges your own way. Craft your... See, you can't craft your story. You can tackle challenges in your own way. You can. You can. That's true. You can tackle challenges in your own way. They give you that option to tackle them. You said that you played a stealth thief kind of thing. I was more combat oriented. So, yeah, you can do that, but craft your own story, not so much. Yeah, you're kind of following their story. You're kind of following their story. There's no really going your own path. There's no really going your own path. You get to decide how you interact with the characters, like whether they're gonna like you or not. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you definitely can't craft your own story. I mean, you sort of can. If you, like, bend some things here and there. But yeah, no, you're pretty much shoehorned into their story. They have a path that you want to go down, and that's it. There's a lot they could have done to differentiate the whole experience. Yeah. 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 I still like the game. I still really enjoy the game. I really enjoyed the game. I had fun with it. But yeah, they definitely could have expanded on ideas. They certainly could have. They obviously didn't have the time to. Who do you get angry at, Teak? Do you get angry at the developers for not including that stuff? Or do you get angry at the execs for rushing out the game that was clearly not ready to be shipped yet? Who are you angry at? You're angry at CD Projekt Red, but that's too broad. You angry at, like, you angry at the execs? I'm angry at the execs for doing that, because I bet you the developers wanted to keep pushing that shit forward. Both? I don't know that it's fair to get angry at the developers. Because they didn't have a lot of control as to when the game was going to come out, or kind of like the condition it was coming out in. It was clearly rushed out. Like, that's pretty obvious. I don't think we can argue about that, and I don't think you can blame the developers for that. They didn't want to put it out. They actually spoke out afterwards and said, yeah, this shit was totally rushed out. We didn't want it out in this shape. I don't know that you can get angry at them for that. They didn't have control over that. Like, the execs are like, you're pushing this out now, finish it now. And they're like, it's not done yet. What's up, Varial? It was in development for years and years and delayed because it continued to needed work. Yep. Game development. Yep. Yep. You know, like, you start out the game and you start developing a game and you go, yeah, this is not going the way we want it. We got to try again. I mean, that's how that stuff. How long is the company supposed to pay them to not produce a finished product? I mean, I got you, but don't defend a company, man. Don't go for, like, back and forth here. You're right. I got you. You don't want someone just, like, constantly being wishy-washy. Look at there's a lot of examples of how, like, shit like that goes. You've got Duke Nukem. You got Duke Nukem. You've got Final Fantasy, what turned into Final Fantasy 15. You've got Kingdom Hearts. I guess Starfield. Not Starfield. Star Citizen, right? How long? I mean, I guess you could lump what is it? Hornet, Hollow Knight 2, whatever that Silk Song. There we go, Silk Song in there. The game wasn't done, so what the fuck were they doing with all that dev time? Developing the game, man. They're not sitting there twiddling their thumbs. Probably in meetings they didn't want to be in. There's probably that too. There's a lot that goes on. There's a lot that goes on in game development. Sometimes you go down a route and you develop something that you feel is like really good and awesome, and you implement it into the game and you show it to execs and they go, no, we don't like this, change this. And you go, fuck, dude, we spent 6 months developing this. And they go, change fucking everything. And you sit there and you go, we thought we were in a good place. And then some snot-nosed person upstairs goes, yeah, no. So now we have to literally go back to the drawing board and change this, even though this is a good thing. Sometimes it's not a good thing. That shit happens. Maybe it happened a lot. I don't know. But maybe they didn't. Maybe they didn't drop the ball in a big way. Maybe they didn't. Maybe they didn't. Maybe nothing in the planning stage went wrong. You get approval like every step of the way, and then you show it off to somebody or show what you've been working on, or somebody just fucking changes their mind, or something goes completely wrong. There's so many different factors that go into game development that, as us, people that don't work into game development, are not privy to. At all. It's like complaining about, like, why did it take so long for Tears of the Kingdom to come out when they had already made Breath of the Wild? Like, they're making a fucking game, man. They're making a fucking game. Shit takes time. Sometimes things go well. Sometimes things go bad. Game development, man. There's just a lot of stuff we're not privy to. And there's a lot of, like, bullshit when it comes to, you know, execs, CEOs, CFOs, higher-ups the board that you have to, like, appeal to and stuff like that. And you want to make changes, but those changes have to be approved. And you go, well, we're doing one thing. We don't like how this is developing. Then you have to go and seek approval. You have to get funding for things. There's so many different things that go on the inside of gaming that we just don't have access to as non-game developers. So, yeah, sometimes things just end up in developmental hell when maybe they should, maybe they shouldn't be, but due to a comedy of errors, they end up in those positions. But a lot of the times, yes, sure, some of that stuff probably can be put on the developer's shoulders. I feel that more so, though, it's really that, like, you're right, the execs want to see a product and they want to put a product out, and you go, well, we want this product out at this amount of time. People that, again, a lot of execs don't have any clue about gaming. A lot of execs don't come up from the gaming industry and get into, like, head positions. It's people that get hired to run a business, so they don't understand how game development works. So they go, we set you a deadline, why isn't this done? And you go, that's not how things work. You know? So I think you have more of a right to be angry at boards, CFOs, CEOs, and shit like that. I think that's where a lot of blame should be put. But yes, sometimes development, like, goes awry. And you have to hold people accountable for that too. Like, you don't want people wasting time, you know, or developing something subpar. So yes, there's definitely that side of things too. But I am more apt to not blame the people on, you know, the line work, and more apt to blame the unfair expectations that people hold them to. There's plenty of blame to go around. I think you're right in that regard, but I think more so it lies on like the higher ups than it does the grunt worker. You're always inclined to point the finger at the higher-ups. The higher hips. Higher hips. I'll point my finger at them, too. Yeah. I tend to, too. They're so... Generally speaking, they're... I don't want to say disengaged, because that's not the right term, but they are very far removed from what it takes to actually do things. You know, they're there to make a profit. They're not there to understand how the game development works. That's a lot of businesses. That's a lot of businesses. And you go, look at fucking Unity. Look at what's happening with Unity right now. Like, what the hell is going on there? Now, that's a game engine, but what out of touch lunatic goes like, this is what we're doing? Their CEO is a fucking nutbag. Fucking nutbag. The execs threw $313 million at the dev team. It's one of the most expensive games ever made. Did they get their money's worth out of that development cost? Probably not. Probably not. And sometimes you have to know when to shut things down. And sometimes you have to know when to shut things down and cut your losses. Maybe Cyberpunk should have been one of those games that ended up, because yeah, it went through many different phases throughout its life. Like, the end product is not like, I don't think it's like the vision that they had at the beginning or what they started with. I think they restarted that project a couple of times before it really got off the ground. Maybe at some point you have to realize and go like, yeah, we're just shutting this shit down. And again, you can blame that. You can blame that on the developers, and you can blame that on the execs. Sometimes you have to know when to cut your losses. And maybe they were just like, fuck it. We can't afford to keep giving these people money, right? So we're just gonna, like, ship out what we have right now. I don't know. I don't know. You know what I would like? I would love it if there was some sort of, like, documentary that went through and, like, covered something like that. So you could see, like, I guess they don't want, like, inside secrets getting out and shit like that, whatever those may be, but... Like actual, like, going through the development and getting, like, all this information on, like, how something like Cyberpunk happens, or how something like Assassin's Creed Unity happens, you know, like, cover a massive AAA game and all of its missteps along the way. Something like Duke Nukem Forever. Like, how things just went so badly awry. Those would be fascinating. Those would be fascinating to know. Like, and for us, like, casual gamers to have a better idea of what really goes on. Because so many people say things that they have no idea what the fuck they're talking about. Like, I'm sure even both you and IT have said things about game development that have been very wrong, just because we're not part of that. And I think more transparency, and that's a good thing. I think more transparency, and that's a good thing. I would totally eat up and read or watch something like that on that stuff. Any of y'all see the interview with the GM CEO? Boils your blood? Another CEO guy? No, we were talking yesterday about the auto strike, and no, we didn't. We did. I have not seen that. I tried to look for more information today, and I just saw another article that was talking about the workers going on strike. I didn't really see much from anybody else. I didn't have time tonight to look at anything either. I got up really late. So no, I did not. I would be fascinated to see, like, all the goings-ons of, like, what happened behind the scenes in Cyberpunk. Like, why it took so long. I mean, I can speculate on why it took so long, and I probably could get pretty close as to why it was. But it really makes you wonder, like, both sides of the equation, not just, like, the development side of things, but also, like, the higher executive level decision-making and stuff. I'd be fascinated to know about that. And it gives you, like, a good idea of, like, how development works. You get to, like, see, like, why certain things make it into a game, why certain things get cut out of a game, why they made these choices to go down these routes. Like, all that stuff is fascinating. Like, I want to see the financial side, I want to see the marketing side, I want to see the development side. I want to see the ins and outs of, like, meetings and shit like that go on. Like, discussions about how stuff go. Like I want to see all that stuff. I want to know the ins and outs of all that. That's fascinating to me because there's so much I just don't know. There's a lot we're just not privy to. It's interesting. It's definitely interesting. And yeah, I mean, when you dump a lot of money into something, you want to see a product. Jason Schreier does a good job covering stuff. Based on discussions with CD Projekt developers, a major reason for the poor performance of 2077 Cyberpunk on release was underestimating the effort that would be needed. While more than twice as many developers were brought on board to help with the game compared to The Witcher 3, CD Projekt had only expected the same amount of time to complete the game, so that the bulk of development towards the game only began in late 2016. The expanded scope of Cyberpunk 2077 included the game's new engine, had created difficulties, and while there were more developers, there was less organization of their various functions that further hampered the development. That's crazy, and I bet you they asked for more help, and, you know, the higher-ups go, we can't afford it. Yeah, somebody definitely dropped. That's a big scope. That's a big scope, and somebody has to understand about how, like, one, you go, all right, well, this is going to take a really long time, but yeah, that's definitely something. Well, I don't know that's... Maybe that's something you have to... That's a typical story. We hear that story a lot, where it's just like, we underestimated the effort it was going to take to do this. You see that with a lot of, like, Kickstarter stuff, and that's on a smaller stage. Stuff like Bloodstained or like Mighty Number 9, where it's just like, we have this plan, and we thought these things were doable because before we had, you know, big studio behind us to back us up, and we didn't realize how big of an undertaking this was. You see that a lot, even on small, like, indie developers, where someone is, like, starting up a game and doesn't realize how big of an effort these things are. So, like, the scope just gets bigger. You have, like, these ideas that you want, and then you don't know. And sometimes that's one of those things where it's like a CD Projekt Red made The Witcher 3, but Cyberpunk was definitely bigger. There was more grandiose ideas in that, behind that. So yeah, I get that. And there you go. That's the big thing, is that they unintentionally bit off more than they could chew. And when those situations happen, what do? You've got, like, a sunk cost fallacy at that point, right? Like, okay, bigger, better, more ambition. That's what everybody wants, right? The developers want that. The execs want that. The gamers want that. Everybody usually wants that, you know, better, bigger and better. So you have all these grandiose, expansive ideas. You go, this is what we're going to do. You look at your past projects. Fortunately, they had the option to look at their past projects, right, and go, okay, this is what we did here. We know this is going to be bigger, so we're going to bring on more development staff to kind of help with that. But obviously, at some point, you go, yeah, this isn't going the way that we planned this. It's so much more broader than we thought. One of two things happen, right? I guess one of three things happen. You continue forward with what you have, and things end up the way they did. The company ends up throwing more money at you so you can actually get the shit done. Or two, the company looks at it, or three, the company looks at it and then goes, yeah, we gotta shut this shit down. There's no way we can do this. Or you just have to, like, pare everything down. Someone needs to go, yup. But then the game comes out and then it's a horrible product. Yeah, it sounds like ambition got in the way. So yeah, that's definitely a planning stage thing, for sure. Baked a contingency time into their plans. But see, that's a thing, like, I don't think that that's a feasible thing. I think that's naive. I don't think that you can bake a contingency time into there, because that's one of those things. Game development is obviously not ever going to go the way you expect it to. There are too many unknown factors that can go into that. So a contingency time thing just feels Like, it's not going to serve any purpose. Putting in like a due date on something like that is not helpful. If you're saying, like, if we don't meet these goals by this date, we're going to have to reevaluate what we're doing. They may do that behind the scenes, but sometimes that stuff isn't always feasible. Especially dealing with a new engine. That's a big one. That's a big one. Dealing with a new engine is massive. Is massive. That's a really big thing. Creating a brand new engine for your brand new game, there's going to be a big learning curve, right? There's going to be a big learning curve. And I guess they had no idea how long something like that was going to take. It just, yeah, I mean, it sounds like a mess all around. It sounds like a mess all around. But that's hindsight. That's hindsight. That's hindsight. It's easy to look back at that and go, this is where they all messed up. But from the beginning, I don't know that you have any way of guessing, like, this is going to get bad. I wonder if there were any, like, red flags, warning signs that, like, something like this is going to go awry. I wonder how much you can take the story of what happened with Cyberpunk and apply that to other development houses, and can other companies learn from those mistakes? Like, where did they go wrong along the way, and can you learn something from like that going forward? I'm sure the people working on the projects going forward now have a better understanding of that stuff, but like, could somebody go from, you know, CD Projekt Red to another big company like EA or Ubisoft or any other developer and like get in there, start developing, and be like, depending on where you are, I say developing very broad, and seeing those red flags that you saw when you were in another company, like, oh god, I gotta get the fuck out of here. I wonder how applicable that is. And I wonder how much you could parlay something like that. Like, I was part of a failed project, but that's actually a good thing, because now I am privy to these warning signs, and I can, you know, I can help evaluate things, you know. You can be a consultator, a consular. Yeah, I don't think timelines is like a setting like due dates on things is a viable thing. At least in that regard, expanding the scope of a game. They probably already understood that expanding the scope of game was going to take more time. Working with a new engine and doubling the size of your team, you're used to dealing with their very obvious red flags to be conservative with your timelines. Maybe they were being naive too. Obviously they were being naive. Expanding the scope of a game is one thing. It depends on how much you're expanding that scope of. You know, if you're modifying a handful of things here and there and adding some things when you already have an engine, then you don't have to worry about it. I think the biggest thing was the working with the new engine. That's probably your biggest thing, because everybody has to learn this new thing. It's not like you're coming in and you have like an established engine you're working in, like Unity or Unreal Engine or something like that. You build something from the ground up, so everybody is figuring things out. So yeah, things are going to take a lot longer than expected. And yeah, they probably did not take that into consideration. They probably didn't. But like, that's not to say that you shouldn't have ambition and build new engines to work in and expanding your studio in the size of stuff, but like, how do you account for that? How do you account for that? Okay, so you say that those are the red flags, but how do you account for that? This is just basic everyday logic. If you need to be at a place You've never been on Google Maps, says 45-minute drive. Do you leave 45 minutes before you need to be there and just expect to get there exactly on time? And, I mean, what if... Alright, that doesn't say, but what if they did try to account for that? They did give themselves extra time. They realized that expanding the scope of the game, doubling the workforce, and working on the new engine, what if they did compensate for that, but they undercompensated? Let's say you did compensate. Let's say you leave 15 minutes early. Let's say you leave 15 minutes early to be safe. All right, 45-minute drive, you're going to give yourself an extra 15 minutes. But there's an accident that you couldn't have predicted, and it takes you an extra hour to get there. Were you supposed to compensate for 2 extra hours? Am I supposed to leave 3 hours early? What if I go in the future and now I'm leaving 3 hours early because of a 45-minute drive? There's some things you just can't compensate for. So sometimes, regardless of how much you try to plan ahead for, there's some things that just happen that you can't predict or compensate. Seeing as this is their profession, I'd say that they didn't do a very good job. I'm just saying that sometimes there are things that you can't control that are out of your hands that you would have no way. I'm not trying to defend it. I'm just saying that sometimes there are things that even when you make contingency plans and you try to prepare for the worst, sometimes there are things that are just out of your control. Their office didn't get struck by a meteor. I'm not saying that that's what happened. I'm just saying that maybe they did. I don't know. I'm just saying maybe they did try to put in a contingency plan, and maybe they did leave early, and maybe they did try to, correct for some of this stuff that was coming down the line or what they were preparing for. Maybe they did. And there was a giant 10-car pileup. You can't plan for that. They just did a bad job. They didn't plan well enough. They overestimated what they were capable of, and it all went to shit. That's hindsight. That's hindsight. That's easy to say in hindsight. It's very, very easy to say in hindsight. I don't know that it's possible to say something like that. Like, they could have given themselves all the time in the world. What if they were like, okay, it took us 8 years to develop The Witcher 3. These numbers don't really mean anything. I'm just using this as an example. Let's say that it took them 8 years to develop The Witcher 3. And they took into account, like, they're developing the engine, they're doing all this stuff, and they're like, okay, well, we already had the engine in place for The Witcher 3. We're building a new engine. What if they took all those contingencies into plan and said, it's going to take us another, like, 4 extra years. So we're going to put a 12-year timetable on this. I don't know what the actual numbers are. We're going to do that. And shit happens along the way, and here comes year 13 and year 14 because of things that they could have never in a million years predicted for. But they did take the time to say, like, okay, this is going to take an extra 3 or 4 years down the line. What if they did plan for that? I'm not saying that that's what they did. I have no idea what they did. I don't know if they took that stuff into account. I have no idea. But I'm just saying, like, can you really be angry at people for that? They were struck by a meteor in the marketplace of ideas. Yeah. I'm not trying, don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to defend anything that happened in CD Projekt Red. I'm just saying it's like, it's hard to judge something like that without actually knowing anything. And then chastising someone for not having any idea. of what actually happened. It's a hard thing to do. Sure, do we want to blame people? Yeah, sure, and it's easy to point fingers and say, bad boy. But we really don't know everything. Somebody fucked up along the way. Okay, you can hold somebody accountable for that, but the real question is, was it ever practical? Was it ever practical? No, I do. I think it's fine holding people accountable, but sometimes you can look at somebody's plan and go, this is fucking impossible. We just don't have the means to handle this. Sometimes you can look at something like that and go like, yeah, man, we're like two fucking high school kids. We can't build a rocket ship to the moon. I see that you have all the plans out here. I got it. I see all the plans here. I see it. We can't do this. So you can look at somebody and you can see like their proposal and go, yeah, no. The proposal could have seemed viable and feasible at the time. Like everything seemed on the ball. And sometimes you don't know until you get feet on the ground and start going that something is just like way beyond the scope that you thought it was. But I'm saying sometimes it's not possible to understand that. You can't expect people to understand the future and the scope of things. Maybe at the planning stages, maybe at those early planning stages, there was something. Maybe there was something that you could look back and go like, yeah. But maybe there was something that just... Sometimes this shit just happens. They didn't do their job well enough. Like I said, it's easy to look back in hindsight and go, someone didn't do their job well enough. But maybe at that time, when it started, there was no way to predict something like this could happen. That's also feasible. That's all. It's just as feasible as saying, like, you get to look back and say somebody didn't do their job, but you don't know what it's like at that, like, starting point. It's easy to look back on things and point fingers. That's super easy to do. But, like, sometimes at the beginning, yeah, no, it kind of does. It kind of does. It absolutely 100% does matter. It 100% absolutely does. Because sometimes there's just no way to know something. We just did this one thing. This is a little bit larger than this other thing. Can we feasibly do this? And without ever having the experience in that or anybody to, like, check this. Somebody has to be the first person to fail, right? Look at what happens with like building rocket ships and going to the moon, and how often those things don't go the way things are planned. You can go through, check all the right boxes, everything can be going perfectly, and then something unpredictable happens down the line, and it causes the challenger to explode. There are certain things that there's just no way to predict that can happen down the fucking line. You can look back and try to go like, well, we can blame somebody for this, and somebody's going to be held accountable for shit, but sometimes things just happen that you can't control. And sometimes in game development, there's a lot of things that can go wrong. I'm not trying to defend anybody. I'm just saying that it's super easy to look back and go, you. But at the time, sometimes it's not. To literal rocket science. Yeah, I am. Yeah, I am. You like it? You like it? That's a good one, right? It's a good one. It's a good one. It's a good metaphor, man. It's a good metaphor. It's a good metaphor. It works. It works. I thought it was good. I was like, I'm comparing it to rocket science. I liked it. You didn't like it? As soon as the thought popped into my head, my brain went, yes, this is a good one. This is a good one. I think it's a good one. I think it's a good one. I think there's a lot of parallels. There's a lot of planning that goes into it, and a lot of things that build up to it. And sometimes things take longer, and sometimes things just don't go the way you expect it. And sometimes things end in an absolutely horrific way. and maybe you technically didn't do anything wrong along that way. There's just no way that you could predict something like that was going to happen. And maybe nobody did anything technically wrong along the way. Again, I don't know what happened in CD Projekt Red. I don't know. They're swimming into uncharted territory. And for as many precautions as you may take, and for many as contingency plans that you have, sometimes it's not possible to predict how things are going to go. That's why when things go sideways, people use very common phrase, don't worry about it. This is just like rocket science. Well, it's not rocket science. I'm just saying there's a lot of complexity behind it. Game development is really, 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 really fucking complicated. There's a lot of ins and outs to it. There's a lot of things going on there. And to the layperson, I am sure explaining some of the more complicated things of game development could seem like rocket science. If you have no knowledge about that stuff. I'm sure it could seem like that. Things are complicated, right? That's my only point, is that things are very complicated, extremely complicated, and oversimplifying a situation like this, I feel, is a bit silly. That's all that I'm trying to. That's my point, is that it's extremely complicated. There's a lot we don't know about. You get to look at NASA and go, we're going to the moon, and then you see a rocket take off, and you go, see, isn't that easy? And the same thing with a game is, we're gonna make a video game, and then you see a product, and we're not privy to anything that happens, anything in between there. They were paid to do a job, the job didn't get done, bad job. Would you say that about the people that, you know, when in Challenger, would you say that? Bad job? Bad job? Bad job? Bad job? Would you say that? Nobody lost their life due to CD Projekt Red, not rocket science. I'm making a parallel here. I'm making a parallel here. Where's the disconnect? Where's the disconnect? Where's the disconnect? Where's the disconnect? Hello? 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 Sometimes you do everything right. Sometimes you do everything right, and things still go wrong. It happens. Sometimes you don't make mistakes. Sometimes you can't plan for unforeseen things. Did a good job until they hit that iceberg. Definitely the iceberg was an unforeseen thing. I don't know what caused them to hit the iceberg. I don't think anyone will ever know what caused them to hit the iceberg. We can only speculate there. I don't know. I don't know. He hit an iceberg. You shouldn't hit an iceberg. You thought it was negligence? I don't know. Nobody at CD Projekt Red is saying mistakes weren't made. They're inventing scenarios. I'm not saying mistakes weren't made either. I'm not saying that either. I'm not saying that either. I was just saying, like, sometimes you could do everything right and shit can still go wrong. That's all that I'm saying. You're jumping to conclusions on things. Clearly there were mistakes made through game development. Clearly. Alright, well, either way, I am we always get off track. Either way, I'm done talking about this. I'm interested to see what all of like the big updates are in 2.0 and how much it really affects the game. Who knows, Teak? Maybe they'll do something with the factions. Maybe they'll change that stuff. You said that I haven't really seen too much about the new update, but maybe they'll make some interesting changes, and maybe it'll improve the experience, or maybe it won't do much. Maybe the majority of the changes are going to be more combat oriented and not so much on the like story side of things. I doubt that they're really going to do too much in that regard. The focus definitely seemed more on like the combat side of stuff. So I doubt that they're gonna like cater in any way to like role-playing stuff, but maybe they will. Maybe they will. Maybe they will. Very skeptical that they're touching the story at all outside of like the news side area. Yeah. But I mean, they're making some big changes in the gameplay and how the game works, which I don't think that they might like deal with the story directly. I don't think like the main story, I think that's set in stone, but maybe some of the ways you go about approaching the side content, like they made adjustments. Like when you and I played through the game, they dumped all the side quests on you at one time. They already made adjustments to that. Maybe they're going to continue to tweak that? I don't know. I just saw like a small bullet point, and most of the stuff was, so you no longer, like when you get to a new area and you know how like the person calls you up and they're like, hey, here's missions that you can do. They now lock you out of missions and stuff like that, so you don't have like 40 missions dropped on your head now. It's like a progressive thing, as far as I know now what they did. So you're not going to like go driving around to a mission and you're going to find like level 40 enemies like you could before. Because you definitely found that before, where you would like, you got the missions jumped on your head and then you would drive to like a destination like nearby and you'd be like, holy fuck, these guys, I'm like level 4 and these guys are like 35. Like you can't do that now. Like they like lock that stuff out. So maybe they'll make more adjustments to that kind of thing? I honestly don't know. I think so. Yeah. Yeah, I believe maybe very hard relative to what you are. Maybe very hard relative to what you are. So like very hard could be like 3 or 4 levels above you, right? Not like 15 levels above you, you know? Still doable. They might still give you like that challenge thing. I haven't played it, but I know that they like blocked it off. So maybe they will make some like adjustments otherwise. What's up, Smoke? How you doing, dude? What you stoners are talking about? We were talking, oh, my controller turned off. We were talking about Cyberpunk. Having a fun discussion about Cyberpunk and the shitty job that CD Projekt Red did developing Cyberpunk. But now we're just talking about speculating maybe like what they can and can't do for the new update before the expansion comes out. I think the expansion comes out after the 2.0 update. I'm not sure when the expansion's supposed to come out, but I think it's like a couple months before the expansion comes out. They're supposed to drop the update, so I guess people have like a chance. I think it's, no, that's a lie. I think it's a couple weeks. I think it's like a couple weeks before the expansion comes out that they're dropping the 2.0 update. So I guess maybe you can do like another playthrough before you get to the expansion. You find it strange is that the combat in Cyberpunk was fine to begin with? I agree. I love the combat. Like, you're all for tweaks and stuff, but what's weird thing is to put so much emphasis on it when so much more of the game could use it. Yeah, to be honest, I liked how everything was. The combat, the mechanics, the abilities that you got, I thought it was all fine. The way you unlock things, but they say they're redoing skill trees and all that, and they're rebalancing things. It seems like it's going to be like a brand new experience to an extent. I don't think that they're changing like, I don't actually know. Maybe they are changing how you approach combat and stuff like that. I'm not entirely sure how expansive it is, but they are making some big changes to it, which, yeah. Still interested in playing it when it's free on PS Plus. It's a fun game, Smoke. I mean, unless you should have a PS5 or an Xbox Series whatever to play it, though. Don't try playing it on like a PS4. Did they ever pull it from those? Did they pull it from it, or did they just go good enough? They pulled it from Xbox One and PS4, right? Like, it never... I don't think the game was ever supposed to be on there. You're waiting for a deep sale on 2077? Man, I bought that shit brand fucking new when it came out. I think it got pulled from PS4. You don't know that it ever came back. I don't think that it ever did. I think that they were just like, yeah, this is just not gonna happen. I'm a PS5 man. Oh, okay. There you go. What's up, Axeman? Well, with the expansion coming out, I bet you it's gonna be a while. I bet you it's gonna be a while. They'll probably have... I mean, right now, I think you can get it for $30. I think you can get it for $30, which is like somewhere around like half off. I think I saw it on Good Old Games the other day for $30. So that's pretty good. That's pretty good. That's like 50%, right? It's like 50%. So that's not bad. I was going to say, I think they have a sale going on right now to like encourage people to pick it up and play it before the expansion drops. Saw something the other day that was 50% that you meant to remember. Hades. I want to get Hades for $5. I'll pay $5 for Hades. I'm not going to pay more than that. I'm not going to pay more than that. Because I feel like, not because I don't think the game is worth it. Everyone loves it. Everyone loves it. I just think it's a style of game that I may not enjoy. So I don't want to spend money on something I don't think I'm going to enjoy. But I hope that my mind is changed if and when I ever play it. Which isn't bad. $12.50 isn't bad. It's $25, okay. 50% isn't bad. I'm waiting. Did you like Jotun? Jotun was okay. Jotun was okay. Jotun was okay. I don't think Hades plays much like Jotun. I bet you it plays better than Jotun. Jotun was definitely clunky. I like top-down action stuff. I don't like roguelike stuff. That's the thing. I don't like roguelike stuff. What's frustrating, you'd bet, is a dedicated team of modders could probably work faction locks into the game. That would be cool. That would be cool. I wonder. I haven't looked at any mods for Cyberpunk. I wonder if people have made some cool stuff for it. I wonder if they have, because CD Projekt Red definitely lets modding happen. I don't know if they're as receptive as like Bethesda is to it, but they haven't they provided tools for it already? I'd be curious if there's anything neat out there. You liked Jotun but didn't finish it. Jotun felt more like a puzzler to me. Nah, Jotun's not a puzzle game at all. Jotun's interesting. So all you do in Jotun is you have like a couple of areas that you go into and you grab some power-ups and then you go fight a boss. Like, you're really not doing much in like the explorable areas. Jotun felt more like a concept game. I wish it was expanded on more, to be perfectly honest. I feel like it was like a good like starting point, you know, for something like really cool. But instead, that's like the final game we got. I wish that Red Lotus, I think that's the name of the studio, I wish they went back to that concept and like improve things in it, because it's really cool, but it feels kind of like yeah. Necromunda Hired Gun, never heard of it. Last time you looked, you know there were some big game balance overhaul mods. We never tried them since the DLC had already been announced. Oh, okay. I bet you some people could create some really cool things. I bet you they could. Teak, you know what you got to do? You have to figure out how to program in faction stuff. You got to do it. You got to do it. If nobody else is going to do it, you know what, man? You got to do that shit, man. I appoint Teak, the modder that is going to bring some cool faction shit into Cyberpunk. I nominate Teak. It's his idea. And I think you got to run with it, man. I think you got to run with it. Get on it, Teak. Let's see it happen. Let's see it happen. Give up everything. Give up everything. Quit your job. Get an easier job that doesn't require so much attention. Easy job. And stop gaming. No more gaming. No more gaming. And just focus solely on fixing CD Projekt Red's game. It's up to you, man. It's up to you. They couldn't do it, so Teak the gamer, it's up to you now. Then by the time you finish 3, people had done a repair mod. You did that in Stalker for repairing weapons and armor. And by the time you finished 3, people had done a repair mod. Nice. Good for you. Win the lotto and pay 3 dudes $1 million to do what CD Projekt Red couldn't. No. You have to do it. You gotta put your gamer hood on. You gotta get your Powerade. What do gamers drink? What's the powder shit that they drink? Gamer fuel. You gotta get your gamer fuel. You gotta learn programming, and then you gotta jump on it. No, not winning this lottery. Your gamer hood, is that your foreskin? Gross. No. Not all gamers have foreskin, alright? Mountain Dew KOTOR Red? Yeah, that's it. Dump some G Fuel into Mountain Dew KOTOR Red. Get on that shit. Alright, let's play some Jade Empire. Been talking for like an hour. You guys stun-locked me again. Into yelling about nothing in particular. It's fun. You have any family?
No. That is a painful subject. One that brings back difficult memories. No, not for the reasons you might think. For 4 long years, my bellicose beauty insisted we try and try and try again to have a child. It was a most distressing time. I was so afraid of her for the first year that I could not perform. Her screaming and chastising only made it worse. I overcame that problem, but there were others.
It's not David Cross, but this dude's voice every once in a while has like those similar like inflections that David Cross uses. And it reminds me of him. It's not him, but oh my god, I'm just like, man, who's David Cross? Spent an hour debating the massive complexities of providing a role-playing experience with a goddamn BioWare game on pause. Yeah. And I mean, a lot of the choices in BioWare games are super tertiary too. They're only skin deep as well. Do you wish they used all New Zealand actresses like classic kung fu movies? What weird ass dubs are you watching of kung fu movies? What? 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 Do you live in New Zealand, Axeman? Do you live in New Zealand? Maybe? What? Nearly all Kung Fu releases are New Zealander dubs? Where? One of two things. One of two things. That's not how it is. Or two, I somehow never noticed in like the 30 years I've been watching Kung Fu movies that they have a New Zealand accent. I feel like I would notice that. I feel like I would notice that. I don't think you're right, man. Sometimes it's British. Sometimes it's British. A lot of them are just like really shitty, like Canadian and American accents. I don't know that I've ever heard a New Zealand accent in a Kung Fu movie. Maybe depending on the region of the world that you're in, people did different dubs. I don't think that I've ever heard that. I've watched a lot of fucking Kung Fu movies. Unless they're like New Zealanders doing American accents. Listen again. This guy doesn't watch Kung Fu movies. I think Axeman's just making shit up. I think Axeman's just making shit up. He's just making shit up. I'm gullible enough to look it up. Are Kung Fu movies dubbed in New Zealand? There's literally nothing about this. Nothing. Nothing. There's nothing about this whatsoever. I'm not saying that there aren't Kung Fu movies with New Zealand dubs. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that here in the States, I have never heard that. That's all that I'm saying. I don't see anything on there. Now, if you mean Kung Fu, like specifically Kung Fu, like the TV show and movie, I mean, that's like David Carradine, so that's definitely not New Zealand. Or if you mean like they dubbed Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, I am sure a bunch of different places did their own dubs. I am sure a bunch of different places, but the shit that I have is not dubbed with New Zealanders. I'm not gonna say I'm 100% positive, but I'm pretty damn fucking sure that like the Kung Fu action theater shit, dude, I have a bunch of Shaw Brothers stuff, and that shit is not New Zealand. I don't know what you're watching, man, but you got something special going on, homie. You got something. You got some weird ass bootleg shit. You got some weird ass bootleg shit. That's all that I can say. Yeah. Oi, mate! You jumping over there? Oh, you dirty cunt. No, 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 in it. No. No. I see. You don't have to go on if you don't want to. What other problems did you have? Don't worry, ho. Happens to lots of men. What's up, Sean? How you doing, dude?
My plump plum of a bride is a good deal larger than me. I could compare my nightly efforts akin to climbing a mountain if only it had been that easy. And there was always the fear that she would roll. I am a small man. My delicate frame was not meant for such pressures. I once lost all feeling below the waist, which perhaps was a mercy in itself. Of course, we overcame these obstacles and kept trying for 4 long years.
So, you never had a child? You're a wild man, ho!
Once she decided we would not be able to conceive a child, her interests declined, thankfully. If we had succeeded, I would not have survived to see a second.
Interesting.
Stories, stories, stories. There are no more. If I tell you anything more, I will have no secrets left. A good bunmaster must always have a few secrets.
Okay. Damn.
As you say, I will be here scrubbing
All
your
you've ever
paws
heard
until
is
you fall
that it
upon
was
me.
a small group of Brits, like only 3 guys and 1 woman who worked on long-term contract with the Shaws. Yeah, they dubbed damn near every film done by Shaw Brothers. Whole lot of other Hong Kong stuff when Shaw Brothers had less work and they were loaned. I'm good. I'm able to buy this game in Tomb Raider Legend in 3 more months of Xbox Game Pass. Sweet, dude. You can totally teak find stuff. Man of 1,000 voices, Hong Kong voice actor Ted Thomas on his prolific dubbing career. I knew it was just a few people that did the voices. I knew that. But I figured they were American and British. I don't ever recall hearing New Zealand. Man. Alt-tabbing in this thing is so janky. Oops, that can't be found. It was a fake link, Teak. It was a fake link. Maybe we get rid of the VE? There we go. I got rid of the VE. Where was my... Oh, there it is. There's only one mention of New Zealand in this article, and he said, I visited and worked in Australia and New Zealand, in Canada. Who's the guy? His name is Ted Thomas. Let's actually look him up. Ted Thomas. Voice. So he was English. He was English. Not from New Zealand. I don't see the New Zealand thing. I don't see the New Zealand thing. Yeah, I just took off the VE. He was British and set up in Hong Kong to pioneer English dubbing. Yeah. Yeah. That for sure. I definitely remember British voices. That's for sure. I'm just saying I don't ever remember New Zealand. I think that would stand out. The Kiwi accent is quite noticeable. You had some Microsoft Rewards points that you used to get them. Sweet, dude. That's awesome. Access International. Not the same access. Not the same axis. Zatoichi. We did all his movies. Zatoichi's awesome. I need to watch more of those. I bought the collection of Zatoichi on Criterion, and I watched like the first like 2 or 3 of them, and then I just stopped. There's like 30 of them. There's so many. There's so many. That collection. I know. I need to watch more of it. And that's a lot of Zatoichi to watch. Once I finish Boruto, whenever that is. Now, I'm going to watch them all in order. I'll start at the beginning. I'll watch them all. And I'll start at the beginning, and I'll watch all the Zatoichi movies. I'm down. There's a ton of them. Well, there's the Rutger Hauer one, too. The Blind Swordsman. There's the Rutger Hauer one that was based off of Zatoichi. I like that one. I think that was like the first thing I ever saw Rutger Hauer. Yeah, Blind Fury. Yeah. That's it, Blind Fury. Yeah, man, that was my jam. I heard the Beat Takeshi one is pretty abysmal. I heard that one was pretty abysmal, but I'll watch it. I'll watch them all. And I think the collection was missing one of the newer ones. But you like Beat? I don't really know him all that well. I know he was like an idol turned actor. But other than that, I think he was in like a video game or two, and that's like my only like real. I just heard that like the Beat Takeshi one was not received super well. There's one Zatoichi like 6 to 7 years after the others. Yeah, that was the one. I think I bought that individually. I think I bought that when I found that out. I was like, it's not the complete collection because it wasn't done by like the same studio, so they probably didn't get the same rights to it. Yeah.
Always happy to help. What do you need?
Beat was in Johnny Mnemonic. Sweet. That's a name of a movie I haven't heard in probably since Johnny Mnemonic came out. I don't remember Johnny Mnemonic at all. We rented that shit from Blockbuster, and that was probably the last time that I ever saw Johnny Mnemonic.
I was thinking about a story my father once told me. He was a scoundrel, but he could spin a fine yarn when he wasn't robbing caravans.
Did Johnny Mnemonic have Russell Crowe in it? Did that have Russell Crowe? As near as you can tell, Access International's voice cast was largely British and Canadian. Yeah, I thought it was Canadian too, because I recall some... So that's why I mentioned Canada. Because I recall some of the voice actors having Canadian accents. So maybe that's what I thought when I said American. Maybe I was more thinking Canadian. But either way, yeah, I don't remember the New Zealand thing at all. At all. Not to say that there may have not been dubs that were done by New Zealanders. There very well could have been. Very well could have been. I just don't ever recall hearing that accent. You always forget Dolph Lundgren is in that. You always remember Henry Rollins. I think I like Henry Rollins, or at least I used to. I was not familiar with his music, just as, like, his personality. I never really listened to Black Flag or anything like that, or the Henry Rollins band. Just as him as, like, a personality. But when I saw him in things, I was like, I know who that is.
Have you ever heard the tale of the Eternal Companions?
He's probably one of those people that went crazy. I could see Henry Rollins going off the deep end. Is he like, I bet you now he's like a deep state conspiracy theorist, right? Aliens are real, like him doing the Joe Rogan. Did he go all Joe Rogan? You don't listen to Black Flag? You found him with the Rollins band. Yeah. I've probably heard a song or two of the Rollins band. He came along late in Black Flag too. He wasn't like the starter. I think he's a DC kid that moved out to LA. and then joined Black Flag. Like, he was doing his own thing in a punk band. And then, like, because the LA scene was big, I think he went out there and ended up joining Black Flag as, like, their, like, a replacement member. And then broke off from that and then did the Rollins band thing. I think that's it. The Tale of the Eternal Champions. I'm looking forward to seeing where this is heading. You really think I want to hear a story about ageless courtesans? I don't have time for some story I heard as a child. I can't say I have. What brought it to mind?
The Eternal Companions were a group of warriors that traveled the ancient kingdoms, well before the formation of the Empire.
I don't understand why this companion has the continue thing on him. Like, all the other companions' dialogue, except for the little girl, because she has the demons with her. His shit says continue, and I don't know why it does. Everything else auto-advances.
They were said to be giants, to know styles no one could match, to always appear to offer their services to a kingdom when times were worst.
Maybe at one point, he spoke in one of the foreign languages that they have in the game. Like, there are like 2 or 3 like different languages I think that they have, or maybe one other, like the Old Tongue I think they called it. Maybe he was supposed to speak in Old Tongue, and then they were like, nah, we'll just give him like an actual voice or like another voice actor, and then they just left the like non-auto advance stuff on him. Maybe. Were these warriors real? What made you think of these companions? Sounds like a load of swill to entertain the peasants.
The tales are too fantastic to be accurate. Though I'm sure the Black Whirlwinds tried at least once, no one can actually cleave a mountain in two.
Oh, right.
What made me bring this up was just a simple thought. Were these companions real people once? Were they just like us? Something tells me they were, but not in the way you'd expect. You know how legends tend to grow in the telling? I think they also absorb other tales as they go.
You're taking this awfully seriously. When we succeed, no one will lump us in with some ridiculous fantasy. You think what we're doing is just another version of the tale?
I doubt it. For instance, we have yet to wipe out a rival kingdom. Failing that, I'm a bit shy of 12 feet tall. The point is that when things are wrong, people believe that someone will do something about it. Whether we succeed or not, we're those someones right now.
That's a lot to think of yourself, man. That's a lot to think of yourself. The ego on this guy. You know, we are legends in the making currently.
More importantly, you're the someone. You're the real reason we're together. And I worry about how much of this rides on your shoulders.
I mean, he's right, but, you know, in the time frame, it's a lot to think of oneself. But he's right. He's right. He's right. He's very sageful.
What I'm really trying to say is that we're all with you until this thing is finished. I just hope you can draw some strength from that.
Sky is very nice. Thank you, Sky.
Anytime. I hate to wax morbid, but this is serious business.
Wait, what was morbid about that?
Now, shouldn't you be talking to Dawn Star instead of me? I've seen the way that girl looks at you, and she deserves a little attention.
That's private, Sky. That's private. Snoopy. Yeah, no, we're like all out in the open. I'm just like, hey girl, how's it going? Flirty. Is Dawnstar hot? Hot for a triangle.
You must go to the Lotus Assassin Fortress like we agreed. Find the evidence against Death's Hand, and I will help you rescue Master Li.
I want to ask more about this evidence you want. Oh, no. Is there anything you want to discuss before I get moving? Anything personal?
I don't understand. You've gained the favor of the Lotus Assassins with a fair amount of ease. What else is there to speak of? Is there something you are wondering?
Can you seduce both of them? Will they fight over me? Oh, or will they both reject me? Hello, nurse. Tell me about yourself. I want to know about you.
About me? I am Princess Sun Lian, the Heavenly Lily. What more are you worthy of knowing?
Worthy? See, I don't like the way you talk to me. I don't like the way you speak to me. That's just rude. It's just rude. Dawnstar is all just like, tee hee, we're friends, and she's just like, peasant. I want to help people. I want to help these dirty, filthy peasants. Everything's like a backhanded compliment from her. These peasants are gross. Me. Tell me about your childhood.
I do not remember ever being allowed to just be a child. My mother died when I was born, shortly before the end of the long drought and the fall of my uncles. I was in the care of tutors too afraid to punish me and too ingratiating to teach me anything useful. I quickly found ways to sneak away from the palace. They dared not report my excursions for fear they would be punished. They would scurry around all day trying in vain to find me.
You can't decide which character to pick. What game? Just choose a random one. Number 2. Choose number 2. That's your favorite one. 2's a good one. No, 4. No, 9. No, 1. Nope. 4. The 4th character. That's the best one. Isn't that a dangerous thing for a young girl to do? What did you do in the city? Jade Empire? Oh, you're gonna play Jade Empire too? Nice, dude. Yeah, pick the 4th one. From the right. There's like 6 or 7 you can choose from. And they all vary slightly, but you can build them however you want. They just give you like some basic starting stats. There's only 3 stats that you can dump into: body, spirit, and mind. So you can really build your... It's just, you can start out as a certain class, but then you can change into anything that you want. I think probably all the characters end up playing relatively similar at one point or another. You just get, like, if you choose, like, a magic-based class, I'm sure you get, like, slightly more chi, you know? If you choose, like, a... But you can customize them however you want, either. So if you just like the model of a character, you can change them into whatever you want. So it's really not much. You can choose their starting styles, which are like the attacks that you use, and you can choose their starting stats. So you can basically build the characters however you want. Sean, you can do whatever you want. Just pick the one that you think looks cool, and then give them the abilities that you want and the customization thing. Do whatever you want, man. Yeah. Oh, what size die? I don't know how many. Like I said, I think there's like maybe 7. There's like a male and female of each counterpart, except for like the super strong warrior monk. So there's like fast, there's balanced, and then there's magic. And I think there's a male and female of each of those. And then I think of like the big brute, like the strong monk, I think there's just a male version. I think. So maybe 7? Maybe 7? I'm not sure. What'd you do in the city?
I met the people, the peasants, the homeless, the thieves. Such a different world from what you see from the palace walls. They never realized who I was. I'm sure they would have been terrified of the army storming in to rescue me. Most just wanted to be left alone. That life was exciting, but also useful. Even Lotus assassins overlook the beggar on the street, but she still has eyes and ears.
Tell me about Silk Fox.
Ah, the shadow behind my public self. How else can a curious princess learn what really happens in her domain? I don't have time to interpret the veiled statements of advisors, so I became a thief, an assassin, whatever I needed to be. People will not speak to the princess. Bad news kills the messenger first. Silk Fox knows how to persuade. That is how I learned about the activities of Death's Hand.
No one notices that you're gone for such lengthy periods. Sure, you find being Silk Fox exciting as well. Yeah, no one notices you're gone.
There are many excuses for a vain princess to retreat from sight for days, even weeks at a time. My father encourages such getaways. And if courtiers ever discovered that I was not where I said I would be, who would dare question the Heavenly Lily? I may eschew the formality of it, but being the daughter of the Emperor still has its privileges.
I'm going, Daddy. I'm sure you find being Silk Fox exciting as well.
There is a freedom in it. I have the resources to go anywhere and the secrecy to do anything. If I wished it, I could be quite carefree. But that is not what I have found in practice. Instead, I see how my father's reign has twisted, and I know I must do something.
Indubitably. Okay, tell me about your time at court.
I do not like to speak about that. I try to avoid the court as much as possible.
I said tell
It is
me.
filled with sycophants pandering to the fancies of my father, with little or no concern to their own dignity. It is distasteful.
I said tell me. It wasn't a question, it was a statement. Good idea, better to settle than go to trial. Settle? I don't settle. I don't settle for no one. I'm a winner. 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 I think you would do well at court.
I can handle myself better than any of the fancy courtiers who attempt to match me. I know that someday the court will be mine to rule. When I succeed my father, there will be quite a cleaning out. But with Death's Hand manipulating him, that day seems less and less likely.
Settling is not winning. Settling is cowardice. Settling is cowardice. Settling is going, oh, please don't hurt me. Here, have some money. Go away. That's settling. That's settling. Settling is the coward's way out. Settling is not winning. Winning is winning. Winning is winning. Settling is just another word for loser. Loser. If you settle, you have lost. Compromise, loser. We win here. Unless the settlement price is super high, still losing, man. Still losing. Tell me about your first love.
It would be very improper for someone of my standing to say anything, unless you make me a little more comfortable. I have already shared something of myself. Can you tell me something about you? Is there anyone that you care for?
Yeah, Dawnstar. Dawnstar is of great interest to me. Well, there is one person, a noble. It's your dad. Settling is when I send that unit out and find a 4 resource cluster at a river mouth. And then you can settle there and live there. And then you can have water and food and a good resource like gold to mine and maybe some like area to like farm wheat in. Dawnstar is of great interest to me.
I thought as much. She is simple in many respects. I do not mean that as an insult, really. Sometimes I wish I could be as honest about who I am.
See, she's jealous.
There are times when the line blurs between the Heavenly Lily and Silk Fox. I am no longer certain of which I truly am.
You're both. You are Princess Sun Lian. But that does not mean you are any less deserving of being happy. You are Silk Fox, and you take what you want from whoever you want. That is where happiness lies. That's both stupid. She's literally both. It's not like you have to split yourself down the middle, bifurcate yourself. Your you is Is that there's not like a line drawn here. You're you? You're you? Where's that answer? Where's the you're you? You're you? Conan O'Brien? Or Conan the Barbarian? Two very different things. Two very different things. Conan, ha cha 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 cha. The Barbarian, hacky hacky hacky. You're Princess Leon.
I should not be ungrateful. Everything in my life is dedicated solely to making me happy, but I am at odds with so much. I am always behind a mask, not just when I am Silk Fox. I am not allowed to show an interest in politics, defending the Empire, or even spontaneous affection. You were amusing at first, but now I am drawn further than I meant to be. What do you suppose I should do about that?
Wash my feet. Or Detective Conan? You can't just make things up. I don't know Detective Conan. I've never heard of it. Is that like some like, I don't know. It's an anime and manga. Oh, it's probably why I've never heard of it. Yep. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. You cling to traditions that should be left behind. Clearly you want more. I can provide that. Do not want to cause you discomfort. I withdraw if you wish. I'm your friend, princess. That's all I can be. Tradition can be maintained without restraining people. As the Heavenly Lily, you can make certain of it. Sometimes tradition is good, but known as case closed in the US? Still haven't heard of it. Is it big? Detective Conan is like a 45-year-old detective in like a 10-year-old body. Yep, I'm good. I don't want to hear about that anymore. He's a high school detective? I got you. So it's is it like a Freaky Friday situation where like his dad and him he flip places like with his kid or some shit like that? Is it kind of like that? Who was forced to take a drug that shrunk him to a 10-year-old? Oh, so he was a teenager that turned... Okay, so no Freaky Friday shit. No, it's a different dialogue screen. We're talking to, Silk Fox. I thought he was an old noir dude. Why would anyone let a 10-year-old solve their mysteries? It's very long-running, but the plot never advances. The old noir dude is a real private eye who he uses to help solve cases, but also hide his true identity. I thought it was still stun lock. No. We moved beyond that one stun lock. We moved beyond that. Why would anyone let like a 10-year-old solve a mystery? Like, if some little kid was like, I see there's a murder here, let me solve the mystery, I'd be like, no, baby, go away. You don't belong here, child, like they do in every game when you're a kid. I'm sorry, we don't help children here. Go away. Because nobody would believe a 10-year-old boy? Right, exactly. That's why he uses the old noir dude. Oh, so do they work in tandem? Is it like Holmes and Watson? So, like, it's like the old dude who's like dumb brings along this little kid who's really smart, and then the smart kid like tells the wait, does he hide in his hat? Does he like sit on his shoulders in like a giant trench coat? Does he sit on his shoulders in a giant trench coat? And does he like use like a taped on moustache? I'm Detective Conan. Wow. Hat and trench coat and shit? Is it really? So the 10-year-old boy would tranquilize the 40-year-old and then use a voice changer to pretend to be a 45-year-old to solve the case, but the 45-year-old man is so ignorant that he actually believes he solves the cases when he's sleeping. How does the tranquilized dude, is he just like drag around the body? He roofies him somehow. But is it like what's the movie where the rat is controlling it? Ratatouille? Is it like Ratatouille, where he like grabs his hair and he's just like moving him around? How long has the Detective Conan thing been around? He gets the old man close to a chair or a couch. But then, like, how does he get the old man to, like, walk around and stuff and, like, do shit? Oh, Toonami. So it's been around for a while? I'm your friend, princess. That's all I can be.
We need to stay focused on what is important, and that is exposing Death's Hand. Nothing else matters.
She got upset because I turned her down.
I think we are through here.
She's so angry. She's so angry.
Do not hesitate for too long. Sagacious Zoo's sudden flight has made our task somewhat more urgent.
Oh, she's so angry. You didn't turn me down. You didn't break up with me. I broke up with you. Uh-huh. You believe whatever you want, honey. whatever helps that ego.
What do you want?
So what actually happens? So what actually happens with him? So how does the kid like bring the old guy around so that he can like snoop around scenes and stuff like that? How does he actually do that? So like how does he pass on the information to the old guy? There's a gimmick there, right? There's something that's going on. It's not a kid in a trench coat, right? That's absurd. Is that really it?
I'm a fighter, not a damn history book. No more stories. You've got my fist.
Maybe we finished with the amount of things that we can do with some of them. The old man's unconscious. He's actually sleeping. I don't get it then. So, like, he just leaves him on a chair? Then you can't investigate anything. So it's just a kid in a room the whole time? I'm very confused. So if they're just sitting in a room with an unconscious man, how are they solving crimes? The kid does his own investigation. Right. So how does he get into how does he do investigations? He's 10. So anytime a 10-year-old's like, I need information, they'd be like, go away, boy. Like, how does he get stuff? The kid investigates, then uses the older guy as a prop to do the accusation and proof. Okay. The kid lives with the old man. Okay, so they go around together to investigate. Or, well, he uses the old man to help him investigate. And then to reveal his theories, he knocks the old man unconscious. Then, I am going to tell you what the answer to the problem is, kind of thing. I got you. All right. Yeah, that sounds dumb. That sounds really dumb. Is it fun? Is it fun? Is it fun? Because it sounds so fucking stupid. It sounds so fucking stupid. It's a kid's show? Okay. Okay. Some of the mysteries are pretty good. Is it one of those things where he solves like a crime every show, like Scooby-Doo? Or is it something like where it takes like multiple episodes for them to investigate things and stuff like that? When you say kid's show, I assume it's more like Scooby-Doo, but I could be wrong there. The manga has more than 1,000 chapters.
Yes, what can I do
Damn,
for
man.
you? Busy. No time for chatty.
So it is like Scooby-Doo. Okay. We can't do anything anymore with Lord
Yes,
Lau's
goodbye.
furnace.
Now, back to my dragon.
Yeah, we can't do anything more. Alright, let's talk to the kid, and this is the last one we gotta talk to. Some episodes are some cases are 2 or 3 episodes long. Okay. Okay.
What do you want?
Do you feel any spirits here?
There are spirits everywhere here in the city. Ghosts live inside of the people who remember them, just a little. Everyone has that spark. Except for me.
You're dead.
I have no one inside of me. Except for the guardian and the other. But some of these people, the ghosts inside them cause so much pain.
I can't see any spirits. Right. Now we should do something more important than talk. What do you see in those people?
The ones that hurt? Spirits have such sad stories. The people don't know though. All they understand is that they feel bad, but they don't know why.
You know, I guess in some way it's kind of interesting. You know, like taking kids seriously, like very few people take kids seriously, right? And the idea like this, like, okay, so he's not technically like a little kid, right? He's a teenager, so he's a little bit smarter than a 10-year-old, but like nobody takes kids seriously, so it kind of like shows the idea that kids can be helpful. Still stupid, but I was looking for a positive. I was looking for a positive rather than just being a complete asshole. Your mom like Detective Conan? Cute things can be fun. Fish out of water and buddy cop. I like buddy cop. I like buddy cop stuff. Is that really what it plays into, is like the buddy cop thing? That's a genre that's largely gone away. Which I don't blame it. It kind of got worn thin, but I did enjoy the buddy cop thing. Still, fuck you, police.
When you feel bad for no reason, you might have touched one of them.
What? No, I didn't touch anybody. Shut up.
The city is old. So old. And so many people have lived and died here. There's spirits everywhere. I guess I can understand why so many of them feel so bad all the time. But we shouldn't talk about this so much. Who knows how much will draw their attention. We should keep going.
Nice Guys was great. Nice Guys was great. That was really good. Yeah, that was solid. I really enjoyed it. It caught me off guard. I wasn't super interested in watching it. My ex we were like looking through movies and she was like, how about we watch Nice Guys? And I was like, I don't know. And she was like, come on. Fine. And yeah, that movie's great. Ryan Gosling and Russell Crowe really played well off of each other. The old man detective has a daughter who the kid is childhood friends with, but he never reveals his true identity to her because he's afraid of putting her in danger. Why would that put her in danger? Obviously, I am completely, I don't know what's going on, but like, why would him being like, oh, my name's Shin, like, I'm your buddy. Couldn't she like be like, oh, cool, I can be in on this too? Like, why would she be in any more danger than the old man? He got turned into a kid because he ran afoul of a nefarious organization. All right, yeah, that fills stuff in. You knew Russell had comedy chops from The Man with the Iron Fists? Oh, God, that movie was horrible. I wanted to like that movie. You know, because, you know, RZA, but... that movie was... yeah, it was bad. Russell chewing scenery in scenes he wasn't even in. Yeah. You know, it's rough. They also both like each other, so the tension is always there. Wait, some adult kid likes a child? That's creepy. Lucy Liu couldn't save that film? Nobody could save that film.
Is there anything else you want?
Alright.
Okay,
There's nothing we could do with her. Alright, so we could actually go do a quest now. That doesn't make it okay. You know how in anime they're like, oh yeah, the lolly thing. That's some creepy pedophile shit. That's all that is. But she's 10,000 years old. Stuck in like a 5-year-old's body. I don't care what the fuck you say. And acts. And literally acts like a fucking 5-year-old. Nah, dude. Nah. It's okay. He's actually 45. He's just stuck in a 10-year-old's body. Nah, dude. Nah. Nah. The classic kung fu dudes in bronze body were the best things in that movie. 16. It doesn't make a difference. Doesn't make a difference. 10-year-old body. 10-year-old body. Yeah. Uh-uh. Uh-uh. Does he ever like transform back into like normal kid form? Like, does he ever like randomly, like, he has like moments where it's like, oh shit, I'm 16 again, sweet. Never for long. So there are moments where he's like back to himself. He used an antidote prototype to revert back, but it's temporary, and then he goes back to the kid, so they never... Teak, was this one of the things that we were talking about that, like, never ended? Like, you said, like, it just... The conclusion was just, like, the fucking dumbest thing in the world. Like, it didn't really conclude well. I feel like we talked about this at some point. But they use plot devices, you gain resistance to the effects of the drug. I don't think it has ended. Oh, okay, then sorry. Then it wasn't. Then it wasn't. We have talked about it though? Oh, okay. I don't really something like tickled my brain when you said like the whole antidote thing. Something went. It kind of sounds familiar. Did I say the same things? Is it like Ratatouille? I feel like my reactions tend to be the same. I just don't remember things. Tickled my Elmo. Gross. You keep your Elmo to yourself.
My name is Aishi, the Mournful Blade. And if you are another hunter come to claim my head, I suggest you turn around and walk away. That one didn't listen to me. I hope you have more sense.
Hey, why'd you kill him? Which you have little tolerance for outside of Lupin. Lupin, you just want to have continuing adventures because it's so much fun. Well, you know, like Scooby-Doo doesn't need to have an ending. I guess if you're just having like little cute detective stories and they just repeat the same things over and over again, it's just meant to like be a snack, you know? It's just like, all right, yeah, you know what? I feel like eating some popcorn today. A tip of the brain to you. I can't walk away from a potential bounty. You don't know what you're dealing with if you think you can threaten me. I should just leave you alone. An old man told me you had a story to tell. You saw a thing where they posited that Scooby-Doo is in a post-apocalyptic semi-wasteland. Every place they go to is completely run down and tattered and old and derelict, so... Yeah, but they're always investigating some sort of, like, oh, this old historical house kind of thing. But, yeah, I mean, you could totally get that, like, this old abandoned factory. Yeah, I could totally get that. Like, when do they're supposed to be high school kids that never go to high school. Like, is every day Friday? Saturday evening? Fist of the North Star is not meant to be binge-watched? Every episode is the same? I've never watched any Fist of the North Star. I know very little about it's Ken. Is his name Ken's Exploits? Is that it? Arcs? Like lightning arcs?
I have a tale to finish. I see no need to tell it to anyone but myself. Stranger, if you continue to talk to me, I will stand up and face you. If that happens, our meeting will end with one of our deaths.
I mean, yours. That's a risk I'm willing to take.
So be it.
I've heard of Aishi before. Whatever happens, tales of her have earned my respect.
You're not what I expected. Harmony surrounds you and flows out into the world as you pass. I have a story I would share willingly with you if you would hear it.
We have seen her character model quite a few times. Bad guy shows up, beats him up, they explode, rinse and repeat. Sounds about right. You know what's almost as long running as Detective Conan, but does advance in a plot? One Piece. They're both that long. That's crazy. Ken might not beat them up right away. Did any of you guys watch the Netflix show? The live-action Netflix show of One Piece? And did you enjoy it? They keep advertising it on Twitch. Otherwise, I would have no idea. You did? Did you enjoy it? Let's hear your tale.
Do you know anything of me? Anything of the terror that is Aishi the Mournful Blade?
No, it's why I asked you to tell me the story. Why don't you tell me in your own words? Very little. It seems your fame's not so widespread as your ego might wish, right? I've heard that you have a bounty on your head. No, tell me in your own words. You binge-watched it in one weekend? You give it a B+. How does it stack up? Like, how do the caricatures, the characters represent from the cartoon or the manga? You haven't even watched the anime? I haven't either. You haven't checked the live One Piece yet? You got season 2 of Wheel of Time first, and that's after you finish Baki. I don't know what any of those words mean, but congratulations. The characters overall capture the spirit of the original. Now, are they doing like an interpretation of it, or is it like following along the same footsteps? Baki the Grappler? Sure. The problem is the pacing and also introducing a character a little too early. Accepting that it's adapting a pretty stylized manga on a live-action budget and compressing 45 episodes of anime into 8 episodes, you're mostly satisfied with the product? So they were trying to tell, like, an entire arc within, like, I'm going to assume somewhere around hour-long episodes. That's a lot. It's pretty daunting to start the anime because there's, like, 1,000 episodes. Yeah. Yeah, but, you know, like, start it now and, you know, you could be done in 5-ish years watching all of it. It's more or less hitting the major story points of the anime. It's following the same footsteps. The manga writer has a lot of control over the adaptation. Ah, that's actually really cool. That's really cool. That's helpful too. You're not hiring on people that hate the anime to create their own interpretation of it. So, that's cool. Season 2 would clear all the anime I watched. You got like 95 or so. You went 200 plus on Bleach before giving up. What are you talking about? I don't know what you're doing, Axeman. All that confused me. Oh, you're combining One Piece. I got you. If season 1's 45 episodes. I got it. Yeah. I got it. I got it. How long is a general season? When I was watching through Naruto on Hulu, they had like their own way of like separating seasons, and I don't think that was like the actual way the seasons were separated in. So I have no idea like how long a season of anime is supposed to be. Is it like standard TV show where it's around like 20 some episodes, give or take? Normal's like 26. Yeah, I figured. So it's about what like a normal season of TV usually is. Okay. Because I would watch like 60 episodes of Naruto, and they would have like 2 different intros and like 2 or 3 different outros, and it'd be like, that's season 1, and I'm like, man, that's crazy. Man, that's crazy. 60 freaking episodes in a season. This is insane. And it was like actually 3 seasons. The first arc of Bleach was pretty tight, but you stopped watching after the second one. They lost you. I am really unfamiliar with Bleach. I don't know anything about it. I've seen the name a handful of times, but I don't know anything about it. Nor of One Piece. I don't know anything about that either. I've heard a lot of people talk about it, but I don't really know anything about it. Other than they're a bunch of pirate kids.
In my years in this empire, I have been a wanted criminal, a bandit, a murderer, and worse. I have burned entire towns to the ground to avenge some petty dispute between lords and led men to slaughter peasants by the score for their meager possessions. It is all too easy to lose your conscience once you have denied it. I was not always like this, but I remember all too well how my descent began.
Yeah, I've watched Dragon Ball. I've watched Dragon Ball, Dragon Ball Z, Dragon Ball GT, and I was watching Dragon Ball Super, but I had like caught up when they were still putting out episodes. I got up somewhere into like the 80s or something like that, and that was all that was available at the time. So I was just like, okay, I'll come back to this at some point, and I never went back to it. So I've watched most of Dragon Ball. Yeah. Pirate Stoners. As far as live action adaptations go, One Piece clears a very low bar. Yeah, I don't think that there have been very many of them. I know I've never watched Death Note, but I remember Netflix advertising a lot of Death Note to me. I don't know if that was supposed to be good or bad, but I remember seeing that they had adapted Death Note. I don't know if that was a TV show or movie, but I know that they did that. I don't even know what the hell Death Note is. So One Piece is similar to Dragon Ball in terms of scale of epic adventures, so they're constantly fighting somebody stronger. You would say it surpasses Dragon Ball now? It's like, I am the most powerful man on Earth. Okay, we beat him. I'm the most powerful man in the solar system. Okay, beat him. I'm the most powerful man in the galaxy. Okay, beat him. I'm the most powerful man in the universe. Okay, beat him. I am the most powerful man in the second universe. Okay, beat him. I'm a god. Okay, beat him. Is that how it goes basically in One Piece? They constantly find a new powerful thing to fight. That's all of... Is One Piece shonen? Is that a shonen jump thing? Is it just like Naruto and everything? Like they keep finding more powerful things until it's just absolutely stupid? The enemies they face have influence over the world order. So each person they beat, it affects the world? Okay, that sounds interesting. The Japanese Death Note live action wasn't horrible. You never saw the US remix with Willem Dafoe? Oh, there's like multiple adaptations of it? Did they Raymond Burr Godzilla on Death Note? Is that what they did? There's a Japanese version of the movie, and then they shot some new scenes with an American actor and like recut the movie, and they're like, now it makes sense. Is that what they did? One Piece also has a lot of themes too. There's like 3 Japanese and 1 US. Okay. There's a theme of inherited will, old history, new generation. Well, I would hope that, I mean, when you have something running for over 1,000 comics or episodes or whatever you got going on there, chapters, right? That's how they call it. I would hope that they're just not like constantly wash, rinse, repeat, you know. Decades later, doing the same thing for the Chinese market. Oh, you mean like the Godzilla thing? Said it before, but One Piece really is a masterclass of world building. People really like their One Piece. People really like their One Piece. What happened?
My father died when I was still a girl, and with him gone, I felt no sense of direction. I had no other family to turn to, and so I was alone. I met a boy. He was a natural leader. He had drive and direction. I was in love.
Ooh.
He used to enjoy tormenting the children of our village, and I thought it was all fun. Then, one day...
You heard of the Odyssey? You mean like Homer's The Odyssey? Like the Iliad, the Odyssey, that thing? The one that starred Odysseus? Yes, I'm familiar. I read both of the books. Berserk is your next deep dive, you think? I think I'm going to be done with anime for a while after I finish Boruto. Or what there is of Boruto. I've had I'm ready to just stop. I probably should have stopped when I finished Naruto. No, I like Boruto more than Naruto. I'm just kind of burned out. I actually like Boruto more than Naruto. I hate Boruto the character, but like the stories and stuff are all really fun. It's more fun than Naruto ever had been for me. I really like it. It's just I'm just kind of like it's been a lot. There's a character in One Piece, Jinbei. His first appearance is in episode 430, and he's been a major character since then. That's really late introducing new characters. How often do they, like, cycle characters in and out? That motherfucker was the first name checked in, like, episode 40. You're actually watching Boruto? Yeah. New characters are introduced all the time, but that become main characters? That's a really hard thing to do. Like, with Naruto, they introduce Sai, like, so late into the series, and you're like, you want me to care about this new dude? Like, I don't give a fuck who this guy is. I don't care about Sai. He's not a very interesting character. He plays pivotal roles in things, and I'm just like, I don't fucking care about him. So it's like, it's a hard thing to do to like you build all of this good-natured value, goodwill towards all these other characters, whether you like them or not, over hundreds of episodes, and then they're like, here's a new character that we want you to care about, and it's like replacing fucking Mulder, you know? Like, yeah, I don't care about Evil T-1000, man. I'm sorry. I just, like, it's in the X-Files. I'm sorry, I should clarify that. Like, replacing Mulder in the X-Files with new character because he leaves, and it's like, yeah, maybe y'all should have ended the show. Maybe you all should have ended the show when one of your main characters leaves. Maybe you should have just been like, aliens are real, he got abducted, goodbye. Like... Agent Doggett. Yeah. Like, if you're, it's just, I think it's a really difficult thing to do. Now, it's probably easier to do when you have a big cast. When you have a cast of just a couple characters, that's obviously much harder to do, and maybe not a fair comparison. I'm just saying, as overall, it's hard to, like, introduce new characters and then immediately get people to like them. The first 45 episodes create the core crew of 5 characters. Every couple of 100 episodes since, they generally add in a new member to the crew. How big is the crew now? If you're saying like every 50 episodes, is it like 30 people? But yes, I did start watching Boruto, and I really like it. I really like Boruto. It's just... Teak did. Every 50, yeah, but you said 45. Every couple hundred. Oh my god, yeah. I got you. So no, it's not like 30. It's like, you said 5, so what, 10 now or something like that? It worked with Jeff Goldblum stepping in for Vincent D'Onofrio in Law and Order Criminal Intent. I've never watched Law and Order. I know the thing that they do for the TV show, but yeah. Core group of characters and they have their own adventures, but what's great is they don't solely hold the story together. There's tons of things going on in the world on the side at the same time. I got you. Probably 11 once the current arc wraps up. Makes the world building so much richer and diverse. World building is good. World building is really good. Makes you care about things. Character development and world building are great for storytelling. Great for storytelling. Not just focusing on like the main couple of characters and their retinue, but like expanding everything. That's always great. That's always great. Makes you care more. It's more immersive that way. I like that. I like that. I like that. That was one of my issues with the Naruto series, is that I care a lot about all those filler episodes as people called them, because they expanded on all the characters. They just put them in at the dumbest fucking possible times. Like, a lot of those, like, small adventures that bond all these people together, they're, like, side stories that obviously weren't part of the manga, but, like, add to the world building. I like that stuff. It's just they put it in. The pacing of Naruto is the dumbest shit in the world. It's horrible. The pacing of it's horrible. But, like, I did like learning about all those characters and what made them them. That's great. That's great. They just did a really bad job at where they put those episodes in. So if they do a better job in One Piece of doing all of that, then that's great. That's great. You think you read somewhere that at one point it had been like 2 years since Luffy had spoken to Frankie? 6.5 years? I don't know what a Luffy or a Frankie are, but that's a long time to have. Are they two of the main characters? You're in love with the town bully? You don't have time for childish stories. Time to collect your bounty. Alright, what happened? We won't interrupt. That's manga time, not story time. Got you. So but they could have been like separated for years, right? I got you. Like, I'm gonna go train in this mountain under this waterfall and meditate for 6 years in this one position. I don't know that that's what happened. I got you. That's manga time, though? I don't know what that means, then. Publishing time? So... I'm trying to process what this means. I don't know what that means, then. So there were 6.5 years between... like... chapters or something. Like they took 6.5 years off. I don't know what I don't know what you mean. Like the manga took 6 years off. There was like a break, and they're like, okay, coming back to One Piece. You had an RPG character leave the party to train with a dragon for a year. You really don't know what they did that year. that was Final Fantasy 15. That was Final Fantasy 15, where like all three of your characters, Prompto, Igneous, Corpulent, I don't remember all the characters' names, but like they go off and you have no idea what happened to them, and they come back and they're just broken. You're like, what the fuck happened to them? And then they're like, buy the DLC to find out. He's saying it took 6 years IRL for us to see Luffy interact with Frankie again because of how slow the manga chapters come out. The manga just ran for 6 years, and between the circumstances of the story and the length of the arcs, these two characters just didn't interact for 6 in real years. I got you. So it's like, okay, I don't know much about Game of Thrones, but it's like when George R. R. Martin like dedicated an entire book to like different characters, and like these other characters were like shoved off to the side while like you had this entire, you know, thick ass book that dedicated to certain things, and then he comes back to them in the next book and tells other stories about them. So you have like a long amount of time until like characters are around. So you had like this entire story arc where you had these certain characters and these other characters were put to the side on rest until you eventually get back around to them. I got you. That's a long time. So they just focused heavily on this group of characters, and you just never see the other ones. In the manga, how much time is it supposed to be? How much time is it supposed to be that they weren't? So you didn't see this character for 6 years, or like they were doing their own different things for 6 in real life years, but how long was that supposed to be in the comic? A few weeks? Okay. They're part of the same crew. But they were like doing their own things individually over this course of like a few weeks, which took 6 years to tell. You know, that's something that I always feel that is rarely ever well done. We never know in like a lot of the times, unless it's explicitly stated, like Persona, where you have like days of the week where it's this day, this day, this day. You know how long these events, unless it's explicitly stated, you never really know how long characters are taking to do anything in a lot of like TV shows, cartoons, anime, video games, like JRPGs and stuff like that. Rarely do you ever know like the time frame of things. Like, is this stuff supposed to be taking months at a time, years, just days, hours? You know, you can spend like all the time like wandering around the world grinding and doing shit, and they're like, yeah, and like 40 days pass because you're resting at the inn and shit, and you come back and it's supposed to be like 30 minutes later. Okay, like that's always like a weird thing where like I feel like sometimes those things aren't conveyed well, and you never know how long or how much time is like passing between things. Is it a short amount of time? Is it a long amount of time? Sometimes it's not conveyed very well unless it's expressly stated. I think it's been confirmed by a lot of story took place over the order of months. Even though things take years and years to tell, yeah. Everything that happens in an anime will always happen in the span of like a year until there's like a multi-year time skip. Yeah. But that's like the thing. Like sometimes you don't know, like in Naruto, because this is like the few things that I have that I can compare things to because I haven't watched a lot. They'll have like missions and stuff, but we never know like how long things take place in between. Like, how long are they traveling for? How long does it take them to get to their destination? How long do they spend on it? They say, oh, it was like a long time. And then in between missions, like, we don't know how long between things take. You can make an assumption based on, like, like the time frames in which things need to fit in, but you still don't know like seasons of the year and shit like that. Those are like rarely ever done. So like it's just never like clear. And maybe that's done intentionally. You know, in The Simpsons, in a show like that, like Bart and Lisa go on spring break like 40,000 times. They have like 30 different Christmases, but you know, that's kind of part of like the joke. You know, they have different Halloweens and stuff like that, but they constantly stay in the same grade. They never age. Nothing ever happens. That's just kind of the way, you know, those shows work. But with, like, timelines and things moving forward in certain ways, and, like, you know, when you actually have, like, a ongoing story, sometimes those things just aren't conveyed. Time isn't usually conveyed super well. Technically, Conan has been on hundreds of cases, but he's still the same grade the entire time. Even Ash Ketchum aged a little in Pokemon. Really, that's funny. Naruto was 12 at the beginning of Naruto, and he was still 12 220 episodes later in the last episode of the first series. Right. So you can assume that all of everything there transpired within whatever that time frame is, that year. Less than year, probably. And then, yeah, he goes away 2 years, and then everything that happens in Shippuden happens when he's 14, 15? Something like that? Yeah. Like, time moves very slowly. Oh my god. There's an episode in Naruto where it's Sakura's fighting one of the Akatsuki, the puppet dude. And they're like, okay, I gave myself the antidote, and it'll only last for 2 minutes. And then 3 episodes later, I've got 30 seconds left. How does time work? That's happened in Dragon Ball, too. That's happened in Dragon Ball, where they like, I just need 2 minutes to charge up this power attack. And you're like 10 episodes later, it's still under 2 minutes. Yeah. That happens all the time. That happens all the time. Yeah. Yep. When he was suddenly 16 at the start of Shippuden and still 16 500 episodes later. I think he had a birthday. I think Naruto has a birthday. Oh, the birthday's at the end. I think he's 15. And then turns 16 right at the end. I think that's it. He has a birthday. Because, like, something coincides with it. Like, when, like, right at the end, like, it's like, and today's your birthday. It's the anniversary of, you know, the day that the Ninetales attacked. I think they mentioned something like that, and I think his dad is just like, happy birthday, Naruto, and I was just like, oh, his dad said happy birthday to him. Everyone's dead. Planet's still not blown up. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, anime does a very bad job of, like, dealing with time frames. Time elapses when time elapses. When they tell you time has elapsed, you go, okay, I guess time elapsed. Cool. That's what I'm just saying. Like, it's very confusing sometimes. All the action shown in anime, they're all about to get punched and the character goes on a 2-minute monologue. Yeah. There's a lot of waiting. Like, people are very, very kind. Like, I am charging up this most powerful attack in the world, and I'm gonna tell you all this stuff, and someone just stands there and waits for them, shocked. Oh, I wish you wouldn't do that. This is very dangerous. Oh. And then they get hit by it, and they're like, I never could have seen it coming. It was the ultimate attack. Their strategy was impeccable. You stood there for 4 episodes watching them get ready for their ultimate attack, and you're like, oh, their strategy was perfect. Yep, you could have not done anything. I know, you could have done nothing. It's amazing. Is it really that confusing? No, but I think my point still stands in that, like, time is just not well conveyed outside of them going like, and now 2 years later. That's all. That's all. It happened in Naruto. It happened in Attack on Titan. It happens in Dragon Ball Z. It happens in... I don't know. Like, all of them? All of them? All of them? It happens in all of them? I'm gonna wait until Frieza charges to 100%. I want to beat him at the strongest. Now, at least they give some rationale to Goku doing it. He's like, well, I want to fight you at your strongest, so I'm going to allow you to do this thing. I guess they give him rationale, but sometimes they don't. Sometimes they don't. Sometimes they just stand there and wait. And watch them do these crazy things. And they really don't have good reasoning behind it. It's just the characters just sit there and just watch as this shit happens.
He pushed a young boy into the river outside of town. It was fast-moving and would have swept the child away, but he managed to grab hold of a rock.
It's terrible. Why would he do such a thing? You're gonna watch one more JoJo episode, then get some sleep, have fun watching The Bizarre Adventures of JoJo. Have fun. Have fun, have fun. Thanks for hanging out, Free Infinity. If the child were stronger, he wouldn't have been a victim. Yes, yes, blame the victim. Victim blaming's my favorite. I've run out of patience. Tell your story to the ghosts when you join them. It's terrible.
Why, indeed. In the intervening years, I've come to believe that it was more than simple horseplay. There was a gleam in my young man's eye that I cannot forget. The child screamed for help. His cries were shrill with terror, for he could not swim. I moved to help him, but I felt a hand on my arm. The boy I loved turned to me and said, "If we help him, he'll only tell the others what we have done. We have to let him go." Something in his voice. I believed him.
What happened to the child? They drowned. Now I know you're a monster. I'm going to collect your bounty. All right, what happened to the child?
That poor child was swept away in the current and was found dead downriver days later. We never told anyone what we had done, but I could never forget. If we help him, he'll only tell the others what we've done. We have to let him go. Simple words, but they still echo in my head even now. Nights are worse. I can't sleep for the screams of that boy as he washed away. I still hear them to this day.
Who was the boy that stopped you? It was the boy that she liked. She just said that, right? It was the bully kid, right? I mean, who else would it be? You know, she didn't do anything. She couldn't have been blamed for it. If she went in and jumped in and saved the kid, the bully would have gotten in trouble. Or, yeah, whoever, like, threw the kid in there. Maybe it wasn't the bully. I'm assuming that's who it was. So, I mean, no, it wasn't really, like, her fault, but she went along with it. She could have gone against him, saved the kid. She wouldn't have been to blame or anything. She would have been hailed a hero. Who's the boy that stopped you?
I have followed his life since that day, as I descended into my world and he climbed the ranks in the Imperial Army. That is why I have come here now. I am tired of my life, but at least I have lived it. He deserved to live as I did, but has never felt a moment's remorse for his part in that day.
Why are you killing people, though?
If you came here because of the rich reward on my head, you may even know him. Captain Sin of the Imperial Army is my quarry. I must make him pay for that boy's life.
Okay, yeah, I'm all about that, but why are you killing people? Like, what are you doing? Why are you murdering people? Like, are you just doing that for fun? Like, why'd you kill that guy back there? Like, what are you doing? Captain Sen was the young man you were in love with? He's a powerful man. How do you plan to attack him? I can take him down, and then we could take her out. Why is she going around killing people? Captain Zen was the young man you were in love with?
You know him, clearly.
Mm-hmm.
Until now, I wasn't sure how I would approach him, but you may have provided the answer.
Yeah, he's a brown-noser.
If you help me, I know how I can reach Sin. You need merely to escort me to his station by the gate. A subdued prisoner could get close enough to deal with Sin. Once I have dealt with him, you shall have your bounty. I couldn't let you be implicated in my final murder.
This sounds like it's all gonna work out. If what you say is true, Sen deserves what's coming to him. I'm gonna take you to Sen. We'll see how he reacts. Touching story. Really, it was. Sadly, it's also over. Time to die. Why do you care about this? Aren't you a heartless criminal?
They do not call me the Mournful Blade because I enjoy what I do. Years of remembering the first time I let it go have caused me to develop a conscience. Why else ask this boon of you? One last chance to do something right before one of the hunters finally catches me.
Why do you continue to do shitty things if you regret doing the shitty things? He started me doing shitty things, and so I kept doing the shitty thing. What's the logic here? What's happening? I'll take you to Sen. We'll see how he reacts.
Let's go write an ending to my tale.
What is the meaning of this?
Hello, my love. Or should I call you by your rank now, Captain Sin? Surely it's been a very long time.
Aishi, what are you doing here? You're a wanted criminal. You can't be here.
What's distressing? So you do know each other. I mean, yeah. There's a build planner for the Cyberpunk update. Basically, everything not directly related to combat has been stripped from the talent trees. Okay, so what's some of the stuff that they've taken away? Why would they do that? Yeah, well, I guess that doesn't bode well for you, Teak. It doesn't bode well for you and your role playing. A lot of the stealth talents? I used a lot of the stealth talents. Now, did they simplify the talents? Like, pare them down into, like, more simplified things? Or do you mean, like, they're just gone now? So paring them down and simplifying, that still sucks, but at least they're still there. If they just, like, actually remove them, then, yeah, that's really, really unfortunate. So they really are changing how you can approach and play the game. That's unfortunate. That's unfortunate, because I did do stealth. I did a fair amount of stealth in the game, which was fun. Which was super duper fun doing stealth. I enjoyed doing that. Sneaking around whacking people with my big ass dildo was one of my favorite joys of the game. Walking up behind somebody and smacking them with a dildo in their head is just beautiful. All the crafting is gone. What did you craft in the game? I don't recall dabbling much in that. I remember like recycling junk and getting money for it. I don't recall dabbling too much. What did you make in that? Why are they doing that though? Like, yeah, sure, maybe those systems weren't great, but why would you take them out? You can make your own gear and weapons. That's right. That's right. That was so cool. You could constantly like upgrade your shit. I love doing that. I thought that was so much fun, like upgrading your gear. I remember doing that. They can't take that out of the game. They're taking that out of the game? That's basically a different game at that point. This is the one way you play it? They're taking it out of the talent trees. Okay. Well, I mean, if it's still in there, right? So you would have to like level up and then go, okay, now I can craft this level weapon, and now we can craft up to like level 4, level 5, level 6. I mean, they did limit you in that regard. I remember that. Or was that level based? Maybe that was level based. Maybe that was all level based. Maybe I'm misremembering. Maybe that was all level based. It was both. Oh. Okay. But I mean, that adds a bit of depth to the gameplay. Why would you remove that? Why would you remove? That's really unfortunate. That's really unfortunate. Maybe they're moving it to somewhere else. Maybe they're not scrapping it entirely. They're just like changing the approach to doing it. I like shooty, stabby, stabby. Also wacky, but I did stealth. I did stealth in it. Like, my build was like a melee stealth build for the most part. I did have guns when things like went sour, and they did. But like I had like the camouflage cloak and all that. Like I did mainly a melee stealth build for the most part. Except, like I said, and when the circumstances went awry and then they have guns and I have to shoot them. But yeah, that's really unfortunate. I like doing that. That was fun. I like shooty, stabby, stabby. I like that. And I did a fair amount of that in both, in Cyberpunk. I mainly focused on doing melee and stealth. That's unfortunate. That's really unfortunate. I really don't know, but, like, they worked. It's not like that shit was broken or fucked up in some way. It worked. You know what this reminds me of? You know what this reminds me of? Fucking George Lucas. Fucking George Lucas and Star Wars, man. Like here you have version 1.0 from 1978 or 79 or whatever, right? And then you've got 1997 when they re-released it with all the like added additions, and Han shot second, the Greedo shoots first, and pew pew, and then Han's like pachow. You're like, you're changing it, man. Why are you changing those things? There's no need to. What are you doing this for? They're now about half dozen stealth-related tasks. Oh, so you can still do stealth. Okay. And half of them are bonus to mitigation while in cover or crouching. Reminds you of D&D 4.0. Did you ever play Dungeons & Dragons? Do you deserve to be standing here any more than her, Captain?
It's time I paid for my crimes.
Well, it's good to see our new bounty hunter was able to bring you in. Frankly, Aishi, I thought you'd fight to the death. You were this weak when...
No, I was weak. Otherwise, I would have ignored you by the river. I'm going to pay for my crimes. But there's one thing I have to do first. I have to kill you.
What? No! Guard!
Isn't he supposed to be a soldier?
Before they can get within 3 paces of me, Captain. Don't order them to their deaths. I already owe you 1 lifetime of pain. Do not bring more than that upon yourself.
She's mad. She means to kill me. You protect me. I'll double the bounty.
Yeah. If I help you, you'll only tell the others what I've done. I have to let you go. For that price, I'm your man. Stand down, Aishi. If I help you, you'll only tell the others what I've done. I have to let you go. That's fucked up. We're using his own words against him. Do it.
Damn you both! You're both going to waste away between worlds. I'll make sure the underworld won't take your rotting corpses!
Someone's sad they got caught.
Sin is dead, dead like that poor boy we let wash away. I should have made him suffer more. Stranger, I cannot thank you enough. I have touched 1,000 lives with my crimes, and yet now I feel some peace. It is time my story ended. I have only one more favor to ask. Face me now and grant me an honor. No, there is no honor left for me. Just grant me an end.
Shouldn't you, like, spend the rest of your life repenting? Shouldn't you do that? Like, you did a bunch of terrible things, and for some reason, because you did one bad thing, not really, sort of bad, and you let a boy drown, it's kind of fucked up, but... And then you went and, like, murdered a bunch of other people, but then felt bad about murder. Like, you made your own decisions. Whatever, you deserve to die. I wasn't going to let you go without my bounty. Ready when you are. Just walk away. You deserve your peace. Yeah, don't give her what she wants. Don't give her what she wants. Yes, edge her. Edge her.
You can't be the one to let Aishi the Mournful Blade walk free. That would cast undeserved suspicion upon you, and that crime I will not commit. Face me, and let this battle be glorious enough that the city will talk of it for generations.
You can't suffer when you're dead. Alright, so we gave her an opportunity. We tried to do the nice thing and give her an opportunity to suffer. Boy! I like how the NPCs are just like wandering around. This is fine, except for that one dude that's just staring at us. That's it? You guys gonna say anything?
Have you heard about this Scourge of the South? Sounds like the Lotus Assassins are on edge.
They could have at least given the NPC guards some dialogue. Like, oh, I'm sorry, sir. I won't turn you in. Your secret's safe with us. Here, have a reward. Like, somebody could have said something. Have you heard about the Scourge of the South?
I wonder if they'll send another officer down here anytime soon. If not, this could be a long shift.
Oh boy, they're not... I guess I'm gonna be here a while. Oh man. Yeah. What were you guys? Alright, well, that was funny.
I hoped it would end this way. She may have found some peace.
That's the guy that was watching, okay.
Here, take this. It's something Aishi would have wanted you to have, I think. I hate for a good deed to go unrewarded.
Who the hell are you? Yeah, who are you?
Aishi the Mournful Blade was my daughter.
You're lying. She said her father died when she was young. You turned her in, some father. Why'd you tell me she was in the Imperial City?
My daughter's life was nothing but pain. Her crimes were a way to forget for a while. I think she must have found some peace now, and I can finally rest. It has been too long since I turned away from the Water Dragon's embrace.
That ghost had money? Turned away. Wait, you're dead? If you're a ghost, why haven't you gone mad?
You couldn't tell? A spirit monk? Ah, but you are not fully trained, and I have refused to let any part of myself slip away.
Ooh. How do you know about my heritage?
One of your kind came for me many years ago. I told her that I wanted to see my daughter grow up and she allowed me to stay. Your kind were shepherds of the dead, but that never meant you were heartless. She said one day another of her order would come for me. Ironic, really. I died before the gates to the underworld closed, but I couldn't let go of my daughter. I worried for her, and rightly so, but I think she will find peace now. Every ghost slips into madness over time, but some of us have a reason not to. We can fight back the longing and despair for a time.
What will you do next?
I will wait. What choice do I have? I know the underworld is cut off, but I must try to fight through the despair and anger. I have some idea of what you face. Take my best wishes as you try to set things right. I have waited for more than 2 decades. I can wait a bit more, and now I have a reason to smile.
Why did he have money if he was a ghost? He had $2,500. Why did he have $2,500? It's like the Patrick Swayze movie, Ghost. And if they concentrate hard enough, they can touch things like cans and pottery. They took out basically the entire Breach Protocol line of perks, all the crafting perks, a bunch of the stealth perks. You can't spec to do non-lethal takedowns anymore. No talent to make yourself immune to your own grenades. Yikes, man. Yikes. Body, mind, and spirit. Ooh, we could take off the Wanderer. And then put on Gem of Unity. Oh. I don't know what we're facing. I forgot that we had these. More silver from human enemies. I forgot to, like, put that on. And more experience from human enemies. I gotta be mindful of that. I guess it really doesn't matter. Most of the athletic perks are gone. All the ones that affected stamina or breath or running are gone. I wonder how they'll... Because those were really helpful. I wonder if they're just, like, removing that altogether. It seems like they're simplifying things a lot. So I would assume stealth is still in the game. You just don't need to... use perks. Maybe they'll work them more into equipment? Like body mods and stuff like that? Maybe they're just like shifting things? Maybe?
Hello again. Purveyor Shuji was so happy to see the artifact that he released me and my mom from our debts. Thank you again for all your help.
If they're just doing that, then yeah, alright, it kind of sucks that they're removing it from like your level up thing, but then if it's just stuff that you can like equip, then alright. It's really weird that they're making those changes though. That seems just odd. It doesn't... I didn't stay up with the community, but that seems like they're changing stuff people weren't asking for. You know what? I'm glad I played Cyberpunk when I did. Who knows? I mean, maybe the experience is still a lot of fun, but what I experienced was a pretty fun game. I'm not sure that I would enjoy it as much. I probably would. I wonder how drastically it's changed. Maybe I'll have to check it out again. Maybe we'll have to screw around with it. I wonder how that would affect characters you've already played. Like, given how massive these changes and stuff are, I wonder Like, would a character move from, I don't know, was what I was on, like 1.7 or something like that to 2.0? I wonder how that would, go. I gotta go use the bathroom. I'll be right back. You assume that they'll just automatically have their points refunded and you'd have to reapply them. I also wonder what that means for, like, all your weaponry and stuff that you've made and all that. If they're, like, changing the way the crafting system works or whatever, or completely revamping it, I wonder what that means for all your equipment as well. I wonder what happens to that, too. Would be really unfortunate. I loved running around with my, my big purple dildo, man. Ice cream sandwich time. Yummy, yummy. I can play with one hand. My right hand is an amazing hand. Who should we bring with us? We can't use Zoo. Let's bring,
I am honored that you have chosen me.
Yeah. He doesn't have support. I've never put one of these characters in support. I wonder how helpful that is. Recovers your chi, I think. Extra damage. What is... One of these people, like, heals you, right? Martial arts. No, they don't. Maybe she does? Recovers your health. I wonder how that works when they're in support. I like having them out there because they provide a distraction for some enemy. They at least take one enemy out of the mix. They at least take one out, which is very helpful. Yeah. I really do wonder why they're making such drastic changes. Seems weird. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. Oh! Oh! Alright, I was tough. I was tough. One-handed. Like, I don't mind fine-tuning things. I don't mind fine-tuning things. Like, I always feel like balancing things and getting things, you know, better is perfectly fine. But when you're, like, making, like, drastic overhauls... That's a really big overhaul. They, I mean, they did something similar with... How long was, like, Final Fantasy XIV out before they shut the whole thing down and then did the whole Realm Reborn? Was it out for, like, a year or something like that? And a year or two? And they were like, alright, we're shutting it down and we're starting from the beginning all over again. Those are some mighty hefty changes to how you can play the game. I wonder how people are going to react. I'm sure there's going to be people that are going to be perfectly fine with it. What the hell is happening? Just take a step. I think my controller's like a little too far away from the... I don't know how to get in there. I don't know how to get in there. Ugh.
You're too slow. This is the end.
All right. This seems to be a pattern. You don't see too many games. Now, granted, Cyberpunk certainly is a unique case. Certainly a unique case. We haven't really seen something like this happen before, where like a kind of like really incomplete game was released to begin with. Started with talent trees that offered a lot of freedom and expanded them for several expansions. Then all of a sudden decided to simplify things and pared everything down into just a few options. Yeah, why? More is not necessarily better. I think overly complicated skill trees are a bad thing. It's one of the reasons why I wouldn't want... I guess it offers a lot more opportunity, but then I think they should be class-oriented. Because if you look at a game like Path of Exile, where it has this fucking absurdly large skill tree, that's pretty fucking stupid. That skill tree is dumb. Maybe they could, like, hone things down to just... like one, but that's one of the reasons why I would never play Path of Exile. I bet you it's a lot of fun, but that skill tree looks absurd. I would never want to touch that. That's too much. To me, that's too much. That's too crazy of a choice. Right. No, and I get it. But that's the thing. That's the plus side, is that it really does offer you the way to play that you want. I get that. I don't want that, though. Like, that to me just is too much. That for me is too much. I look at that and that gives me anxiety. Like, I don't want anything to do with that. That's personal. But I do want options. I just don't want it that extreme. I don't want it so simplified that it's like, do you want to hit harder for 1 hit point? Yes. Like this has 3 things in it. That's fine. You get 3 choices. You get mind, body, and spirit. You get 3 choices. All right. When you have a skill tree, I like having some options that you can go down different paths and stuff like that. And I feel that Cyberpunk's still was relatively simple when I played through it, but it was fine. I don't feel like it needed... Paring that down anymore is like a way too much of an oversimplification of things. I don't see why you would do that. Path of Exile feels way too far off, and like coming down to a system like this where you only have 3 feels like the opposite end of that, where there's really not much of an option to really build in any direction. Dungeons and Dragons 3.5 allowed for a lot of mixing and matching of classes and ability. Then 4.0 came around and pretty much pigeonholed all the classes. Yeah. I think giving more options in the way you want to play is good. I just don't like being overwhelmed. And something like Path of Exile feels very overwhelming. But for those that like to delve into that kind of thing, it's perfect. That to me is a turnoff. Have you played a bunch of Path of Exile, Teak? One of the streamers I watch occasionally plays it. It looks cool. It looks cool. Diablo with a giant skill tree. Not a lot, but more because you don't like Diablo-style games than because of the skill tree. I got you. I like a balance. I don't want to be overwhelmed, but I don't want to be underwhelmed either. I want something nicely in the middle. It offers variety, but at the same time, I don't need a PhD to figure out what I'm doing. I don't like the idea of having to like look at the skill tree and plan out 40 levels down the line and spend like 4 hours looking over each little node and going, is that useful? Is that useful? Is that useful? Is that useful? That's way too overwhelming. That is just way too overwhelming. But something like that does really offer... I think we're going the right way? A more varied approach, that is for certain. I think the more classes that they've added to the game, the bigger it's gotten. I wonder what the skill tree initially looked like in like 1.0 of Path of Exile. They're constantly doing updates to that game and adding more content to it, which is cool. It's free to play, right? What do you pay? What are the in-game purchases in that Path of Exile? Like inventory slots, maybe? Be kind of shitty, but I wonder what the paid stuff is for that. Like, I can't imagine it's skins. That's how you get fun things like your roommate doing a Fury tank spec in World of Warcraft, which was amazing until Blizzard killed it. I'm really unfamiliar with World of Warcraft. I've seen maybe 20 minutes worth of it. I really don't know how the game works. I'm not super familiar with MMOs. You played Path of Exile. But I do agree that it does lend to some fun things. Big skill trees allow for you to just screw around and have some fun, for sure. You only played it a little bit when it was new. You have no idea what it's like now. Like, I like the action RPG thing of the Diablo-style games. I like that. I like that. But more so in terms of, I guess people don't want to get locked into a class. Like Path of Exile, you choose a class and you go down that and you can get things that like benefit your class, or you could branch out from that and like make crazy builds. I kind of like more like basic class-based stuff, I guess. Figured out how to turn a talent tree that was in no way designed to tank into an effective off-tank. It's really cool. It's really cool. It's really cool. Having fun in your own way. That's dope. I can't deny it. That's really cool. Was there... Maybe it's further in. I think that there are some shrines that we can recover, like health in. But I think they're further to... Yeah, they're right down here. I think this is where I'm going? I'm not sure, though. In the little bit of Path of Exile you played, you were basically a barbarian vampire, all melee and health drained. Sweet. That does sound cool. That does sound cool. This is not... Map? Oh, it's the pagoda. Well, what the hell is this? Maybe this is an exit to somewhere? Maybe that's where we come out? Maybe we, like, go through, like, the whole, like, fortress or whatever, and this is where we come out? Maybe that's it. Just trying to regenerate health faster than you were losing it. You gotta stay alive, man. You gotta stay alive. I wanna replay or play more Torchlight at some point. I bought Torchlight on my Mac, and I ran into some weird bug on it, and I couldn't continue. Like, it kept crashing on me. Like, every time I loaded up the game, like, I don't know how far I was into the game. I mean, I think I was at, like, Act 4, Chapter 4, however they do it in that. And my Mac just, like, kept crashing on me. And I was like, man, this sucks. So I've never like, finished Torchlight. And I have it on the 360. I kind of want to, at some point, go back to that and, like, play more of it. Now, I've never... The first Torchlight's the only one I've ever played. I didn't even know there was a third one. Apparently, there's a third one that came out a couple years ago. But I would at least like to check out the first one again. Because it was fun. You made a character a walking Gatling gun of fireballs. Sweet. Just blasting away. You kind of get a party in those, right? Like, you can bring along a couple of extra characters. Oh, there's Zoo.
So, this is it. Into the lair of the beast. You are certain this is the right course. I mean, I know it is, but there's so much risk. We haven't talked for some time, and this is potentially very dangerous. I needed to know... I just wanted to say that I hope you stay safe.
Well, you're gonna be there. Keep me safe. Have I taught you nothing? I'd prefer if you acted stronger. This isn't a good time to chat, Dawnstar. I appreciate your concern. I would worry for you, too.
I know you would, and there's nothing wrong with that, is there? Worry alone does not mean the worst will come to pass. It just means I care, which is more than I feel I have been allowed to show in a long time.
Now, focus that into something useful and we can move forward. Caring is not a weakness. That is our greatest strength.
You have shown me that, and I'm grateful. Hopefully we will have time to discuss it further. As soon as we get the information the princess wants, we can get to the palace and rescue Master Li. After that, perhaps we can go back to a simpler kind of life.
You don't write, sharing is our greatest strength with a straight face. You don't go, yes, this is amazing writing. Oh my god, man, I'm gonna win so many Pulitzers. I know Pulitzer is for good journalism. I'm just saying, I couldn't think of anything better for I don't know literary awards. The Newbery Award. The Peabody? Yeah, Peabody would be good. Peabody would work. That's a good one. I just popped the first thing into my head that was like, writing based. That's journalism. It's not the same. Still, man, you don't write caring is our greatest strength and not giggle while you're doing that. You're like, oh, this is the corniest thing you could possibly say. You don't remember your roommate got it for you to play together? Then he got ahead of you and you never played again. That sucks. I thought that you had like party members and stuff, but yeah, it's been I mean, I don't remember when the first Torchlight came out. 2008 sounds about right. That was the last time I played it. I thought you had like party members, but I never found Volume 1. Never found Volume 1 of that. It might be in that other tomb I can't get into. I'll probably never get into. Placing the token from the Lotus Assassin Recruiter in a recessed portion of this blessing board causes a barely audible click. The tomb opens. Enter the Lotus Assassin's Fortress. Oh, that's a new one. We haven't seen Death's Hand. Meant to be the Tuma Emperor's son.
I was told to expect a new recruit, and you fit the description. Well done braving the necropolis. A troublesome walk, but it weeds out the weak. I am the Watcher, and this is the fortress of the Lotus Assassins. It was built amid the graves of 1,000 generations, the tomb of the Emperor at its core. Come, I will show you to the Hall of Induction. If you have servants, they will be allowed to accompany you, but you are responsible for their actions.
Zoo just came through here. They just let him walk back in like this Watcher dude didn't give a shit. Zoo literally just walked in here. Unless this is Zoo.
From the defunct Order of the Lotus Assassins are an extension of the Emperor, as dictated by Death's Hand, and implemented by Grand Inquisitor Gia. Thanks to her direction, we are becoming the face of power in the Empire. The Imperial Army will soon be stationed only at taverns and fish markets. The great Golem army constructed here will spread across the Empire. Our masters will be all-powerful. You will assist if you survive. Weak recruits die quickly. Master Kang is one of our trainers. He will be your master as you seek to become an assassin. He is harsh, but his knowledge will be invaluable to you.
Doesn't sound like Zoo.
You will find him at the opposite end of the Hall of Induction, near the entrance to the central chambers. Do not keep him waiting.
I want to ask some questions.
What would you like to know?
Tell me about this fortress in the Golem army. Did someone try to enter the fortress just before I did? Tell me about the leaders of the Lotus Assassins. Yeah, that's the one I want to ask. Good thing. I'm glad that they actually have that, because, like, that's really strange that he, like, just strolled in there and... Like, I'm curious. I'm curious how he got in. Tell me about the leaders of the Lotus Assassins.
Death's Hand is the one who brings us the will of the Emperor, but Grand Inquisitor Gia rules in his absence.
So when Death Hand is out and about, Gia's the one that takes care of things. Alright, but let's know about Death's Hand.
Death's Hand rules us all. We obey him in all things, for he is the will of the Emperor. There is no more to tell. Our lives are his.
Okay, and what about Grand Inquisitor Gia?
Grand Inquisitor Gia is the foremost acolyte of Death's Hand. She was one of the first converted from the old Order of the Lotus, and she is fearsome in her power. You would be wise to never even give the appearance of challenging her. She takes offense easily, and even masters have been killed for displeasing her.
I could probably beat her up. Where can I find Grand Inquisitor Gia? You should stay away from her. Where is she?
She is not found by just anyone. Excel in your tasks, and perhaps you will be blessed with her attention. Fail, and you will be cursed with it.
Yeah, I definitely don't think that's Zoo. He's got, like, demon hands. Alright, I want to return to my questions.
I will answer, but you should not delay your duties.
I don't have any duties. You have duties. Tell me about the fortress and the Golem army.
This was to be the tomb of the Emperor. It rests in the heart of the necropolis, the accumulation of thousands of years of the Empire's dead. It was the perfect place to begin constructing the utterly loyal Golem forces the Emperor demanded through Death's Hand. We could harvest all the spirits we need.
Why are you constructing golems?
They are the perfect soldiers. Unrelenting. Obedient. The ideal that all Lotus assassins aspire to achieve. Slaves that die to be golems are blessed. The Imperial Army is weak, filled with questioning generals that do not know the path to glory. Even we assassins envy the pure subservience of a golem. Soon the will of the Emperor will be plain, and Death's Hand will step aside so he can enforce his glorious vision openly. Opposition will be impossible.
I was just thinking that the reason why they built it here, or using it, is because they had free access to spirits or ghosts that they could just pop into the golems. That's what I was thinking. And he said it. Why does he need golems? Who would dare oppose the Emperor?
There are those that think the Emperor must serve the will of the people, but they are traitors in disguise. His glory is our glory. Death's Hand will make it so.
Do you harvest bodies from the necropolis?
No, you fool. We harvest spirits. Many linger where their bodies interred, although the freshly dead produce a far more responsive golem. We now exclusively butcher slaves for this purpose. If you are lucky, you will be allowed to help in the process.
I want to return to my questions.
I will answer, but you should not delay your duty.
Alright, let's ask about Zoo. Did someone try to enter the fortress just before I did?
I saw no one. Only the most skilled of our number can enter this place without my knowing. I am the Watcher.
Okay. I don't have any more questions.
Go to your teacher, Acolyte. Do not keep him waiting. The far end of the hall at the entrance to the central chambers.
Wait, the what now?
Hopefully service under Master Gong will lead us to the information we need. We knew about the golems, but is Death's Hand or the Emperor behind it all?
Okay, cool. Where you going? There could be, treasure and goodies around here. I wonder if we're going to be fighting ghosts or... Oh, bones. Hell yeah. The Aura of Calm gem and $120 dues. Body and Intimidation. The Way of the Open Palm. That's me. Oh, no, we don't want to go there. Oh, I thought there was like... I thought this was a fork with multiple other paths. It's just the one. Just the one. Okay. Well, we got something, so that's cool. Does seem like there's... It like snakes down that way. Why does the map look like that? Does not look like there's a solid wall on the map there. Jar! Not anymore. It had nothing in it. Okay. There's a focus shrine. That's good to know. That is good to know. Okay, and that is not a thing either. Alright. Who is this? Another new acolyte? We'll make sure you know your place. You don't know me. What place is that? Like, you guys gonna fight me? Here, if we're gonna fight people, then we take that off. We put on more silver. No power-ups from human enemies. I want more money. They're the only people that'll give us money. Is there something else we can take off here? 6 cents. I could take that off. We don't need the... We don't need that. So I can put on... Is it more experience? They already don't drop freaking, what do you call them? We already don't get, orbs dropped. Like, they almost never drop orbs, so we might as well just get more experience. More spirit. I wonder if there's something better that we can throw on than just more spirit. I mean, I'm okay with it. I'm just not sure if there's like a everything. Oh, there's our gem book. Okay, I gotta remember that one too. It's pretty far down. We do have this cool damage shield. I've never put that on. Nah, alright, let's just go for it. Oh, let's save first. We'll save down here. All the way down there. Alright, let's go for it. Look! We have fresh blood. Another soul for the forge or a new pet for the masters. We don't need more competition for attention.
With the rise of the golems, we acolytes have fewer opportunities to serve. You are unwelcome.
They don't like me. Out of my way or you'll be dead when I'm running the place. I only seek to serve the Lotus Assassins. Let me pass. We all serve, but those who serve are not all equal.
We are losing status to the Golem army, and you want to take more attention away from us? I think you need to prove your worth.
By killing all of you?
To prove to these animals.
Should we prove his worth? No. He can defend it or die. If any of you think you can beat me, step up now or stand aside. Your masters will not like this. I'm an accepted recruit. Accepted, yes, but not tested. If you die here, clearly you're not capable of joining us. We have no need of acolytes that cannot even reach their master. You! Kill this fool!
More blood to stain my hands. A badge of honor.
Leaping tide. You're too slow.
Bah! You are skilled, but assassins are not just quick steps and cuts. We will see if you're strong enough. This isn't over. I mean, do you want to fight me? I'll fight you. Or did I just scare the crap out of you? And you're walking away with your tail between your legs. Oh, there's Zoo.
So, there is no discouraging you. You have come to the heart of the assassins, and you already have enemies. Are you certain you are ready for what you will learn here? I don't think the choice is yours anymore. This is my realm, where my demons hide. You will be forced to see them. We have discussed much in our time together, but not everything. I left some things buried, but now you have descended to their level.
Whose side are you on, Zoo? I'm eager to have your help. Why'd you come here? How'd you get past the Watcher?
For all that he sees, he is blind if you know where the right shadows are. As for why I have come, I will decide that when I see how you react to this place. Go. Your new master is waiting. Secure a place near the heart of the assassins, and you will be near your goal. Grand Inquisitor Xia is key.
I don't know what to make of Zoo. He seems so tormented.
Yeah, there's something going on with him. There's something. Ooh. Those seem like golems, don't they? An active clay golem. Okay, that also seems like a golem. Slave? Hi, slave.
I serve my owner without hesitation. I have no taste for the lash.
Okay. Eh? Who are you? An acolyte? Not even in robes yet? Go sweep up after the golems. You don't have the authority to order anything from me. Is it wise to dismiss me? Tomorrow I could be important. I don't like that ringing noise. If I ask to see your goods, show them. I won't ask twice. I have my own silver. You're not above personal sales, are you? Well, you still have a bit of personality about you. It won't last. They strip their recruits down to the essentials. Eventually, it'll just be another mask. My name, if you're still of a mind to care about names, is Merchant Kia Zhang. What can I do for you? Your surname's Kia? I knew a Kia Min once. Did you? I have a niece by that name. Is she well? The last I saw of her, she was well. It's good to hear. It's been years. She was training at some out-of-the-way school, if I recall. Are you a classmate? What does she look like now? A fine girl. Long flowing hair. Quite short, if I recall. Her hair was tied in many small knots. She is of spectacular girth. Her hair was tied in many small knots. Yes, that sounds like Min. Her mother wears it that way. Since you're a friend of the family, I'll give you a bit of a discount. Nice! Dope! You can enjoy it until the Lotus Assassins strip your will anyway. What do you have for sale? This and that. I don't stock much for the individual assassins. I mostly bring in large parts or supplies for their machines. Have a look. Some gems. Intimidation, intuition, body, mind, and spirit. Gem of struggle. But that's only for the closed fist, so I can't use that anyway, so that's not really of value to me. He doesn't really have anything that we need. Unfortunate.
I serve as I'm directed. I've no other option.
But he does give us a discount, so that's pretty cool. I like discount. Master G, Master Soto. I don't think either of them are what we want, right?
What is this? Another acolyte feeling their way around in the dark?
Probably.
It takes some time for their eyes and skin to adjust. For the first few weeks, they're as easy to kill as newborn kittens.
Say that to my face.
What do you want, acolyte? We've done our work for the day and don't want to be disturbed. Unless the press is broken, leave us.
The press? Like, do you guys hand out pamphlets? What's your purpose here?
We keep the Golem press functioning. Without us, the machines could not keep up the ambitious pace that Grand Inquisitor Gia has set.
So I murder you.
It takes 2 minds, 2 pairs of hands to control the inner structures of the press. You fools just see the controls. Inside the machines, it is impossibly complex.
Impossible? Tell me about the Golem press.
You would not understand the complex balance of gears and sorcery that makes it function. Even flyers are simpler creations.
Mm-hmm. Who built the press?
By the will of the Emperor, Death's Hand had it created.
Oh, yes.
Parts stolen from some great celestial furnace.
Lao?
That's nonsense. Not everything our craftsmen create is stolen or gifted from somewhere else. We have the capability on our own.
Maybe it is Lao. Maybe they did. Let's go back to my other questions.
If we must, what do you want?
Bye.
Leave us, acolyte.
Okay, love you. They seem nice. I'm just seeing if there's like any smashables or collecties. Looks like we got a... So the focus is on the other side, and then the spirit is right here. Alright. So we know where we can replenish our stuff.
You are falling behind, gang. Grand Inquisitor Gia is not happy, therefore I am not happy. If your work does not improve, I will have to stop taking credit for it. The latest battalion of golems stand idle because of you. If the production of the Jade Golem is delayed again, perhaps your soul will fuel our next attempt. I trust I have made myself clear.
Yes, Master Shin.
I thought so. Do not let anything delay you further. It would be a shame to once more remind Grand Inquisitor Gia how incompetent you are. Yes, an absolute shame.
Oh no. Poor Gong.
What do you want? So help me, if you're just some wandering slave, I'll have you butchered to color the clay golems. Wait, no. You are the one I was told to expect. A new recruit.
Sup?
As if I don't have enough trouble watching over the other fools in my care.
You will find me a competent assassin, I assure you. I will endeavor to serve as best I can.
Your best is no longer the limit of what we expect, despite what you have achieved elsewhere. You will be reconstructed into the perfect obedient slave.
You got it.
If you survive, then you will be an assassin. For now, you are a Lotus Acolyte, and your life expectancy is not long. Follow me down to the central chambers when you are ready to begin your indoctrination. Do not keep me waiting. A battalion of golems stand idle.
I mean, is that a threat? You trying to threaten me? I don't think that there's much in need of preparation I need to do here. I don't think there really is. We can't do anything to the clay golems. It would be interesting if we could sabotage them in some way, but it doesn't look like there's much of anything that I do here, so... Let's go! It said upper chamber door. And now we're going down. So this was the upper chamber. Now we're going down. I thought it meant it was leading to the upper chambers. Clearly not. Clearly downer chambers. Downer chambers. I'm sorry. Lower chambers.
Damn the heavens for the fools I lead. I am destined to suffer for their incompetence, and I have one man to blame for it. Shin.
Yeah, Shin.
The old scorpion had one of his followers shatter a spirit shard during training. There are ghosts everywhere. I've lost 8 slaves and 3 acolytes to them. You, New Blood, get over there and occupy those ghosts until I can get real Lotus assassins to clean them up. Golem production cannot be delayed by this.
That does not sound like an order you were meant to survive.
Nope, no it doesn't.
Go on. It's your first sacrifice for your new life. I'm sure it will be glorious.
I am quite glorious. Can I talk to him?
I gave you an order, Acolyte. Go spill your new blood on those ghosts while I get some real assassins in here.
Yeah, coward. Why not do it yourself? I mean, yes, your master is whatever. Lotus assassins are far superior to you acolytes. We're trusted followers of the will of the Emperor, and will lead his golem army. Yeah, I'm sure you will. Got any, like, jars, cabinets? Hell yeah. What? Keeper of the Archive.
Greetings, young Lotus Acolyte. I am the Keeper of the Archive. What can this humble servant of the Order do for you?
How long have you kept your archive?
Our Order has existed for 20 years. I have chronicled our new role and rise to glory. Much is mundane, minor shifts in power, the results of various campaigns.
Does sound mundane.
True secrets are held only in the minds of Grand Inquisitor Gia and Death's Hand.
Want to ask about what is in the archive? The assassins need a historian. It can't be your only duty. Yeah, what's in the archive?
I will answer within the limits of what someone of your ranking is permitted to know. Recent or old entries, you must give specifics.
Huh. Tell me about the Lotus Assassin leadership.
All you are allowed to know of your masters is that Death's Hand is the will of the Emperor, and Grand Inquisitor Gia rules this place for him. Obey their wishes when they are made apparent to you, or you will be destroyed. That is all an acolyte needs to understand. You may, however, ask about your Master Gong. He is not important enough to warrant secrecy.
Oh. Well, then tell me about Master Gong.
A thoroughly average assassin relegated to indoctrinating acolytes due to his failure to demonstrate leadership qualities. He is not well liked.
Makes sense. I don't like him.
His mediocrity is magnified by the successes of Master Shin, an assassin who arrived at the same time and has catapulted through the ranks.
Oh, he jelly?
Coincidentally, Master Shin is the one who personally documented many of Gong's failures. There is, of course, nothing strange about this.
All right, other questions?
I will answer within the limits of...
Right. Tell me about the time the Order was formed.
You are permitted to know that Death's Hand returned from Dirge as the Emperor's trusted confidant after all others around him proved to be traitors. After defeating the drought, the Emperor was no longer a slave to the natural order of things. He needed utterly loyal disciples to replace and kill doubters.
You don't defeat a drought.
The Order of the Lotus was quickly transformed from its weak role under Prince Qin. Death's Hand was the new way, and those who disagreed were destroyed.
You don't defeat a drought. It's not a foe. You can help fix a drought. I mean, not really. I guess in this fantasy world you can, but you don't defeat it. It's funny. No one questioned such a brutal change. What was so different in the way they were trained?
All who did were killed, except one who first hid his doubt. On a mission to cleanse a traitor's family, he rejected Death's Hand and turned on his fellows. The bodies were unrecognizable. More have died to him over the years, but few remain who know his face. He was our most skilled, most vicious, and most hated.
And so now he never takes off his mask? So this rogue assassin escaped punishment?
He escaped death, but there is no greater penalty for a Lotus assassin than to be removed from the sight of Death's Hand and our Emperor.
It's gotta be Zhu.
No doubt many of his years have been worse than death. Once you are truly indoctrinated, you will know the hunger to serve that such loyalty brings.
It's gotta be Zhu, right? What was the rogue assassin called?
His name is not spoken to the acolytes. You must understand that to oppose Death's Hand is to lose all connection to your masters. Even if you live, you do not exist. There are few fates worse than being reduced to nothing. Lotus assassins can belong nowhere else. Service to Death's Hand is your life.
It really is indoctrination. They don't really hide that. What was so different in the way you were trained?
Master Gong has been lax in indoctrinating you. No doubt he wants to make use of your fiery disposition before stripping you of it. You will come to understand. Soon you will have nothing else but your life here. Your role as a Lotus assassin leaves no room for anything other than loyalty to Death's Hand and the Emperor.
I mean, you seem to have a personality.
All who did were killed.
Right. Okay, let's go back to the other questions.
I will answer.
Tell me about recent campaigns.
Slaves continue to be brought to the fortress from the wall and unimportant villages that have no voice to object. Our golem force continues to grow. Operations in Tian's Landing have temporarily halted, but we received glorious news that a hated enemy of the Emperor has been delivered to the palace. The accomplices who hid him were butchered, their pitiful village razed. We look forward to a day when all who oppose our masters are dealt with.
That was my village, and that's my friend. Who is this enemy?
It is unimportant. All that matters is that he was caught. We don't need to know any more than that. It is a glorious validation of all that we do to serve our masters.
I mean, our character isn't dense enough that they can't connect the dots, right? Bye.
Goodbye, Acolyte. Serve our masters well.
I'll try. Let's see here. It looked like there were some books we could read, so we'll take off experience from human. The book thing was really far down, I think. Yep, there it is. Gem Scholar. Alright, what do we got in here? Bookstand. The Grand Inquisitor's will. In your obedience to Death's Hand, do not neglect to heed the complex demands of our mistress, Jia. second in glory only to the hand of Death himself. Our mistress demands that all of her servants think clearly and completely in all that they do. She expects that all Lotus assassins exercise their minds as thoroughly as they suppress their impulses of their hearts. As Grand Inquisitor, Mistress Jia knows all things that happen within the fortress and without. Not even the deepest secrets of the most remote places in the Empire escape her knowledge. Mistress Jia demands that we be cunning, ruthless, and complete in our loyalty to her master and ours, Death's Hand. To disrespect her is to disrespect the Empire, the Emperor, and Death's Hand himself. 3,000 experience, holy mackerel! Oh, this book stand can't be? Okay, so what's this one? Scroll stand. Configuration of the rabbit. Yo, dope. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I'm talking about it. Hell yeah. The undeniable fire. Of all threats the young Jade Empire faced, the greatest was the barbarian warlord Zhang Zai. Titled The Tree That Defies the Fire, Zhang Zai managed to organize the barbaric horse lords into an efficient and deadly machine of warfare, conquering much of the lands to the west and north of the Empire before coming to bear on the borders of the Jade Empire itself. Zhang Zai, whose savagery denied even the Great Wall built to keep his people out, led his hungry, maddened people to attack our fledgling empire in a rabid attempt to destroy all that would become our advanced and prosperous civilization. So vicious and deadly was Zhang Zai's attack that it roused the insular spirit monks from their temple in the land of howling spirits to come to the empire's aid. Left unconquered by the devouring horse-lord army, the monks of Dirge stood alongside the empire and in a great battle, recounted by sages, playwrights, and scholars around the world, laid waste to Zhang Zai and his ravenous army of wild bowmen. Excuse me. With the help of the monks from Dirge, the Empire finally burned down the tree that defies the fire, and our glorious land was never since faced so deadly a foe. The Way of the Lotus. Many acolytes misinterpret the tenets of the Lotus Assassin Order. Stated simply, there are no tenets save one, obedience. Some believe we preach strength overall, but one must be strong to even be considered for recruitment. We're assassins, not monks. Our order does not teach as much as act. Leave the teachings to the scholars in their wasteful garden. Our mandate is to serve the will of the Emperor through Death's Hand and Grand Inquisitor Jia. Because they demand strength, we give them strength. Because they demand cunning, we give them cunning. Most of all, they demand obedience, so we give them obedience to do otherwise. To do otherwise would be to spit in the eyes of those who hold our spirits in their hands. Acolytes may create philosophical justification for their lives they have chosen, but in the end, our master's wills are the only truth and the only law we serve. Okay, so that's all that's in here. Just making sure we didn't, like, miss out on anything. Okay, we can take off the book and put on... I guess we're going to be fighting ghosts, so we'll put on the ghost gem instead to get some more of that ghost experience. What's up?
I am devoted to Death's Hand alone.
I know, you're so crazy.
You're beneath me. Go, or risk being used as golem fodder.
Use your mom as golem fodder. Wait, did I say that? If you survive your training, then you can speak to me. Idle chatter will not delay production of the golems. Golem press room. The sturdy door cannot be opened at this time. Okay. Who we got over here? Attendant Kohong.
Another of Gong's weakling acolytes headed to the slaughter. How many of the ghosts killed so far?
I got them all.
11, 12, doesn't matter. Worthless as one, worthless as a group.
Go on, then. Let's see how you fare. We'll need to sluice the blood out of there by the time they manage to destroy those ghosts.
Oh.
Go on. Join your other useless acolytes in death.
If Master Gong hadn't shown you such favoritism, you wouldn't have gotten anywhere.
What? What favoritism?
I have been separated to reflect on my devotion.
I'm his favorite? Neat. I always wanted to be somebody's favorite. So where are these? Ah! The knucklehead stabbed me. No! What, did I not hit him with that?
Spirit thief. You're going down. Leaping tiger.
They just have so much health. Wonder how much experience we get from an inactive clay golem. Okay. Are you supposed to like force spirits into there? Hey. One of these something could happen with, right? Ooh, jar. Soul extractor room. Sounds lovely. Let's go in there. The sturdy door cannot be opened at this time. Wait, so was I just supposed to beat up those 3 ghosts? Is that it? Is that it? I did it. I beat them up. I did it, guys. I'm the champion. I did it.
You live. And the ghosts are gone?
For now.
Well, I did not expect this. It would seem that I have a competent acolyte for once. Interesting. Recruits are rarely of use before we strip them of their outside identities, but you beg a more interesting application. Could you be the one I have waited for?
I'm no mere student. I earned my place here. I welcome the compliment. I hope I serve you well.
Your duties would normally include a period of deprivation in a cell until every hint of self and identity was stripped away. It is a draining, brutal awakening.
Cool.
I need a favored protege, someone willing to risk everything in my service. I will preserve your intellect, allow your inventive mind to remain, in exchange for 2 tasks.
Okay.
One is your duty anyway. The other is something to secure your future at the heart of the Assassins. Lotus Acolytes are utterly expendable. You deserve better.
Whatever you say, boss. You speak as if I have a choice. You can order what you want. So, favorite students are spared some pain? I agree. I will serve as needed, Master Gong.
You must operate the Soul Extractor, past the room where you fought the ghosts. In the coming weeks, you will help swell the ranks of the Empire's glorious Golem army.
I love Golem army.
Golems are fueled by the souls of the dead. The recently dead, it turns out, make far more obedient and powerful golems, especially if brutally killed. We no longer mind the necropolis for souls that linger near their resting place. We butcher slaves instead, and extract their souls into spirit shards. Tonight we require a shard of exceptional quality for a Jade Golem that will control the latest battalion of golems. You will oversee this in the extraction chamber.
And what is the second task, Master Gong?
You clearly deserve better than the short life of a regular acolyte. Your ability surprised me. Use it to surprise the others as well. Help me gain the power to help you. Kill Master Shin, my superior.
Yo, what if I snitch? It cannot be as simple as that, or he would be dead now. Why trust me with this? I've only just arrived. You wish me to take the blame for such an act?
You are perceptive. It is a tricky matter and therefore a good test for an otherwise expendable acolyte. Your kind die often in the machinations between masters.
You're just fodder to him. Make sure we stay useful or he'll find another favorite.
The politics of the Lotus Assassin Order are complicated. It's all right if murder is suspected, so long as it appears deserved because of incompetence.
So we like set him up. Not certain I want to do your dirty work. How do I go about doing that?
That is your task to figure out, Acolyte. This is a dangerous place. Find a way for him to have an accident that disgraces him. I, of course, must not be implicated. Talk to my acolytes at their stations, in the Golem press room and the Soul Extractor. These are dangerous machines. Find a sharp corner Shin can crack his temple on. Return to me when you have an idea for an appropriate accident. I don't care what it is, as long as there is a corpse for me to gloat over in the end.
I have some questions, Master Gong.
Proceed, but do not waste my time.
Oh, I will. I want to ask about the golems and shards.
I will hear you.
What are spirit shards? Are they similar to essence gems?
Shards infuse the golems with life. Souls are extracted from the vessel that holds them, whether a corpse or a slave, and sealed within a crystal shard. The more recent and brutal the death, the more effective the golem. Our soul extraction process is deliberately painful. Essence gems are trinkets that can focus minimal amounts of chi. There are very few people who can make use of them effectively.
What's so important about the Jade Golem?
Golems are utterly obedient, but that does not mean that they are always easy to control. In great numbers, there can be discord. Jade Golems are infused with spirit shards made of multiple souls. They are highly ordered servants, and they serve as pacifiers for the other golems. One or two golems can be controlled by will alone, but an army requires these Jade intermediaries to maintain order. Such numbers are dangerous without a lieutenant.
How many golems have been produced?
I do not know. Hundreds? More? Many are here, waiting for a Jade Golem to command them. In the end, we will replace the weaklings of the Imperial Army entirely. Imagine it, Acolyte. An army of loyal, nearly indestructible golems, dedicated to enforcing the will of the Emperor under death's hand. A beautiful sight.
You know what? I just had a thought here. We have the little girl, right? With the two, like, demonic spirits inside of them. Are we gonna... Can we put one of those, like, demons inside the Jade Golem? Can we do that? Let's go back to my other questions.
Proceed, but do not waste my time.
Tell me about Master Shin.
You already know enough about him. He is insufferable, concerned only about his own advancement. He sabotages my efforts at every turn. When he is gone, I will ascend in rank, and I will reward acolytes that are loyal to me. Perhaps I will even introduce you to Grand Inquisitor Gia in the heart of the fortress.
Well, that's nice. I spoke with the Keeper of the Archive about you.
Stop right there, acolyte. I am well aware of what that Lotus Expositioner records. Rumors and lies routinely turned over to Grand Inquisitor Gia. If you wish to remain more than a footnote in her pages, you will not speak to me again about her. The old fool will see my potential, and you will help me.
Someone's desperate. Okay, bye.
Remember your tasks, acolyte. Create a spirit shard in the extraction chamber for the Jade Golem, and find a creative way to kill and disgrace Master Shin. You can also seek training from acolyte trainer Guang. I'm sure you are her superior, but she might have something of use to you.
Guang, you say? Okay, Guang. Want to meet Guang? Where's Guang? You Guang? Attendant Tang.
So Gong has an acolyte who can fight.
Yeah.
Ghosts are mindless. I see no real skill in defeating them.
Yes, certainly. Against a real opponent, there would be no doubt of the outcome.
I would win?
Slink back to Master Gong. We answer to Master Shin, and if you are lucky, this is the last time you will see us.
I talk to you again?
Leave us, acolyte. We serve Master Shin, not your fool master.
True, true. Well, I don't know if we're gonna keep fighting spirits or people, but we'll put the people one back on.
Leave us, Leave us. Leave us,
Okay, I can't get into door. You survive your training. Oh. Ah, pressy, pressy. Be careful, fool. One distraction and I could have been crushed. When the Jade Golem is done, have a normal spirit shard made and replace this clay golem. The ranks must be full when the Jade Golem is activated.
My own demons distract me in this place, but I hold no love for your new master or the master above him. If you kill one, why not two? Distractions are the key to weakness in a target. If you look to the future, Master Gong will have his plans come crashing down on him.
What's Zhu trying to do here? Okay, well, we could try to crush whoever this is. It's likely waiting to be activated after the Jade Golem controller mentioned by Gong is completed. Oh, we get to read, though. Jade Empire Bestiary Volume 2, A Thought on Golems. Until recently, very little was known about golems. Those few people skilled enough to craft golems keep their secrets carefully. Powerful and deadly foes, golems are feared throughout the Empire. Though their workings remain a mystery, there are several useful characteristics worth noting about these formidable opponents. These man-made beasts are immune to most types of magic. Their solid exteriors are best attacked with equally strong forces. Weapons and strength are the best way to defeat these dangerous adversaries. Yeah, it seemed like the only thing that really hurt them was hitting them with our pole staff. Well, I got $146. That hurt.
So, you are the new Lotus Acolyte under Master Kang. No one else has reason to be here. He was quick to favor you. New recruits are typically held in isolation. I will instruct you on the use of the golem press and crane. Forming the golems is an honored task that elevates us above slaves and mere servants. Press is simple to use. Using this machine, we can create a legion of warrior golems in a day.
That explains how they are produced in such numbers. But is it for the Emperor or Death's Hand?
Could be both. If we're able to create that many golems, why haven't we? Our power must be growing at an incredible rate.
This is only one step. Here we create husks devoid of energy. Each golem needs a spirit shard to move, and a Jade Golem must guide them all. For each shard, a spirit must be reduced to its essence. For a time we used those that lingered near their graves, mining them as if they were silver. No longer. The recently dead make a stronger, more obedient golem, if the death is painful. With a Jade Golem guiding them, legions act as one, utterly obedient. The extraction chamber is a far more interesting place to work. The screams over there are music. Here we have only the creaking of clay.
Okay. The machine looks dangerous. Have accidents claimed any lives?
You nearly saw one as you entered, but they are rare. Falling victim to an obvious danger like a dropped golem or worse, the press, would take a monumental fool. The machines are loud and you can see the operator from anywhere in the room. A past victim of the press suffered more damage after the incident than during it. Reputations are very important in the Lotus Assassin Order. Falling victim to the press would cause a loss in status almost fatal in and of itself.
Falling victim to the press, a loss in status. So that would be a opportunity then, huh? Tell me about the crane and press.
The press is simple to operate. You select the type of body at the first station. Once the material is poured, it is funneled to the press. The press serves as a mold and a kiln. In short order, it can be opened and the new body is ready to be moved. The crane controls are at the end of the ramp. You can experiment with each station if you want, but you may as well reduce what you produce to rubble. There are no shards to power any more golems for now.
Other questions?
You test my patience, Acolyte.
Shh. I'm asking the questions here. Tell me about the different golems.
You do not need to know much. We can make husks right now, but there will be no more spirit shards until the Jade Golem is completed.
You kill people to make shards for the golems?
The average citizen of the Empire is worthless. They're nothing more than cattle. In this, they can at least serve some useful purpose.
Why is the Jade Golem... Oh, what are the different kinds of golems? Did they ever do this?
Clay golems are weaker, but can be made swiftly. Bronze golems are stronger and heavier, but they take longer to construct. Jade golems are the strongest of that size, but they are a topic all their own.
So you've got the ceramic, bronze, and then jade. Got you. Of that size, are there larger ones?
Perhaps, but they are constructed elsewhere and are only deployed in siege situations. True monsters to behold.
Cool. Is the Jade Golem special?
Very few are made. They're expensive and difficult to construct, but they are also essential. A single Jade Golem can direct and pacify a legion of others.
What do you mean by direct and pacify?
1 or 2 golems can be controlled by will alone, but larger numbers are unwieldy. They grow confused, their wills creeping back and bringing madness. Jade Golems keep order. Command a Jade Golem and you command them all. The current legion has not yet been assigned a Jade Golem.
Okay.
Master Kang will probably order you to help with that, if he has not done so already.
Maybe. Other questions?
You test my patience, Acolyte.
I'll test more than your patience. Tell me about the Lotus Assassins.
What do you wish to know, Acolyte? There is much to learn if you want to ascend in the Order.
Tell me about Inquisitor Jia.
Grand Inquisitor Jia directs us all in the absence of Death's Hand. She is one of the few that survived the transition of the Lotus Order into the Lotus Assassins. She is merciless, violent, and sadistic. You would do well to emulate her.
Yes. Where can I find her?
Beyond the Veil of Death if you impose your presence uninvited. Master Kang may present you if you please him, but even he has few opportunities to appeal to her.
Tell me about Death's Hand.
Death's Hand is master of us all. It is by his whim that we live and die, for his is the will of the Emperor. Obey him, or fall before his might.
Has the Emperor ever visited this fortress?
No, and there is no reason for him to. I would throw myself in the press even if his robes were discolored by the dust of the machine. I have no doubt that Grand Inquisitor Jia would extend my demise if I did not. You test...
Okay, we've got it all.
I will return to my tasks.
As you should, as you should. Gotta touch some buttons. These are the controls for using the crane to move golems from the press to the walkway. A golem must be in the press for the crane to activate. Leave the machine. Golem press. These are the controls for selecting which type of golem is to be made. It is locked on clay golem. There is an opening in the side that looks like it accepts clay containers of some kind. Other than that, it seems quite simple. Leave the machine. Okay. Okay. There's nothing in there. Alright, so there was a chamber in there that we could go into. Is there anything else around here? Oh, hold on. Someone has something? Acolyte Trainer Guang. Oh, that's right. They said we could, like, maybe learn some stuff from her.
An acolyte of Gong's, So am I. Let's identify what training you need by sparring for a short time.
Okay.
Let's keep it non-lethal for now.
Oh.
Find you have enough enemies in this place. We acolytes are utterly expendable.
Right. Very well. Let's spar.
Good. Remember, no killing blows. I'm sure you'll have plenty of time to practice those later.
No killing blows. I'll blow you.
Well, you would appear to have more than a passing knowledge of combat. I could almost see some kind of flaw, but I was clearly outclassed.
Yes, you were. I knew this acolyte was something special, but I didn't think my trainer would be made to look like a fool.
Fool.
You, New Blood, you will be the trainer now. When I am promoted, you will train all my acolytes. You, assist him if you can even do that.
Yeah, scrub.
It would seem that you have taken over my duties. I will still serve as an advisor, as Master Gong ordered. There are techniques I can share.
As you should. You weren't much of a trainer. I will fare better. I apologize for taking your position.
In truth, I did not like being a trainer. Life for any of Master Gong's acolytes is rough and short, but especially so for trainers. Master Shin sees to that. My duties, your duties now, include training Master Shin's personal entourage. In the past, if a trainer was too good, Shin had that trainer killed to keep Gong weak. I think one member of his entourage is a full Lotus assassin. I have survived by appearing unimportant and staying out of the fight between Gong and Shin.
Why didn't you tell me this? Would there be an outcry if one of Shin's entourage died during training? Who am I supposed to train? What training services can you provide? How did you come to join the assassins? I have access to Shin's personal entourage?
You are supposed to train the attendants in his entourage. Some need it, but if you seem too skilled, your next fight will be against the hidden Lotus assassin. Besides, it wouldn't weaken Shin for long. I suppose he would be alone and more vulnerable if he had to fight right away, but he will replace them in time.
Would there be an outcry if one of Shin's entourage died during training?
Accidents happen, and even the attendants in his entourage are just acolytes, and therefore are utterly expendable. There would not be much fuss.
Mm-hmm.
However, you would probably find yourself training the hidden Lotus assassin in the next bout. Any skilled acolytes under Gong are quickly disposed of.
I want to get rid of all of them. How many can I fight at once? Who am I supposed to train?
You're in a hurry to make enemies, aren't you? Very well. Master Shin has a new attendant in his entourage who's supposed to be trained. Attendant Keaton. She is replacing one of the acolytes who did not return from Tian's Landing. There was no explanation. I assume he was weak and was discarded. You can find her and all of the other attendants by the doors to the inner chambers. They wait there for when Shin leaves to inspect new slave shipments.
How'd you come to join the assassins?
I showed my ability in the arena, and when I asked, their recruiter agreed. I have only one skill, and this was the best place to exploit it.
What ability do you mean?
Combat. Killing. The army was too strict. The arena too tame. Here, when they want an enemy destroyed, that enemy is destroyed. Sometimes family and all. We are all here for one reason, and that includes you. We are killers, plain and simple. There are no Lotus assassins with hearts of gold.
Yet. Do I have to shave my head? What training services can you provide?
I have learned a number of techniques.
Eye of Inner Darkness, Chi and Focus. I really don't need the intimidation, but holy crap. Those seem pretty good. Ice Shard style. Closed Fist. I mean, these are all pretty solid. Chi and Focus is good. I want that. It's $5,000, but sure. 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 I don't need that, though. Fearsome Visage. I don't need my charm to go down at all, so... We got a lot. We got stronger, baby. Maybe we had a little less chi, but we got stronger.
I should... Accident. How...
I want to get rid of them all. How many can I fight at once?
Are you mad? Well, it doesn't matter. You must train one at a time. If you seem to be too strong a target, I'm sure they will accommodate your death wish.
Oh, okay. See you later.
Goodbye. If you wish to begin your likely short career as trainer, Attendant Keaton waits with her fellows at the doors to the inner chambers.
All right.
I'll say this. If you are going to try and fight them, hold nothing back. They will be trying to kill you.
Wonder why she has a flag above her head. Was there like a quest associated with her? Kill Master Shin. Does the map show it? Trainer Acolyte Guang. I guess it just says that. Golem Mixer and Crane Acolyte. Was there another door up here, or was that it? There was one right here. I guess that doesn't go anywhere. Or, well, maybe not for me. No, this. Alright, so I guess it's just back downstairs. Well, I mean, those purchases, I mean, they're permanent upgrades, so it's kind of hard to turn that stuff down, right? Alright, I guess we have to go into the chamber thing. So I could beat them up whenever I wanted.
I don't have time to talk.
Those who do not...
Alright. So I guess we're gonna go in here and deal with this thing over here. I don't know what training and then fighting the Lotus Assassin's gonna do for me though.
You approach the soul extractor. The assassins want you to create a spirit shard, to crush a life to power a golem puppet. They are very efficient in their brutality now. It wasn't always like this. Fear used to be the primary tactic. Destroy the family of one to ensure the loyalty of all. It caused chaos, uprisings, close allies turning on each other. Those inclined to betrayal fear it the most. Imagine if you could corrupt the machine and return the chaos of disloyalty the Emperor dreads.
Can I ruin their plans and get what I need? You have something useful to say, get to it. Sick of your interrupting. How are you avoiding capture? Can I ruin their plans and get what I need?
No matter your motives, helping the assassins harms you. If you corrupt the spirit shard, you can move forward while also crippling their golems. They seek control. There used to be a chance to disobey when the order given was too harsh. The victims pointlessly innocent. Now there is only obedience. There is something chaotic enough to disrupt that. In the elevator room to come, descend to the deepest mine, to the oldest graves.
What thing will disrupt them? What do you mean? Why should I trust you? If you know something that can help, get to the point. You know, what would disrupt them?
Just go. The thieves await you. Remember, the deepest mines. They are closed now for being too troublesome. That is where you will find what you need.
I don't know what's going on here. This is, okay. Elevator?
You must be Master Gong's latest acolyte. I heard there might be a new recruit, but they typically aren't ready for service so quickly. Stripping a will can take time. But Master Gong is known for being generous to those who please him. You must be quite exceptional to be allowed into service so directly.
I punched a ghost, and he was like, wow, you're amazing. Yeah, I guess. What is this place?
This device is the Soul Extractor. It has a loftier name, but we are here to glorify Emperor Sun through Death's Hand, not pay tribute to some distant celestial lord. It is mounted on an elevator that reaches deep into the necropolis. Until recently, we excavated bodies to extract spirits that lingered near their graves. The results were unpredictable. Now we use slaves. Freshly killed spirits make the best golems. The more painful the death, the better. The extractor is not gentle.
Horrible. If the Emperor really is behind this, he's a monster.
I must make a spirit shard for the Jade Golem. I want to ask you some questions. The machine looks dangerous. Have accidents claimed any lives?
The Soul Extractor certainly kills whatever is placed within it, but little is left of the victim, so you cannot prove they did not belong there. Only a spirit shard remains. The Golem Press is far more dangerous, but I have nothing to do with that ungainly device. I prefer the elegance of ripping slaves apart.
The elegance? I want to ask you some questions.
What kind of questions?
Like, I must make a spirit shard for the Jade Golem.
Then you should select a suitable victim for the procedure. I would recommend one of the slaves on the prison level. Selecting from elsewhere could bring unfortunate results, and I would not wish to see you disgraced so early in your time with us.
I know.
Use the lever to select a floor, and this platform will move there. You are free to go where you wish, but I would avoid the lower mines. They are restless.
So, you believe they're dangerous?
The older tombs have spirits that have festered in their hatred for ages. They are not easily controlled. That is why we use slaves to power the golems now. As well, the mines are simply not stable. Tombs can collapse, so we take care not to move too many golems at once, to avoid shaking the foundations of the fortress.
Other questions?
What kind of questions?
Good ones. I want to ask about the extractor and spirit shards.
If you must. It is a simple machine to operate. I'm sure you will come to enjoy the subtle joys of it.
Do corpses still have souls to extract?
Spirits that die in trauma can linger near their mortal form. The Empire is soaked in blood. Many restless dead haunt the necropolis. But slaves produce a better result.
You store slaves here?
Only on the prison level. Many of the mines are impassable. The graves were never intended to be stable during excavation. Several have collapsed. Much of the surrounding ground is weak. We do not march too many golems at once. Even that might shake something loose.
Like a booger? How does the extractor function?
Slaves are placed in the extractor, and the extraction fluid produces exquisite agony. Focused by this pain, the soul is forced to crystallize into a spirit shard. That shard is implanted in a golem, infusing it with the energy of the deceased soul. Your task is the creation of a new shard for a Jade Golem. Do not delay.
Who made the extractor?
Death's Hand placed the machine here. It is said the Emperor himself brought pieces of some great celestial furnace back from the heavens. I do not fully understand how it functions, but I am not meant to. I obey, and that is enough.
Other questions?
What kind of questions?
Tell me about the Lotus Assassins and our leaders.
Your place in the ranks of the assassins is clear. What do you want to know?
Tell me about Death's Hand.
Death's Hand owns my soul, as he does yours and everyone else who has given themselves to him. In obedience and submission, we find our purpose. He is the living will of the Emperor. Through him, we are closer to the heart of the Empire.
Yes, this all sounds good. Tell me about Grand Inquisitor Jia.
Grand Inquisitor Jia is the embodiment of the will of Death's Hand, even as he is the will of the Emperor. She governs us all while he is elsewhere. To defy her is to defy the Empire. Death is her first and last means of education on the matter.
And tell me about the fortress.
It is our home, but not for much longer. With the golem forces of the Emperor almost complete, there is little to tie us here. When the army marches, so shall we. I do not imagine we will leave much behind us. The ground here is weak. Such a movement of power will likely shake the walls to their foundation.
Other questions? Goodbye?
You should get on with your work. Grand Inquisitor Jia is growing impatient for the Jade Golem to be completed. Select a suitable victim and create a spirit shard.
I mean, you got it, pal. We can't go there. Can't go there. Elevator controls? Is that how we got in here, was right there? Soul extractor control. The air is noticeably colder near the extractor. The machine is motionless as if waiting silently for the next victim or corpse to be placed within. The handle is worn smooth from use. Zhu said to descend to the lowest mine to learn how to use the machine to create a shard that disrupts the Lotus Assassin's plan. Can I go to all the floors, though? What if I want to go to all the floors? There are 3 subsurface levels accessible. Select the floor you wish to visit. Main level, prison floor, near surface mine level, abandoned deep level mine. Prison level? Okay.
What do you want?
Yeah, I'm good. Okay. Let's check out the prison level.
Who are you? Some new acolyte? I've seen a lot of your kind. I watch over the slaves you deliver to the extractor. The inevitability of their deaths is amusing.
Indeed, indeed.
Haven't even earned your markings yet, I see. Master Kang must be getting weak to allow you such freedom already.
Marking is like the symbol on their head. I want to ask you some questions.
Like what?
Where do these slaves come from?
They come from across the Empire. Some are brought from the south, some from the poor quarters of the city. Others are those who have merely spoken ill of us.
A cruel collection. They do not deserve this.
Spoken ill, like you have the flu.
Their lives before don't matter. Only their deaths concern us.
A pox on you. Tell me about Death's Hand.
Death's Hand is our lord and master. He holds our souls in bondage and grants us power through it. We obey him unquestioningly. He is the will of the Emperor.
Neat, neat, neat. Tell me about Grand Inquisitor Jia.
Inquisitor Jia is second only to Death's Hand himself. She is in charge of our work here, and she oversees our operations in the Imperial City. You will meet her in time, and when you do, pray you do not anger her.
Probably gonna make her upset. Never mind.
Do what you...
Wasn't done.
What do you...
Oh, I can't allow these slaves to remain here.
You tread dangerous ground, acolyte. Unless you plan to speed their processing in the extractor, you risk being punished for your impudence.
Release them. I demand it.
You will not keep them this way.
You demand it? You are clearly not here as an acolyte. If you want to die for these scrawny dogs, so be it.
Leaping tiger.
You have given us a chance. Please let us out.
I mean, y'all gonna get fucked up.
You
Button.
We are free, if only for a little while. There are sure to be other guards. Thank you for what you have done. But I'm not sure where to go now.
You should probably wait here.
The mine. The smaller one. Remember? Before they stopped digging out the graves, there was light from the surface coming in. I heard someone got away once. I don't know if they made it out of the necropolis, but it is a chance.
I will remove the guard when I'm done with the extractor.
Thank you. I don't think we would have a chance without you.
Sweet. Okay, I can't get behind them. Everything?
What do you want?
Nothing. Goodbye.
You should get on with your work. Grand Inquisitor Gia.
Yep. Near surface mine level. Nothing. Nothing at all. Them bones, smell like bones, them bones, smell like bones, them bones, smell like bones. Bones have a weird smell. They didn't have anything on them. Iron skin gem. Iron skin gem. I got 2 iron skin gems. I don't think I'm supposed to have 2. Body plus flurry, 0% damage from traps. Small cracks in the mine allow a few beams of light from outside. An emaciated slave might be able to reach the surface, but no one else would fit. Great. That was it, though? That's the only thing here? Abandoned deep level mine.
You're dead set on losing your life down in those tombs. I won't stop you. I won't save you either.
I mean, I don't expect you to, lady? You think I am that incompetent? It's probably true. I am pretty incompetent. What did we have equipped? Human. Okay. Well, good. We might have to do ghosts soon, though. Cereal?
The deep tombs hold malevolent spirits from a time when the Empire nearly fell. Chaotic and powerful, they hunger for revenge. I'm sorry, but I must be sure of what you are.
Zhang Zai feels you. Feels the pain again. So close to perfect chaos. And you ended it all. Zhang Zai knows you. Knows your meddling scent. Zhang Zai will destroy you. Destroy it all! He's a ghost. Whatever. Oh, he caught real good. You ain't going nowhere. He got out.
The assassins use slaves for their golems now, in part because of tombs like this. That was a remnant of the old empire, the spirit of an ancient invading horse lord.
I read about him.
Zheng Sai, the tree that defies the fire, was one of many that threatened to level the imperial city. The spirit monks, your people, stopped them, or so they claimed. I gambled that the vengeful spirits of these marauders would sense if you truly are a spirit monk. So many people are not what they seem to be. I had to be certain.
I should kill you where you stand. What guarantee did you have that would work? I trust I no longer need to prove myself to you.
I had to be certain. I won't trouble you much longer. Now that you have disrupted Zheng Sai's spirit, you can take his body from his grave and use it in the extractor. Even in life, his kind were devoid of restraint. His spirit is pure chaos. A shard made using his ancient corpse will cripple the Jade Golem and those it commands. When you finish your master's other task, present the shard to earn passage to the inner chambers. Inside is the information you need to proceed to the palace. I, however, will not be leaving.
So you're staying, rejoining your old accomplices? Normal shard would earn me passage too. This battle is pointless. What do you mean you won't be leaving?
I will make that plain soon enough. Appease your master. When you are ready to enter the inner chambers, I will tell you why your success is so important. This fortress holds many secrets. Some are valuable, some are dangerous, and some are hidden because the dark is where they belong.
What are you planning, Zoo? We're gonna get Corpsey? Here's Corpsey. Inside the coffin is the body of Zheng Sai, the tree that defies the fire. Even now, you can feel hatred coming from the warlord spirit. Take the body and return to the soul extractor. Leave the body alone. Was there anything else down here? Any goodies? The elevator left too. I guess the only thing we can do is take the body to the extractor. Okay.
What have you done? The machine is going crazy. You've corrupted it.
I didn't do anything. You did it.
I can't let this continue. This area is my responsibility. I don't care who you are.
Leaping Tiger. You won't see me. You're going down.
Golem Spirit Shard. Okay, now we have to go to the slaves, right? Weird. It like lowered us all the way back down. Like we teleported to the elevator and then it lowered the elevator back to our floor. That's funny. Prison level. And now we can tell the slaves that they're free. And we can have them wander out the other level. What was it? Over here? This one?
Thank
Thank you again for your help. We await your signal that it is safe to make our way to the mine. It is our only hope.
Oh, you're good. The guard is dead. Go now.
Thank you. I did not expect to find a kind soul in this place.
$500 experience? They didn't have any money to give me? Wow. Cheap slaves. Wait, what? You corrupted it with Zhang Sai's corpse and obtained the spirit shard. I did do that, didn't I? It was pretty slick of me there, huh? Alright, back to the main level. Oh, wait. If we go to the near surface mine, is there something like, now that we freed them, do you think there's anything else there? An emaciated slave. Still find that funny. No, okay. I just wanted to see if there was something there. There isn't. Alright, so we took care of this problem. There you are. Remember me? I welcomed you in the hall when you first arrived. Well, I said I wasn't through with you. I've got numbers on my side now. You have become Gong's favorite, and that diminishes the rest of us. The Golem army is replacing us as it is. It is time you learned your place. Master Gong will not appreciate his favorite acolyte being threatened. If more of you want to die at my hand, so be it. I did not mean to offend. I'm sure there's room for all of us. I disagree, and so do my companions. It's hard enough to get ahead in this place without you distracting the Master. After you fall, Master Gong will realize he should have focused on us instead of you. That's all that matters. Bye, golems! You broke all the golems! I did break all the golems. Okay, now I'm ready to fight. Oh! 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 Oh, Dawnstar is gonna die. I get paralyzed again. Dawnstar, she passed out. She took too much Ambien, melatonin. Good job, Dawnstar. Way to fall unconscious in the middle of a fight. I appreciate it. I'm a little beat up right now. It was upstairs, wasn't it? The spirit shrine. I think it was up here. I don't know why I have to attack the Shin's people, but apparently we do. Zoo also said we could do something in the extractor room, and I'm not quite sure what that is that we do there. Okay, Catan? Kai Feng, door, Catan. There we go.
So, you are the new trainer. You think you have something to show us? Master Shin has us test each of Gong's trainers to make sure they're skilled.
But not too skilled. Am I your next student? I assure you, I am more than capable of defending myself. I was made an attendant because of my skills.
I will make certain nothing goes wrong during our bout. You better be competent. If not, you might have an accident. Perhaps we could come to some sort of arrangement? I'll come back later when I'm ready to begin. Maybe we can make an arrangement?
You would think to persuade us to abandon Master Shin and join Gang's pathetic faction. Then you know nothing about how true acolytes are indoctrinated.
Our lives belong to Master Shin. Through his guidance, we will one day ascend to serve Grand Inquisitor Jia and Death's Hand.
Our loyalty is absolute. We are nothing without our duty to Master Shin. Perhaps Gong is more lenient and left your mind untouched, but that is why he is weak.
You better be competent. If not, you might have an accident.
Is that so? I would be more concerned about yourself if I were you. Let's move this fight to the Hall of Induction so I have room to enjoy this.
You don't need room. I like how it's 2 versus 1. Holy crap, she is weak as hell. Naps for you. So did you enjoy that? Was there enjoyment? You think she enjoyed that? I think she enjoyed that.
You killed Kitan. The life of an acolyte is forfeit when they walk into this place, yes. But for one of Gong's ragged minions to do this is unforgivable.
Sorry?
Do you think you can make such an insult and disguise it as a simple training mishap? You are a fool.
It was an accident? I swear?
If you are ready, trainer, your next student is waiting. It is my task to make examples of Gong's acolytes who show too much promise.
We do not have to fight. We can come to agreement. Be ready soon enough. You can wait for now. I'm ready. Come, Kai Feng. Let us see how skilled you are. We can try to come to an agreement.
Master Shin is our guiding light. We serve his glory, and through him, we will come to serve Grand Inquisitor Jia and Death's Hand.
Our loyalty is absolute. You would know this if Gong properly indoctrinated his acolytes. But he does not, so he is weak.
Alright, let's fight. Didn't I kill you?
My skills are above question. Gong is about to lose another of his pitiful acolytes. Come, let's move to the hall, and I will end this.
Oh yeah, I'm sure you will, big boy. Just like your friend.
You can't. You're going down.
Oops.
You killed Kai Feng? But he was fully trained.
Not enough.
Such insolence will not go unpunished. We'll make an example of you soon enough. Your corpse will be dragged before your master.
You mean soon enough as in now?
But Kai Feng was a full assassin. How could he have fallen?
Shut up. This fool will pay. You'll see. You'll regret this.
And then they run away. You'll regret this. Okay. I'm sure I will. I'm sure I will. I'm sure you'll get me real good. Why did I do that?
What do you want now, Acolyte? Unless the press is damaged, you have no reason to speak with us. You would not understand the complex balance of by the with
part.
That's nonsense. Not everything. We.
It takes two minds, two pairs of hands.
Okay, so we do something with the press with them, I guess? Okay. Oh, that was not a door. It was a statue. Statues are not doors. Well, they could be, but not that particular one.
Lotus Acolyte of Gong, we must make an example of you. You have insulted the attendants of Master Shin's entourage.
Whoops.
The masters do not care whether acolytes live or die, so it is up to us to avenge the deaths of our fellows.
We will not appear weak. We are the attendants of Master Shin. You will die as penance for your insult.
Okay. Numbers mean nothing, attendants. I'll destroy you all. Master Gong, will you not assist me? Acolyte Trainer Guang, will you assist me? You force my hand. Come, attendants. I will fight you all.
Your death will be an example to all of Gong's fools.
Dude, I like how he attacked me and I hit him twice and he fell. If you guys are that weak, why are you fighting me? I'll fight more of them. As for you, Master Gong.
That was an impressive display, Acolyte. I've never seen Shin's attendants so handily dismissed.
They were chumps.
Master Shin's enemies are probably very impressed with your actions. I can only speculate, of course.
Smarmy idiot. He wants our help as long as there's no risk to himself.
Yep. 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 Are you impressed, friend?
I marvel at your ability. You show no fear of the enemies you make. You will do well here.
Okay, seduction.
You have no more acolytes to train for now. Is there anything else you need?
To train, you mean to murder? You didn't help me fight Shin's attendants.
As I believe I said, I have survived by not angering anyone and not appearing too skilled. I would have enjoyed killing them, but if you lost, I would have died too.
But I didn't lose.
That is the way of things here. Take care of yourself first. Risks bear penalties as well as rewards.
Right. But we're gonna get rewarded, and you're not gonna get any of that reward. I'm gonna get all the cranberry cookies for myself.
I have learned enough.
Okay, she didn't get anything more. Keep bothering me and you won't survive being an acolyte. Your spirit could power a golem as well as any slave. What? Your spirit could power a golem as well as any slave? Oh. Oh, yeah.
If permitted to serve, I would give my life as a Lotus assassin.
You are beneath me. Go, or risk being used as golem.
Like, all y'all talk trash, but, like, I jacked all of you up. Like, I messed all y'all scrubs up.
So you were done with the extractor. That spirit shard will allow the Jade Golem to control a battalion of clay golems. Eliminate Shin, and I will present you to Gia. The inner chambers are not usually accessible to acolytes, but you have proven a valuable ally. You will go far in the Lotus Assassins.
I have the spirit shard for the Jade Golem. Why don't you help against Shin's attendants?
Have you not been paying attention? I cannot act directly against Master Shin. If I do, we are all dead. It is that simple.
Why?
Acolytes falling to other acolytes is to be expected. It is how the weak are filtered out. My actions would make it a war.
So? Well, I have the spirit shard for the Jade Golem.
Yes, I am aware. When you have finished your other task for me, I will let you present it in the inner sanctum of the fortress. That will be a great honor for a Lotus acolyte. You may even meet Grand Inquisitor Gia.
Master Shin would be disgraced if killed by the Golem Press.
An interesting idea. It has happened before, and the victim was certainly considered a fool for letting it occur. But it's impossible. You may as well try and drop one of the golems on him. He would never be so distracted as to enter the press. We are Lotus assassins, after all.
And I will kill him and put him in there. He could meet his end elsewhere. Something could be arranged.
A possibility. But Shin does not leave the inner chambers often, only to inspect the new slave shipments arriving in the Hall of Induction. You would have to close a great many eyes to get away with an assassination in the hall and moving the body to the press, but it would certainly send a message. The hall cleared of all witnesses, the press operator distracted, and the slave shipment stopped outside in the necropolis before it arrives. A daunting list of tasks. Do it quietly, but use force where you must. Succeed, and I will introduce you to Grand Inquisitor Gia in the inner chambers. A rare honor for an acolyte.
It seems like a lot of things to do, man.
Finish the task I have given, acolyte. Find a creative way to disgrace and kill Master Shin.
Okay, so we have to go into the inner hall here. I also need to go back to the surface. Right? We have to go back to the surface and stop the slave shipment, which, sure.
What do you want?
It doesn't say anything different. I need to relieve you at this post. You must leave the room.
Is that so? Why should I step aside for a new blood acolyte? I have my own position to think about, and I will not be so easily replaced. If you bring an order from Master Kang, I will relent, as he is my master too. Until then, I am not moving.
Your position depends on Master Gong's. I can raise him if there are no prying eyes. Master Gong would rather not be associated with what I'm planning.
I see. The ways of the Order are mysterious and brutal. If an opening is created away from witnesses, all of us under him will benefit. I understand. I will tend to the golems that are being readied for the Jade Golem's command. I do not think I will be able to return to this room today. But a thought occurs to me. If one opening raises us all, 2 openings will raise us further. If something were to befall the good master, just something you might want to ponder.
Right, so we can take out Gong too somehow, I guess? So who's getting a cryptic warning? He's not clarified why he left or what he's here to do. Shin's body is found in the Golem press. He will be ridiculed for his carelessness. Shin only leaves the inner chambers to inspect new shipments of arriving slaves in the Hall of Induction. Make sure no one sees you kill him or transport his body. Move all possible witnesses from the Hall of Induction. Convince them by guile or force. Leave the Lotus Assassin Fortress to stop the slave shipment from arriving in the necropolis. There are controls for selecting which type of golem is to be made. It is locked on clay golem. Oh, I said golem. There's an opening on the side that looks like it accepts clay containers of some kind. Other than that, it seems quite simple. Retrieve the golem from the press. Move the crane right. There's already a golem standing there. Drop the golem. There's an opening in the side that looks like it accepts clay containers of some kind. The press is blocked by an existing golem. A new one cannot be made until the previous one is moved with the crane. We're trying to, like, break it or something? So this might break it now? There are controls for using the crane to move golems to the press. The walkway golem must be in the press for the crane to activate. The press is blocked by an existing golem. A new one cannot be made until the previous one is moved with the crane. The press is blocked by an existing golem. A new one cannot be made until the previous one is moved with the crane. Did I not break it? Can we, like, do something here, maybe? It's weird that we pick it up and then there's still something there. Like, you pick it up and then there's a golem sitting there. It's so weird. Oh, where am I going? In here? We're going in here now? Like, I was able to screw around with the machine there. But I don't know if that's... I don't think that was, like, really accomplishing anything. It can't be opened. Well, why can't it be opened? I guess they're the ones that have to find Master Shin, then.
What do you want now, Acolyte?
What could cause a machine as sophisticated as the press to break down? Is there a shipment of slaves due soon?
We see them daily at about this time, but they have not arrived yet. Probably delayed in the necropolis.
What could cause a machine as sophisticated as the press to break down?
You are right to marvel at its stability. It is a machine in balance. Only errors of its operators have damaged it before.
Several foolish acolytes were killed for damaging it. It's not so hard to use properly. All you do is work the crane and occasionally add phoenix oil to the material selector.
The measure of oil has been wrong too often. Kia Jong gives it out too freely. I will see to it that your kind are only given pre-measured containers of it.
I got it. What is Phoenix oil? Where does it come from?
Gong needs to better train his acolytes. You were obviously rushed through the initiation process.
Phoenix oil is a viscous liquid that burns at an incredible temperature. It heats the press to cure the golem husks. If there's too much in the machine, it burns too hot. Too little and the golems crumble. The merchant brings the oil from the craftsmen of the Golden Delta.
Okay, goodbye.
Leave us, acolyte.
I don't think they're gonna leave the hall. Ah, you again. What can I do for you? Because you're a rare assassin with your own coins, Merchant Kia Zhang stands ready to serve. Is there a shipment of slaves due soon? Perhaps. They are not often late, unless delayed by spirits outside in the necropolis. Shin makes a point of demanding they be on time. Do you have, Phoenix oil? Yes, I carry a reserve of that. They must have you running the press. I suppose you need more. I'm not surprised. The machine runs all day and all night. Here, take this clay pot, but be careful. This stuff burns much hotter than any other kind of oil. Is there anything else you need? Do you have anything for sale? This and that. I don't stock much for individual assassins. I mostly bring in large pots and supplies for machines. Have a look. He doesn't really have much of anything that I would want. Need this all cleared. Move to another room. Now, why would I want to do that? Moving my wares is a noisy, heavy task, and I do as little as possible to disrupt the workings of this place. Fine where I am, so leave me. Perhaps I could persuade you to move? What if I compensated your effort with some silver? I could just kill you. Perhaps I could persuade you to move? I don't see how. It's just a friendly request from someone who wants you to stay safe. Consider it an investment. The power structure here is about to change. You want to stay safe, don't you? I'd hate to see you hurt in the coming storm. I see. Some things might be getting complicated around here, I can see the benefit in being flexible in such circumstances. I'll move my wares down to the central chambers. If anyone asks, I will say it is because my wares require the chill of the inner rooms. Even if my old joints find them a bit taxing, very well. Come see me in the central chambers if you want to purchase anything. Alright, so we got him out of there. We may just have to, like, beat these guys up, right?
Ah, are you the student I am waiting for? I can't delay any longer. I cannot miss the window of opportunity for a summoning. As I was saying, golems are playthings, devoid of cunning. The latest stockpile stands idle, waiting for a Jade Golem to make them useful. A waste. I will show Grand Inquisitor Gia that tapping the spirit realm for servants is more efficient. Witness as I effortlessly summon an able minion from the void.
What are you doing? What preparations have you made?
There are hardly any preparations needed, Acolyte. They want to serve. They tell me so. Golems want nothing. Watch and learn.
This is not going to go well.
Sitaka Wowir, Wosayir Yuf Praun. No, no, this isn't right. Destroy them.
No shit, destroy them? This is your problem. Don't make your problem my problem. He made his problem my problem.
You saw nothing of this. Nothing. I have to continue my research before Gia knows of my failure. Oh, I know it can work.
You'll have nothing and like it. I guess that gets him out of the hall, right? So it looks like there's just the shrine right there. That might be where we go to meet the Grand Inquisitor. Do I need to do anything with the launcher?
What do you wish?
I want to ask some questions.
What would...
Is there a shipment of slaves due soon?
Yes. Master Shin will be inspecting them when they arrive, but there is no sign of them yet. Perhaps they were delayed in the necropolis.
Oh, right. We probably have to go help the slaves to get there, so maybe I should break the machine first. Maybe we should do that. Let's go do that. Wait, that said mold? Oh! It's him. Oh. Alright, so we gotta bust up this machine. That clears out the hall. Then there will be no witnesses in there. I guess we're supposed to take out Master Gong as well somehow. I don't know how we're gonna do that.
Yes, Acolyte? Why have you chosen to disturb me instead of working on the tasks I have set before you?
I don't know. The press operator's been convinced to leave his station.
To succeed, everything must be in place. The hall cleared of all witnesses, the press operator distracted, and the slave shipment stopped outside in the necropolis. When all three of these are completed, Shin will be vulnerable. Killing him in the hall and transporting him to the press was a very good idea. If you manage to do it, I will let you present the spirit shard for the Jade Golem to Grand Inquisitor Gia in the inner chambers yourself.
Yeah.
Finish the task.
Ah, there he is. Okay, so he's just over here. Or maybe that's where she is, in the inner chamber there. It does look like that extends. Okay, so we have to lube up the machine real good. Looby dooby. The opening in the side. Insert Phoenix oil container. It slides neatly into the machine. It does not take long for a malfunction to occur. The machine shuts down. There's some movement among the golems stored along the wall. The machine may have kept them in stasis, awaiting the Jade Golem controller.
Leaping Tiger.
Oh, she's already done. Oh, God.
Focus.
Those guys are easy. They were not easy, they were very tough. I didn't break the machine, you broke the machine. Okay, the machine is very broken. Very broken. Not my fault. Not my fault. I mean, the slave shipment's already delayed. Wouldn't that be good enough? No. No! Perfect. Someone broke the machine.
What do you want now, Acolyte? Unless the press is damaged, you have no reason to speak with us.
Yeah, it done broke real good. Press malfunction. Someone used too much Phoenix oil.
What? Which one of you idiots threw off the mixture? It doesn't matter.
3 days calibrating it for perfect clay husks, and some new blood fool ruins it in an instant.
Chip chop chip.
The supports for the mold injectors will be charred. We'll have to find a smith to forge new ones. Ugh, what a mess.
Will you require assistance?
I don't want any of you stunted acolytes touching them. In fact, I will request that only full-fledged assassins operate the machine from now on.
So much wasted work. If we don't get it fixed, Geo will have us slaughtered.
I know. We need to go to the market district and find a smith. Come on, we're wasting time.
Easy baby game. Alright, it seems like we've taken care of everything, right? Alright, and since we're going outside, I'm guessing maybe we're gonna fight some, ghosts? Maybe? Maybe? So let's go throw down. I'll be back. Don't you all worry. Maybe now we can go into the other container thing? Maybe they got trapped by whatever that Jishin. No, it's here.
You there! Stand aside, or risk the ire of the Lotus Assassins. These prisoners must be delivered to the fortress to be inspected by Master Shin. I will not allow you to make me late.
Do you know who I am? Do you know who I work for? Oh my gosh. Do you recognize one of your own? Stand down. Cannot allow this delivery to take place.
And why is that? Keep your reason short, or you'll be dead before you're done.
No, you'll be dead. They will not be delivered. Abandon them or fall, slave driver. I'm an acolyte. These slaves are substandard. Kill them and get more. I'm an acolyte. I'll deliver the slaves to gain favor. No. Abandon them or fall, slave driver.
We will not allow you to keep these people.
Exactly.
You are mad to test an assassin. I'll kill you where you stand.
Staff.
I guess we're gonna... Oh, we'll get money, but I'm gonna lose a little bit of experience, I guess. I thought we were gonna fight ghosts.
Are you taking us to the Lotus Assassins?
You got it, pal. No, you're free.
What? Thank you. Thank you so much. I knew someone would stop them. Someone kind and honest.
No, you didn't. Be safe. Now go.
I'm glad we helped them. I feel good for a change.
As you should, Dawnstar.
Thank you.
Oh, do you have any money? I should have asked for that before, shouldn't I? We should have asked for it before. Oh well. Yeah, I think that's the only thing we had to do there, so back in. Yes, yes, stairs. Let me in. Yeah, aside from the golems, it seems like those are the only things in the room, right? So, yeah, I think we've cleared it out. I don't think there's anybody else in here.
What is going on here? Where are my slaves? The golems require spirit shards.
Oh?
And where are my attendants? Delays and laziness will be repaid in blood. No one disobeys the orders of Shen.
Okay. Oh. Your orders are worthless. No one is here to receive them. I regret that there will be no slaves delivered today, Shin.
You are Gang's new acolyte. I see what is happening here. You think to promote your master by threatening me. You are bold, but foolish.
Thank you?
You thought to make me vulnerable by killing my attendants and emptying the hall? A miscalculation. I am a favorite of Grand Inquisitor Jia. You will die.
Okay.
Leaping Tiger.
This is the end.
I wonder how much he, like, heals. Oh, they activated.
A terrible tragedy has reached my ears. Our respected Master Shin has met his end in a rather embarrassing fashion.
Oh.
I came quickly after hearing of his stumble. Perhaps it was the cold of the sanctum that made him careless and dulled his senses. Open the press. I will make certain he's dead, but not from too close. I don't want to share his tragically foolish fate. Yes, quite dead. How unfortunate. We should honor our fallen comrade, but I am distracted by thoughts of who will take his place. I think the choice is obvious.
I think we were supposed to, like, drop a thing on his head. Yeah. I wonder if I can still do that. Wonder if we can still do that. So we could take both of them out, potentially. Well, the golems are still in here, so we haven't had to ask him to leave, I guess.
What do you...
I don't know how far back we are here. That seems pretty far back. 42. It's like a half hour, man. What have we accomplished here? I beat the acolytes. So that's done.
So you were done with the extractor. The interchange.
Oh, we saved right before we talked to him.
Finished.
Right. Okay, so... I could go get the oil from him. We could go fight the bad guys up there. I guess we do the slave thing last. We talk to them about the oil, then we get it, right?
What?
Okay, then we go over here, we get the oil, and then we tell them to leave. Alright. Yeah, we just needed to put a clay golem above so that we could drop it on his head. But that was like the one thing that we needed to do.
No, no!
I think that'll be pretty easy. I knew we had to like set something up there. Like it felt like that's what we were supposed to do. And I'm not saying I knew, it just like I was pretty sure. Like Zoom mentioned something in there and I was like, yeah, we probably have to do something there. So alright. We send that guy packing. We put a clay golem up top. Oh, right. And then we can eliminate both of the bad guys. And since we don't have to listen to anybody, you know, blather on this time, that's really what takes the most time, is people talking. Oh, we gotta fight the golems again, too. I forgot. Okay. We'll save again. I'll save over our previous save here. We were not overwriting something we need. I need to relieve this post. Alright. So I make a clay golem here. Retrieve it. It's still weird that like there's a permanent golem there. Alright, then we move it to the right. Now we're good to go. Now we leave the machine. Okay. I am going to... Whoa, just to make sure... John Cleese was awesome. Bye, John Cleese.
Leaping tiger. Staff.
Oh, is she already dead? That's funny. That was quick.
You're too slow.
The clay golems can heal? You take too many naps, Dawn Star. You take too many naps. Okay, so we have the last set of people to ask to leave. I was wondering when we would fight the golems in here. I don't know why they come to life, though. Somebody broke it.
I don't...
Alright. Cool, cool. Let's go get our focus back, and then we'll head back on out to go do the thing again. And obviously this time will go much smoother than last time. And I won't mess with our gems because we're clearly not going to fight another ghost thing. They said there was another talisman that we could get, but they had stolen it, right? Or did we get that back? We got that back. There is another talisman that we're supposed to get. And a fourth one, right? So there were 2 more pieces to the talisman, I believe.
And you are
staff. Leaping tiger.
Girl, what are you doing?
You won't see me come. You're too slow.
All right. There we go. Big hunting with you. Alright. Now I think we got this. Now I think we got this. Click. Click. Level up. Thank you. Is the Watcher not there? You're just gone? Oh, you gonna die, son.
What is going on here? Where are my slaves? The golems require spirit shards. And
you...
Leaping Tiger.
This is so much better fighting him over here rather than by the golems. I like how it took like 5 minutes for it to get over there. He like fully healed the last time. There's no full heals now. Done and done. So there should be a golem in the claw machine. There should be.
A terrible tragedy has reached my ears. Our respected man. I came quickly after he opened the press. Unfortunate. I will make certain he's dead, but not from too close. I don't want to share his tragically foolish fate.
Exactly.
Yes, quite dead. How unfortunate. We
Indeed.
should honor our fallen comrade, but I am distracted by thoughts of who will take his place. I think the choice is obvious.
Exactly, the choice is obvious. And drop golem. Oops. Oops. What happened? What? What happened? We like killed everybody here. Oops. Oops. Mistakes were made by you. Alright, there we go. Now we took care of the situation easily. Before we keep going though, I gotta use the bathroom again. I will be right back and we'll see how this all plays out, yeah? I'll be right back. back to the fun, right? So I wonder, now that we took out Gong and Shin, like, those would have been like the lieutenants. Like, she's the general, they're the lieutenants. Well, maybe she's not the general. What would she be? The general would be a Death's Hand. Would she be a lieutenant? Then they're the sergeants and we're the, just like, plebeian soldiers?
You are nearing your goal. Grand Inquisitor Jia keeps many secrets in the inner chambers. Enough to appease the princess and earn your way to the palace. But you may learn more than she wants to know. I know that I did, many years ago.
If you have something to say, Zhu, now's the time.
You know that Master Li tried to stop his brother and failed. I was not there to witness that, so I only have the details that you are aware of yourself. Hui in Tian's Landing told you that in response to that act, Master Li's wife was condemned to death. She was with child at the time. This I know for certain. I was there. I was one of the elite ordered to kill Master Li's family.
Ooh.
What? I knew you had a troubled past, that you were asked to do horrible things, but this is beyond anything I imagined.
You think the princess is that kid? Right? That would be it. Like, Lily? She would be the kid? Maybe? Maybe? You take credit, but there is no way for me to verify this. Why does this matter now? What's the point of this? This is a remarkable admission. Go on.
Death's Hand brought the order to kill the family. We were cowards if we could not see the wisdom of his order. It was the will of the Emperor. I could not question the orders. They could not be wrong.
The soldier always blames his commander. How does this matter now? What's the point of this? So did it? You murdered my master's family?
Dirge was burning. Your master had fled, and we stood over a woman who had just given birth. I hesitated, and she was killed. For years I wondered what kind of creature could issue such an order, and what I was for following it. It was easier to be a coward than to question the Empire. Now I understand, and I hope I have shown you as well. They broke a sacred trust. I have returned because of that, even though I know what Death's Hand is. My fate is sealed, but one secret must live on. I killed them all, my fellow assassins. I would not let them finish their mission. Master Li's child still lives.
Okay, and we're just stopping there? But why? Why? Wait. There's no limit to how high I can climb with the master's gone. You have served a useful purpose. I have.
You there! You are Master Gong's new Lotus Acolyte, correct? Master Gong has kept Grand Inquisitor Jia waiting for too long. Where is he?
He fell. Master Gong and Master Shin have resolved their differences poorly. I apologize on behalf of my master. He is dead. I'm telling, they both did.
Fools. They had more important things to do than worry about their personal stations. My station is at risk if Jia does not get her Jade Golem. You were Gong's acolyte? You deal with this, and get me the spirit shard I require. Since your master is dead, you may present it in the ritual.
I have the spirit shard now.
Bring it to the doors of the inner chamber. Finish whatever business you have in this place. Grand Inquisitor Jia may alter your duties.
Duties. You guys are funny. You say duty a lot. Duty. Oh, how do you think she's gonna feel now that, like, everybody's dead?
Greetings, Acolyte. I believe I was supposed to be your trainer, but given the rather remarkable deaths that have occurred, I'm sure you don't need my help.
Nope, I killed a lot of people.
I still have some training techniques and resources I can share, but we may as well dispense with formality. What do you need?
So you're not, like, evil anymore? Or, like, weren't you brainwashed?
I have learned a number of techniques.
You know, I mean, you're still brainwashed, right? It's really expensive. Plus, it's a magic thing. I don't really need that. I don't really need magic. And that's not going to help me. Intimidation, just by lowering charm. We don't really use intimidation, so I don't think I want that. I think I'm good. I think I'm good. Shin and Gong were both idiots. The talent you have shown should not be wasted on such petty machinations. Your mom's petty. You can suck these machinations. Yeah, I sure told them. I wonder if she'll let us know anything else.
Here ended the rule of Shin, a petty man who fell to the wiles of those he subjugated. He will be replaced by Master Gong and...
Nope.
Gong is dead too, isn't he? Well, I'm sure the successor will be determined later. Would you care, Acolyte, to contribute your name to this record?
I mean, y'all all gonna be dead?
To chronicle your alleged involvement, of course.
No names. Record instead that the assassins would soon fall to their own foolishness. Put nothing in your record about this. I'm not here to garner attention. Furious Ming. Make sure it's spelled right.
Of course. I know how to appease those destined for greatness within the Order. Have you any questions for the Archive?
You're all gonna die.
I will answer within the limits of what someone of your ranking is permitted to know. Recent or old? All you are allowed to know of your master. Obey their... You may, however, ask about your Master Gong. He is not...
He's dead.
He is dead, as is his superior, Master Shin. A certain acolyte may have had an influence on these matters, but both allowed themselves to appear weak.
Appear?
No investigation into their fates is planned or likely. I will answer...
That's funny that she updated it. I like it. I like it.
You are permitted to know that death after the...
Alright. I think that's it. I don't think she really has anything else. I just wanted to see if something changed there. And I just wanted to see if his stock changed. Yeah. He doesn't really have anything for me either. I mean, we could, like, boost our intimidation, but I don't really see a need for it, so... Yeah, I guess we good to go then, huh? I think all our affairs are in order.
There you are, Acolyte. I've been waiting for you, as has everyone involved in this ritual. The Jade Golem must be completed tonight. You have the Spirit Shard? Very good, Acolyte. You're on the verge of being welcomed into the heart of the fortress. Have you completed all other business?
I think as much as I can do. Yeah, proceed to the ritual.
Good. Grand Inquisitor Gia will be pleased, I am sure.
Better be. After all the dumb stuff I've done.
Preparations are complete. The Spirit Shard is prepared, thanks to the skills of our newest Lotus Acolyte.
That's the Jade Golem?
You are very fortunate to be welcomed so quickly into the heart of our order. Grand Inquisitor Gia will be pleased with you. Now, we must complete the ritual. A score of clay golems stand idle without a focus. This Jade Golem will awaken them all, direct them as one. Insert the spirit shard. Let this legion of immortals give glory to our masters. What? What is wrong? I command you. I demand that you obey.
What is the meaning of this? Who has corrupted this Jade Golem? It is linked to a legion of warriors that now run mad. The Foundation will crumble.
Oh.
Who are you? Wait, I can sense it on you. You are the one. You carry the other pieces of the amulet.
Yep.
My gravest apologies, Grand Inquisitor Gia. This new acolyte has corrupted the ritual.
Fool! So blinded by petty schemes that you cannot see a threat in our midst? You are worthless! And you, hidden in plain sight like your master, you caught us unsuspecting but not unprepared. Who are you to think you could enter our lairs so easily?
I mean, it was easy. It was easy. Doesn't matter who I am. I will defeat you. I'm a weapon of vengeance. I seek the head of Death's hand. I'm a spirit monk. I must stand against the Emperor. I'm a simple student, searching for his master.
A simple student? I don't think so. An invader, conspirator, traitor. We survive by seeing the enemy in everyone. That is why Death's Hand stands at the forefront of the assassins. He draws attention, diverts criticism while the Emperor solidifies his power. You are like every other simpering peasant that has graced our dungeons. What did any of them contribute to the glory of our age before the Emperor dared to make something of them? That is the beauty of what Sun Hai has done. He has taken the raw material of the Empire and extracted something useful. For every magistrate that objects, or peasant that asks questions, another golem is forged, an army undying. But through all this, a threat remained, a traitorous sibling and a hidden protege. We did not know a face or a name, but we knew what they would need. The amulet, its pieces spread like petals to the wind. You have caught a few, but you are far from your peak, and not every golem was linked to this corrupted husk.
Uh-oh. Two?
Goodbye, spirit monk. I will inform Death's Hand of your passing.
Quick, get him, Dawn Star! Oh God. I'm so dead. Well, she was right to pass on my passing. I passed on. Wonder if I can attack him with my giant creature mode. We'll try. Some of that we have to be able to skip, right?
You... Now, insert the spirit shard. Let this legion of immortals give glory to our masters.
What is the meaning of this? Who has corrupted this Jade Golem? It is linked to a legion of warriors that now run mad. The Foundation will crumble. Who are... you? Wait.
Wait, did she have a mask on before?
You are the one. You carry the other pieces of the amulet.
My
fool.
Force me forward.
Leaping tiger.
We won. Dude, that horse form is so damn strong. Why are you saving? What was that? Style gained Jade Golem. Dang, I bet you that's super strong. I wish we didn't have to power up the horse form. I bet you that's really good. Let's see here. Maybe we could use it. Let's see here. I need to change so that we can read. There we go. Text of war. In the art of war, it is not enough to have superiority in numbers or strength in arms. True victory, lasting victory, is a cultural thing. To stop a conflict, you must not only defeat armies, you must defeat the will to fight. You must appease your enemy, convince them they have won, or eradicate them utterly. A nation with an expansive population therefore benefits from extermination. With a surplus of peasants, a newly cleared land can be rapidly repopulated, and with an infrastructure of buildings already in place, made productive in short order. In the reign of Emperor Yuanxi, this was demonstrated most admirably in the marshlands to the south. Legacy of Death's Hand. What did we get? Text of war? We finished something. Interesting. Death's Hand's training is incessant and brutal. It admits no failure, and no one who fails will survive it. But, at its core, its aim is to improve the student. His methods may be inhuman, but those who can survive twisted enlightenment awaits. Tomes of the Lotus Assassin Fortress. So we got all the Lotus Assassin stuff. Alright, take the book off, put Lucky Hand back on. We're probably going to be fighting more enemies. Humans. Looked like there was like a chest over here, maybe? Inferior Warrior Gem. But $1,000, that's nice. So I'm not going back out over here. Maybe we fight, yeah, I didn't think it was gonna open. Alright, well, we won. So let's, we made a bunch of saves in there, huh? And save this one. Jar! Yeah! Kick! $6! A jar scammed me. Are we gonna fight, Ja?
'Cause I don't know. 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 'Cause
Where's Zoo?
You are strong, but you do not know real power. Our strength lies in preparation. We have warriors across the Empire and other Jade Golems that are not corrupted. You have diminished us, but it is not a mortal wound. Death's hand will be here soon. You will be my gift to him, drawn as you were by your precious amulet. Live or die, the will of the Emperor be done.
Sweet. So we are fighting. Oh, okay. Wait, did she win? Oh, I thought it was okay there. Whoops. Probably shouldn't have done that then. I didn't think I was getting hit. She was clearly hitting me then. Well, crap. Okay, we already got that. We already opened the chest. Alright, so we just have to do that. Alright, so that did not go well. Not my fault. Game cheated. You all saw it. As usual, games be cheating. We haven't really failed. Well, no, I was going to say we haven't failed in combat in a while, but I got my ass kicked like 2 seconds ago.
You do not know real power. Our strength lies in preparation.
It's weird that some things aren't skippable.
And other Jade Golems that are not corrupted. You have diminished us, but it is not a mortal wound. Death's hand will be here soon. You will be my
I don't want to watch this again. Just let me skip it. Skippy, skippy, skippy.
Live or die, the will of the Emperor be done.
I'll show you my peanut butter.
Leaping Tiger.
Holy crap, man. Well, okay, she's a bit rough. Getting frozen like that was rough. I don't like the fact that I can't break them out of that. I think I need to just recognize that she's doing that so I can skedaddle. We could try to get out of the way. It just sucks we gotta sit here for, you know, like 30 seconds and do nothing.
Our strength lies.
Boo. Or a minute, however long it is.
Across the Empire and other Jade Golems that are not corrupted. You have diminished us, but it is not a mortal wound.
Yeah, shut up. I know. Fight.
You will be my gift to him, drawn as you were by your precious amulet. Live or die, the will of the Emperor be done.
Leaping Tiger. This is the
What was she hitting me with? She wasn't attacking. She was just, like, where was my health? I didn't even know my health was going away. Like, when was she hitting me? What did she attack me with? Like, what? Where did my health go? Lies. She never was attacking that entire time until the end there when she was fighting Dawnstar. She wasn't attacking. She was just.
Our strength lies in preparation.
When was I getting hit?
We have warriors across the Empire and other Jade Golems that are not corrupted. You have diminished us, but it is not a mortal.
Like all of a sudden I was just dead. Like,
Death's
what?
hand will be here soon.
I don't think Dawnstar is helping here. I think in some way she's kind of hindering me.
Live or die, the will of the Emperor be done.
Leaping Tiger.
Like, what is she? Oh, I think she has like a shield around her. I think that's what that thing is. I think that's... I didn't see that until right there when I saw those blue balls around her. Now I could level up here and we could fully heal. I didn't notice that. I didn't notice that. That's new. Okie dokie. Now we're getting somewhere, huh? Now I figured it out. Okay. So she has like a shield of invulnerability, I guess. I wonder how we... Like, I can't go near that. How do I deal with that? I don't have, like, magic to dispel.
You have diminished us, but it is not a mortal wound. Death's hand will
Alright, maybe we go full horse. Maybe we go full horse. Or we could get through, or I could become a Jade Golem. Let's go horse. And I can level up, and that'll give us a full heal there.
Leaping Tiger. Horse leaping forward.
That was a little cheap. I was scared. I was scared to break her shield. I was scared to break her shield because I thought she was going to come at me. I should have just taken the free heal. I was kind of hoping not to do that. It feels a little cheap. We should kind of like go the way we go, but we'll try again. We'll try again.
You are strong, but you do not know real power. Our strength.
So the health drain shield only lasts temporarily. It seems. It doesn't seem like it's a permanent like thing. I thought it might be. It wasn't. So that's good. If we could get her cornered, I can do some like wailing on her, and maybe we can.
Drawn as you were by your precious amulet. Live or die,
maybe we can really take some good health off in horsey form.
Leaping Tiger. Leaping Tiger.
There we go. She was tough. She was tough. Is this another piece of the amulet now? Yeah, cool.
Behind you! He's too powerful. Go! I will do what I must.
Okay, see, now here is a good way to, like, self-sacrifice, right? Like, here he comes. We need him to be, like, distracted.
I wasn't looking for victory. Just a few seconds.
Nice. Well, that sucks.
I don't think now is a good time to discuss things. I'd rather not die in here if you don't mind.
Why'd you just yell at me? One of 3 meditation doctrines required to withstand the physiological demands of training the Viper fighting style. The aspirant must possess and study all 3 before he or she can safely attempt to learn this unforgiving art. A warrior's honor is a shield, but also a hindrance. The aspirant is best served by equating honor with the scale protection that is cast off when it is no longer useful. Viper is not for those who hide behind platitudes. It is vicious and makes no apology. Superior Scholar Gem, Gem of Storm's Rage. I was gonna say, I hope we weren't taking damage there. 64, damn. I was gonna say that, Zoo's sacrifice there, that's decent, you know? That's alright. There's, like, a real purpose that it doesn't feel, like, foolish or just for dramatic purposes. Like, at least he had, like, a reason to give us, like, time to get away rather than it just be like, hey, I'm gonna go grab that truck over there and drive it into the gas tank over there, so you guys can get away. That serves no purpose. I'm looking at you, Dom. We still have 2 empty spots. I thought maybe we were gonna insert one of these like evil spirits into a golem. That's not what it was. I wonder who this person is too. Well, I guess Zoo is gone. That's pretty sad. They just saved us, right? But we have I want to go. Yes. And 2 more. Aw, just 2? Damage shield. The closed fist. Well, we have one of those already, so I could put that on, though. We could put the damage shield on. Where is this damage shield? There we go. Open palm. And I don't know. We need to find something decent. We have, like, a big one for mind. Maybe we should put that on, like a 12. I think we might put that on. Where was that? Like, it was ultimate monk gem, we had ultimate something or else. We have stuff better than body +3 if I want the 0 damage from traps. I don't really care about that. I could also put the more experience from Gosun. Where's Ultimate Scholar Gem? That's it. What would that do? It would boost my focus meter. By how much? It was 788? 908. 20 points. Our charm is definitely the highest. I'm sad that it was only 2 more. They said that there was 1 more piece to the amulet. Okay, we're taking damage. We got a little healing going on there. What? Did that hurt? What hit me? Lies.
Spirit Thief. Leaping Tiger.
Yeah, someone was hitting me with garbage.
You're too slow.
Doesn't really give you a lot of chi back.
You're too slow.
We could just get some chi back by fighting this guy, I'll be happy. And she's slowly damaging him. He doesn't seem to be moving, so okay, nope. Okay. I think that's alright. So these were all the people left over. These were all the leftovers. People standing around in there. I wonder what happened to her. Did we kill her, the trainer? Jar! Ultimate Warrior Gem. Dude, we're the Ultimate Warrior. That's pretty cool. I wonder if we should take that instead of Scholar. I think our health is fine where it is, but an extra 12 body is not bad. Ow. Oh, we're probably gonna end up fighting golems up here, right? Those giant things, crush them. I don't know how I'm gonna fight this thing. I don't have a way to get, can you stop targeting? Yeah, I don't know how I'm going to kill this dude. Oh, good. Oh, okay. Perfect. I was a little scared there for a second that, I wasn't gonna have enough, focus there, but we did. We did. Yeah, and that was never a thing. Alright. Yeah, the golems here don't have a lot of health on them. Now, we haven't fought a bronze golem yet. These guys? Easy. And there was nothing over there. Okay. Oh, we can get some more focus back at the top of the stairs, maybe? If they let me go over to the left? Nothing over there. Alright, well, we destroyed them. Now, I don't know what the intel we were trying to get for... Oh, like another passageway opened up. Maybe we will come out that other exit. We did. Okay. I was wondering what that was going to be.
A lowly acolyte walks away. You should have died beside your master, preventing the escape of whoever did this. Unless you had a role in it. Destroy them to be sure.
I didn't do anything. That's rude.
Horse demon fall.
Back to the others. Be careful, there's no telling what the shifting of the fortress stirred up among all these graves.
Cool. I'm gonna take the shield thing off and we'll put the ghost thing on just in case. We'll put... No. You? For the time being? We might end up fighting some ghosts out there. But yeah, I was wondering if we were ever gonna, like, come out that, like, what that could have possibly been. Oh, hey, look. There's ghosts. Hey, look. Hey, look. Just as she warned us, there's ghosts.
This is the end.
Wow, who would have guessed? Sweet. Sweet, sweet. I left her on the inside. I think the only one of those we didn't find was Volume 1. Not gonna worry about the mummy when we've got these buttholes. Wonder if we get extra experience from the mummy. I wonder if they're considered a ghost. Oh, Dawnstar's dead. How dare you kill Dawnstar? I mean, she probably had it coming, but how dare you? The last mummies we fought were not this agile. How dare they heal? Cool, the heck was I stuck on? I wonder where we go to next. Like, do we go to the palace? Like, what were we doing for Lily in there? Silver Fox? Whatever her name... Silk Fox? I wonder what we were, like, doing in there. Like, what did we achieve for her in there? Like, we were supposed to gather evidence. What evidence? I went in there and destroyed the fortress. I think it was supposed to be, like, golem evidence? I don't think we came out with anything, though, right? I think the grave, the tomb I wanted to check out was over there. That kind of sucks that Zoo's gone. I wonder if we'll get like a replacement for him. I mean, it sounds kind of messed up, but like I do wonder if we'll get a replacement for him. I like the fact that these guys don't kill me in like one hit. That's good. Like they used to. We can actually... Oh my goodness. Just to take so much damage from them. They're still annoying as crap, but at least I'm not taking like 8 trillion damage from them. Okay, so can we go in there now? How do you get into this place? Ji Shin. How do you get in there? I just wanted to get a little nugget of healing here. I wish I knew. Is there like a key or something? Just getting scammed. Maybe we can never get in there.
Tiger. You can't keep up.
It's really disappointing. Diseased? Girl, you should not be contracting any diseases. I don't think... I mean, look, I like you and all, but you got some VD. That's a big turnoff. Right?
This has been troubling. We should return to the flyer as soon as possible so everyone can discuss what we have learned.
Sounds like a plan, Stan. Sounds like a plan. Are they just gonna warp us there? Yep. I'm victorious. Zoo is dead.
So, your lost sheep, Sagacious Zoo, returned to save you. I didn't think he had the nerve.
Hey, he saved us.
That's because people are nothing but tools to you.
My dear little Dawnstar, I'm a princess. People bow to me. That is the way things are.
She's poophead.
Of course, many things are not as I thought they were, if what we learned from Gia is true.
Yes, your father's behind it all. That's it? We just forget what Zoo did and move on? The evidence would have condemned Death's Hand, and it does the same to your father. Does it, though? Did we really get evidence that her dad was behind it? The people said that it was, but we don't know that, like, Death's Hand's not manipulating everything, right? That's it? We just forget what Zoo did and move on?
I do not mean to diminish his sacrifice, but the concerns of the living take precedence. Too much is at stake.
Well, you
when
did.
This is over, I swear that he shall have a grand funeral. Death's Hand will be in the grave next to him. And my father will answer all our questions.
You wanna bury Death's Hand next to Zoo? Get out of here! So much disrespect coming from this miss. Oh. You've heard his lies for years. Will this change anything?
I know what you found and what the implications of it are. The Emperor himself ordered the golems constructed, and the workers were stolen from their homes. By the Water Dragon's mercy, they are enslaved until they die, and then trapped within the golems. I have seen the proof. But how can it be true?
He has taken our master, killed our friends. What if assaulting the Water Dragon is true, too? He must be stopped.
No! I will not believe it! We have to go to the palace and give him the chance to explain!
If we confront him, it may not end peacefully. Finally! Everyone, get ready for a fight. My concern at the palace is Master Li.
Stand beside me or don't. I am going to question my father and straighten this out. It's all just a mistake.
There's more. Zoo told me about Master Li's murdered family. The child is alive.
Layers upon layers, as if this wasn't complicated enough. Now you are really stepping beyond the realm of reason. Why would Zoo know this?
He was part of the group sent to kill them. He had a change of heart.
Only partially, it would seem, or they would both be alive.
Does this change anything? We can tell Master Li and give him hope, but we must rescue him first.
Then let's quit talking and go to the palace. I will lead the way.
I have grave concerns about this. Please talk to me before we leave for the palace. I worry for you if the princess cannot see the danger.
She's very gung-ho and eager.
She says she can get my marvelous dragonfly there in one piece. I've had no other options, and I won't risk the finish flying blind.
Everyone be quiet! Are you ready to go? If you have business left in the Imperial City, you'd better finish it. I won't be leaving the palace without an answer.
I wonder if this is like the point of no return. Wonder if we have anything left. I need to speak with Dawnstar.
You would delay us for a chat with your precious country girl? Pat her head and get back soon.
Stop being so jelly.
I want answers, and there's only one place left to get them.
Dunk your head in molasses. Tell you what. I'll tell you who what. Alright, girlfriend, what's up?
Hurry to the palace. I hate it that Master Li is trapped there. Who knows what the Emperor is doing with him?
My father will explain. Death's Hand is behind this. You will see.
Did you want to talk? Feelings are very important to me.
It is just about time, isn't it? The Emperor or Death's Hand or whoever can only keep us from our master for so long. So much has happened to get us here. Our hard work, the loss of Sagacious Zoo. I'm looking forward to having our questions answered.
I know, so am I.
I also don't want to worry about you anymore. What if you were next to fall?
If I fall, I doubt anyone else will survive. We'll be together regardless. If I die, you're guaranteed dead, so we can hang out in the afterlife. I don't have any time for your doomsday worries. I will always be here for you. You will come to trust that. It's a weird thing to say to somebody.
I think I trust you now, but I'm not sure what should come next. This seems like such an uncertain time to be making plans for the future. I feel selfish for trying to find peace while this war of ours continues. When we free Master Li, that will be the more appropriate time for this.
If that is what you require, Dawnstar, it is more incentive for me to succeed. I don't care what is appropriate. If you really cared, neither would you? What? If you really cared, neither would you? What? 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 Am I just like reading that wrong? I don't care what's appropriate. If you really cared, neither would you. If you really cared, neither would you. I don't care what's appropriate. I get it. If you cared, you wouldn't care what's appropriate. That's just to hurt my brain to read. There's a better way to say that. I get it. I get it now. It's just there's a better way to phrase that. I get it. I get it. This just feels... It sounds weird. It sounds weird. I don't care what's appropriate. If you cared, neither would you care what's appropriate. I think there's just a better way to phrase that. Alright. If that's what you require, Dawnstar, it is more incentive for me to succeed.
I doubt you need any more incentive, but I am glad I have that effect.
Aww.
Now it is just up to the princess to keep her word. And we can end this. Everything will be alright again. I know it.
Maybe we get to
Don't go too far.
recruit, like maybe Master Li can become like a party member. That'd be kind of cool. Alright, so we could do another thing with Kang. I think in the base there we got another plan. Maybe if we have the ingredients we can do it. I don't know what it requires. Let's keep talking to our friends though.
What do you want?
Oh, we can't do anything with her?
I don't like what we have to do. Aren't the Lotus Assassins evil? Why should we try to imitate them?
Dude, the little kid just has smell the fart face. Why does she have smell the fart face? Is it because she's dead? To find the heart of evil, you must look within your own. A noble heart can resist any temptations. Do not stray from this path.
I know that I won't. And that being around Lotus Assassins won't corrupt me. As long as I have the Guardian. And you.
You got it, kiddo.
Is there anything else you want?
No, baby, we're good.
Okay.
What? What do you want? I'm a fighter.
Yeah, he doesn't say anything new. What do you think, though?
I always figured if I saw the Emperor, it would be for my own execution. Of course, the day's still young.
Yeah, he can kill everybody.
I just hope I get to meet the man who taught you how to fight. I've never seen someone so small fight so well. First, we have to free him. Let's get to the palace and give the Emperor a taste of real power. We'll have your master free in no time.
My stomach keeps growling.
Whatever.
Always happy to help. What do you need? I believe we have an appointment with the Emperor, by invitation of his daughter, no less. Unless you have other things to finish, I see no reason to keep him waiting. Emperors hate to be disappointed. Of course, I'll be here if you need anything.
Yes? How can this humble bunmaster assist you today?
Give me some hot buns, son.
Stories, stories, stories. There are no more. If I tell you anything more...
Alright, he said that before.
I can't believe we're actually going to see the Emperor himself. This is a most propitious day. If my wife were here, she'd... Actually, I'd rather not think about that. I am, however, looking forward to meeting your master. I'd like to know if he's familiar with my drunken master style. But I suppose we should get ready to go. Just give me the word, and I'll get the camp packed up and ready to go.
I wish there were actual, like, utensils and stuff around the camp. Like, people's belongings, you know.
Yes, yes, what can I do for you? Busy?
Let's talk about Lord Lau's furnace. What do you think of the current situation?
Well, I'm judging by the smoke and the panic state of the people that you were successful in your mission. I've made some repairs to the marvelous dragonfly. It's ready to go as soon as you are. The trip to the palace will be very quick. If you like... Yes, yes. Certainly. It's...
Alright. Let's see what this final one requires. I probably should have looked at it before, because if I don't have the ingredients, then it doesn't really matter, does it? Configuration of the rabbit. You stumbled across an obscure diagram that seems to indicate a configuration for a machine. A small stone with medical runes surrounding it seems to be a key component. The rest of the diagram shows a connection between some sort of lightning-enshrouded globe, held by a mechanical arm, which seems linked to a pagoda or pyramid-top machine belching smoke, which in turn seems connected to a series of large gears. The diagram has a series of dragon etchings in the corner. Whether or not they're related is hard to say. Medical runes. A small stone with medical runes. Medical runes. I don't know that we have something like that, do we? Nickeled iron cow bazaar? No, I don't think we have anything with medical runes on it. I actually don't know where we'd find something like that. So, there's still shit out here.
A most very well.
And they did say make sure. I wonder what we're missing then.
Yes. Certainly.
We could go to 2 places. I don't understand why there's like a map. There we go. Oh, we have to select our upgrades? Radiant Aura. Cloudburst is not great. Cloudburst is not great. I wanted to see if the merchant in the forest area had any just like basic enhancements we can pick up, even if they might be small. We might as well see. Okay, that was pretty easy. So I guess those things are optional. You don't have to play out the little shoot 'em up sections. It's interesting. I was curious if, like, maybe we did them all, maybe we would get rewarded for it, you know? I think that could be in the realm of possibility, right? Did I get experience for doing that?
Always happy. I believe we have an...
I thought when they had like an arrow over their head, they had something to say, but I guess not.
Hurry to the palace.
My father will explain.
So much has happened. So much death. Sagacious Sue's sacrifice weighs on my mind.
He had a choice. Die or live in shame for running when he should have fought. He was foolish to throw his life away. He could have defeated Death's Hand. Don't feel bad for him. He found his lost courage. If we succeed, he will rest in peace.
Now I understand why he was so troubled. It wasn't cowardice that led to his exile from the Lotus Assassins. It was conscience. He must have wanted to oppose them, even if he didn't realize it at first. But that would have meant his superiors were wrong, a far graver thing than just being evil. What must it be like to be so devoted that it was easier to imagine a deficiency in himself than to confront the truth of the Emperor's evil?
Wrong is worse than evil? I don't think so. Like, 1 + 1 = 3. Wrong. Not evil. Wrong. Wrong and evil, even worse. Wrong, evil, wrong and evil. Bah! He didn't want to face himself because he knew the kind of sacrifices good men have to make. It's easy to see the best in him now. Every dead man's a saint. In better times, he would have been a great servant of the Empire. His loss is a crime.
We have to make sure this can never happen again. I know we will. We have to.
I didn't like any of those.
Hurry to the palace. I can't bear to think of Master Li remaining in the hands of this Emperor a moment longer.
Sometimes you have options of choices, and none of them seem great. It felt like one of those situations where, yeah, I wasn't a big fan of any of those choices. Well, Hui's gone. There's the one closed fist guy over there, and we're never going to be able to do anything about that guy, that gent, which might have something to do with these guys. I think it might. So we've never done anything with those guys, and they just like stand around and talk there. I feel like maybe that dude has something to do with them. I could be wrong. He's a beggar. Okay. Okay. This guy has Storm Dragon. Holy crap, that's like super cheap compared to other stuff. It's a bit more... I didn't realize that that was like that cheap. I wanted to come up here and talk to the merchant here. I'm assuming he's still going to be there, right? Yeah.
It's good to see you again. Have a look.
Yeah, he had stuff. Right? Oh, it's like $700 cheaper. Alright, but he had this stuff. Which we'll just chi and focus. It just takes a big hit on our chi. Whatever. Yep. Okay. I knew he had stuff. Now our chi goes down a little bit, but our focus went up pretty big, so that's cool. I thought he had stuff. I thought he had some stuff.
Minister Sheng's not here. He went back to the Imperial City to make his report.
Now he's gone forever. Gone! Were those the only merchants? No, there were two others. Let's go see them. There's the guy whose master we killed, and the acrobat lady. We'll go check them out and see if they have anything. Then I think we're good. That is not where you go. I don't remember where either of them are, though. I think she's over here. Is he right here? Yeah, Pang. Yes.
Yes! What an odd little man. It is as if a rat and a monkey mated.
My charm works again.
Okay. Strange. So he had the upgrade for our staff that we bought from him, which I could have probably not purchased.
Hello again. I'd be happy. Let's...
And she just says that. Alright. That's pretty much it, and we can't do anything with this gentleman. He wants us to do, like, a closed fist thing, so...
You! I have no time for those who do not...
Yeah. We can't do anything with him.
I will be more used to you here than traipsing about away from my tools. No, I have too much more to do on the marvelous dragonfly.
I just thought he would, like, warp us back to camp so we wouldn't have to walk all the way back there. Nope. It just would have been nice to, you know, have a little bit of a fast travel. A little smattering of fast travel. Alright, well, we got a little more bonus stuff, I guess. Bonus additions. I think I lowered my charm a bit there too, but who cares, right? Who cares? At the end of the day, oh, you know who has shit? Oh my goodness, we haven't checked him in a really long time. This nerd.
Ah, excellent. I have many items just waiting for you.
He's got tiger mantra. Health and focus. There we go. How about that? That feels good. We have a bunch of Bazor. Bazor. I don't know how to say that. We'll take it. I mean, both of them make me strong, or both. It makes me stronger. So why not? He didn't have anything new though. Maybe when you go to new areas, he gets more stuff. It's possible that, you know, when we go to this next area, which I'm assuming he's going to push us into the next chapter. yeah, I guess for the most part, we're done here.
Are you ready yet? The more I think about the information you found, the more I need answers straight from my father.
Let's go to the palace now.
Good. My father has much to answer for. I know he will explain everything, and if Death's Hand is there, I'll have some words for him as well. Kang, those flags that I gave you, the ones with the royal seals, mount them on your pile of scrap and let's go. I don't want to waste any more time.
Yes, ma'am, no argument. Garish flags to stop the turrets. Just no yelling while we fly. The space is small and it echoes loudly. Yes, Princess. At your word.
Attack! Let's do it to it. Let's do it to it. That's really loud.
Careful now, you'll dent something.
Oh god, they're all homing in on me. Bad. Oh, easy. Dealing with those homing ships is so rough. I wonder if there's like stuff at the palace. Like, can we like walk around, talk to people, do quests?
We must hurry to my father. This entrance allows me to come and go as I please. There are no guards or sentries here to hinder us.
It seems like a weakness.
What is that little demon host doing now? We don't have time for this.
The time has come, mortal. I won't share this shell anymore. I'll destroy you, Chaikar, and her mind as well, if I have to.
He is too strong here in this place. You must help me, Spirit Monk, for the sake of the girl. Fight with me against him. I will aid you, Chaika. I'll aid you, Ya Zen. Alright, Chaika. Then come. You must face him inside the girl's spirit. Come inside the child? No! How do we get inside of her? We just climb in? What's happening?
You think your treachery will kill me, mortal? It will only set me back. As long as the corruption remains in this world, I will endure. I'll die, along with this stupid girl.
If you kill her, you're in trouble, right? You can't kill her. We must move quickly, mortal. I guided you to this place. If I fall, your spirit will be lost forever. I like the design of this dude. Looks cool.
Leaping tiger.
Thank you for what you have done here. Ya Zhen has not been banished, but his strength has been greatly depleted. You will not harm the girl again. She will not know what happened here, only that it was important, but the darkness is gone, and that you are to thank for it. Guardian strength, dope, cool.
Well, I'm glad to see you are back. What was all that about?
A troubling force was ejected. All is well now. We saved the child, yay! Demons fought for her body. I had to intercede. Just another headache from my followers, nothing new.
I am glad to see that Wildflower appears well. It must have been a very disturbing experience.
I don't think she knows.
No more than our own if we don't get moving.
Yes, while you were elsewhere, a servant tried to warn me against entering my own home. We need to confront my father as soon as possible.
Maybe we should seek another path. Why should you lead? They obviously know your secrets. It may be too late if what we know is true.
I must hear it from my father's mouth. I must hear how he explains all these lies, the golems, Death's Hand, all of it. You go ahead, but only take one other with you. The rest should guard the rear and only fight if needed. I do not want a full war within these sacred walls.
I do.
I would prefer to be up front, but if not, I will catch up if there's anything important to say. Come, let's go.
I really wish we could bring 2 party members. I really wish. It feels strange that we can only bring one. Chapter 4. Wherein the palace keeps its secrets, an emperor is met in battle, and a master shows his gratitude. You infiltrated and destroyed the Lotus Assassin's fortress, and learned that the emperor had full knowledge of what was held there. It was a costly endeavor, and the loss of one of your fellows casts a pall across the coming confrontation in the palace of that mighty emperor, Sun High. Is baby okay?
What would you like?
What are your thoughts, Guardian? Your destiny awaits you in the palace. We should not delay much longer. What do you think of this palace?
This palace. It's wondrous. I never thought a place like this could exist. But the Guardian, he says that something is wrong. It's not right.
This place is steeped in magic. The very stones burn with it, but there's corruption too. At the heart lies something outside the bounds of nature. Whatever fate guides us, it surely leads us here.
I can't believe we're actually inside the Emperor's palace. I must admit, I feel as though I'm trespassing, like I don't belong here.
I like buns.
Perhaps the Emperor can give me some courage. I seem to have lost mine. As you say, I will be here scrubbing your pots until you call upon me again.
Again.
There is no time for discussion. We should hurry to my father as quickly as possible.
We should keep moving. It would be most impolite to miss an appointment with the Emperor himself.
I'm staying here for what I like to call safety. If you want to take a jaunt out of here, let me know. Other than that, I'm staying put.
So we can come and go as we please?
Good luck. If you succeed at whatever it is you're doing, maybe later we can do some loops.
I love loops. Loop-de-loops.
I wish we could have visited the palace under better circumstances. I feel like an invader in the heart of my own land. Let's keep moving.
Let's do donuts in the parking lot.
I thought there'd be more half-dressed serving girls with bowls of wine and food. What kind of emperor doesn't have serving girls?
Not everyone's Caligula, my buddy.
Let's get going. Maybe he keeps the good stuff farther in. I'm a fighter.
Yep. Oh god, yeah, we're all like torn up from that fight. We all tone up. Level 20. Alright. Well, I guess that's going to do it for now, guys. Thanks, everyone, for hanging out with me today. I really appreciate it. Let's go try and find a cool person to go raid. Let's go see who's streaming. And see if there's someone nifty we can go say hi-de-ho to. You know what? Let's see if there's someone playing Jade Empire. There we go. It's me. I'm the one playing Jade Empire. Alright, I know what to do. I know what to do. It's a safe bet as usual. It's a safe bet as usual. We're gonna go say hey to Adam James. As usual, he's usually playing Ocarina of Time on Saturdays, and like most Saturdays, he's playing Ocarina of Time. He's doing a randomizer. So if you love The Legend of Zelda or randomizers, come along and say hey. I'll be back tonight and Saturday, right? Enjoy your Saturdays, guys. If I don't see you all, have great rest of your weekends. But I will be back tonight, and we'll keep playing more Jade Empire. Maybe we're getting close to the end? I honestly don't know. I would guess that we might be. They try to say like we're getting close, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure. There's clearly another thing we can do for Kang, so maybe we could try to like figure out maybe somewhere in the palace there'll be like a treasure or something. But yeah, I'm having fun. We made some good progress. We died a couple times, but that's okay. We made good progress. We made good progress. Thank you all so much for hanging out with me though, guys. I really appreciate it. Go say hey to Adam. I'll be back tonight. Peace out. Bye-bye.